Hello everyone! The FOSSASIA Summit is an annual event that brings together developers, tech communities, and companies from around the world to showcase the latest developments in open source technologies. This year's event will take place online from the 7th to 9th of April, covering a wide range of topics: cloud infrastructure and services, continuous delivery, databases, open hardware, AI, robotics, security, and open source solutions to tackle global issues.
Hi Bhavan, this is Padma. I'm a maintainer of the Pocket Science Lab project. Currently I'm doing a PhD in Sweden and my research area is in-body sensor networks. I'm going to speak about open source hardware in education.
Namaste, I am Pavnesh, software developer from India. I am working on Eventyay project. I am looking forward to meeting other developers, tech enthusiasts and our Eventyay users in FOSSASIA Summit 2022. See you all.
Hi, this is Tika, the community organizer of OpenStack Indonesia. I'm very passionate about open source software and I'm very excited to meet other FOSS enthusiasts at the summit.
Hola, I'm Marco here from Madrid in Spain. I'm a software engineer in robotics and I'm running the robotics track this year at the FOSSASIA Summit. I hope to see you all there.
大家好, this is Razri Wang from Shenzhen, China. FOSSASIA is really a great place for web developers like myself to meet and talk about the latest web technologies.
Hello everyone, I am Qingbai, a high school student in Vietnam. I am very interested in technology, so I'm here at this event to learn more about open source development and how I can get myself started in computer science.
안녕하세요. I'm Young Bi-tan, a software engineer from South Korea and an organizer of Ubuntu Korea. I'm looking forward to the cloud and DevOps track and connecting with open source contributors around the world on upcoming FOSSASIA.
Xin chào, my name is Hương. I'm a pharmacist. I'm attending the FOSSASIA Summit to learn about the open source applications that address the global health issues and how the open source community is responding to the corona pandemic.
Hello, my name is Michael and I'm from the United States. Free and open source software has a kind of special power that can bring people together from around the world to collaborate on technology that you can use in your own community to make the world a better place. If you're like me and excited about technology and all the cool stuff it can do, then you should join us for the next FOSSASIA Summit.
everyone. The FOSSASIA Summit is an annual event that brings together developers, tech communities, and companies from around the world to showcase the latest developments in open source technologies. This year's event will take place online from the 7th to 9th of April, covering a wide range of topics: cloud infrastructure and services, continuous delivery, databases, open hardware, AI, robotics, security, and open source solutions to tackle global issues.
Hi everyone, this is Padma. I'm a maintainer of the Pocket Science Lab project. Currently I'm doing a PhD in Sweden and my research area is in-body sensor networks. I'm going to speak about open source hardware in education.
Namaste, I am Pavnesh, software developer from India. I am working on Eventyay project. I am looking forward to meeting other developers, tech enthusiasts and our Eventyay users in FOSSASIA Summit 2022. See you all.
Hi, this is Tika, the community organizer of OpenStack Indonesia. I'm very passionate about open source software and I'm very excited to meet other FOSS enthusiasts at the summit.
Hola, I'm Marco here from Madrid in Spain. I'm a software engineer in robotics and I'm running the robotics track this year at the FOSSASIA Summit. I hope to see you all there.
大家好, this is Razri Wang from Shenzhen, China. FOSSASIA is really a great place for web developers like myself to meet and talk about the latest web technologies.
Hello everyone, I am Eventyay, a high school student in Vietnam. I'm very interested in technology, so I'm here at this event to learn more about open source development and how I can get myself started in computer science.
안녕하세요. I'm Young Bi-tan, a software engineer from South Korea and an organizer of Ubuntu Korea. I'm looking forward to the cloud and DevOps track and connecting with open source contributors around the world on upcoming FOSSASIA.
Xin chào, my name is Hương. I'm a pharmacist. I'm attending the FOSSASIA Summit to learn about the open source applications that address the global health issues and how the open source community is responding to the corona pandemic.
Hello, my name is Michael and I'm from the United States. Free and open source software has a kind of special power that can bring people together from around the world to collaborate on technology that you can use in your own community to make the world a better place. If you're like me and excited about technology and all the cool stuff it can do, then you should join us for the next FOSSASIA Summit.
Hello everyone. The FOSSASIA Summit is an annual event that brings together developers, tech communities, and companies from around the world to showcase the latest developments in open source technologies. This year's event will take place online from the 7th to 9th of April, covering a wide range of topics: cloud infrastructure and services, continuous delivery, databases, open hardware, AI, robotics, security, and open source solutions to tackle global issues.
Hi everyone, this is Padma. I'm a maintainer of the Pocket Science Lab project. Currently I'm doing a PhD in Sweden and my research area is in-body sensor networks. I'm going to speak about open source hardware in education.
Namaste, I am Pavnesh, software developer from India. I am working on Eventyay project. I am looking forward to meeting other developers, tech enthusiasts and our Eventyay users in FOSSASIA Summit 2022. See you all.
Hi, this is Tika, the community organizer of OpenStack Indonesia. I'm very passionate about open source software and I'm very excited to meet other FOSS enthusiasts at the summit.
Hola, I'm Marco here from Madrid in Spain. I'm a software engineer in robotics and I'm running the robotics track this year at the FOSSASIA Summit. I hope to see you all there.
大家好, this is Razri Wang from Shenzhen, China. FOSSASIA is really a great place for web developers like myself to meet and talk about the latest web technologies.
Hello everyone, I am Eventyay, a high school student in Vietnam. I'm very interested in technology, so I'm here at this event to learn more about open source development and how I can get myself started in computer science.
안녕하세요. I'm Young Bi-tan, a software engineer from South Korea and an organizer of Ubuntu Korea. I'm looking forward to the cloud and DevOps track and connecting with open source contributors around the world on upcoming FOSSASIA.
Xin chào, my name is Hương. I'm a pharmacist. I'm attending the FOSSASIA Summit to learn about the open source applications that address the global health issues and how the open source community is responding to the corona pandemic.
Hello, my name is Michael and I'm from the United States. Free and open source software has a kind of special power that can bring people together from around the world to collaborate on technology that you can use in your own community to make the world a better place. If you're like me and excited about technology and all the cool stuff it can do, then you should join us for the next FOSSASIA Summit.
Hello everyone. The FOSSASIA Summit is an annual event that brings together developers, tech communities, and companies from around the world to showcase the latest developments in open source technologies. This year's event will take place online from the 7th to 9th of April, covering a wide range of topics: cloud infrastructure and services, continuous delivery, databases, open hardware, AI, robotics, security, and open source solutions to tackle global issues.
Hi Bhavan, this is Padma. I'm a maintainer of the Pocket Science Lab project. Currently I'm doing a PhD in Sweden. And my research area is in-body sensor networks. I'm going to speak about open source hardware in education.
Namaste, I am a software developer from India. I am working on Eventyay project. I am looking forward to meeting other developers, tech enthusiasts, and our Eventyay users in FOSSASIA Summit 2022. See you all.
Hi, this is Tika, the community organizer of OpenStack Indonesia. I'm very passionate about open source software and I'm very excited to meet other FOSS enthusiasts at the summit.
Hola, I'm Marco here from Madrid in Spain. I'm a software engineer in robotics and I'm running the robotics track this year at the FOSSASIA Summit. I hope to see you all there.
大家好, this is Razri Wang from Shenzhen, China. FOSSASIA is really a great place for web developers like myself to meet and talk about the latest web technologies.
Hello everyone, I am Eventyay, a high school student in Vietnam. I am very interested in technology, so I'm here at this event to learn more about open source development and how I can get myself started in computer science.
안녕하세요. I'm Eventyay, a software engineer from South Korea and an organizer of Ubuntu Korea. I'm looking forward to the cloud and DevOps track and connecting with open source contributors around the world on upcoming FOSSASIA.
Xin chào, my name is Hương. I'm a pharmacist. I'm attending the FOSSASIA Summit to learn about the open source applications that address the global health issues and how the open source community is responding to the corona pandemic.
Hello, my name is Michael and I'm from the United States. Free and open source software has a kind of special power that can bring people together from around the world to collaborate on technology that you can use in your own community to make the world a better place. If you're like me and excited about technology and all the cool stuff it can do, then you should join us for the next FOSSASIA Summit.
2, 3. Hello. All right. Hello, everyone. Back here at FOSSASIA, day 3. Many things going on. A lot of stuff. Very excited to be here. And we're starting with the morning. We have a lot of great stuff coming on with the robotics track in the morning. I'm very excited about it. And many other talks about open hardware and about many other topics. First talk that we have today is going to be a panel. And I'm not going to introduce them because I think Peggy Silop, I guess that I pronounced it well. She will introduce the rest of the panel, and the title of the panel is why we need more open source hardware and software for health applications. So I'll just let you guys do it. Hope you guys enjoy it.
Hello, welcome to our panel about why we need more open source hardware and software for health applications. I'm happy to have you all here and very grateful that FOSSASIA gave us a chance to hold this panel. I'm very pleased to have all these engaged panelists here, and that I'm very happy, and thank you so much for coming from all over the world here to our common panel discussion. Okay, we want to speak about our work, and I'm happy to introduce Renwen Sang, who's assistant professor in the Department of Communication and New Media at the National University of Singapore, dedicated to building bridges across disciplines and solve big problems such as healthcare and social injustice. And Karen Sandler is the executive director of the Software Freedom Conservancy, former executive director of the GNOME Foundation, and much more. She's gonna introduce herself later, like all of us. And Daniel Wesolek, who is tangible interaction designer and electronic artist and co-initiator of the open source prototype fund Hardware. And Joel Murphy, with a background in kinetic sculpture, citizen engineer and career hacker, now heading the community building and commercialization teams of the OS hearing aid hardware prototype Timpan, and is also co-founder of OpenBCI biosensing boards and Pulse Sensorcom. And my name is Peggy Silop. I'm computer scientist with Master of Public Policy and artist, founder of PacLabs Days and initiator of the Open Hearing project, open source hearing aid development. So I give the first introduction word to Renwen. Please introduce yourself, say a bit about your work.
Hey everyone, thanks Peggy for the great introduction. It's a pleasure to be here and exchange ideas, have discussion with all the stellar panel members here. So my name is Renwen Zhang. I'm currently an assistant professor at National University of Singapore. So I got my PhD in communication studies from Northwestern University last year. And my PhD work has largely focused on digital technologies for promoting well-being and mental health. So my research mainly focuses on, designing and evaluating the use and effects of mobile health apps and social media for enhancing mental well-being. And I've worked closely with clinical psychologists and computer scientists and designers to design and evaluate a suite of mobile apps for treating depression and anxiety, and also evaluated the effectiveness and efficacy of these apps among people with depression and anxiety, both in the clinic and in the community. So it was like through this research experience that I started thinking about the importance of open source data as well as open source software, especially in the field of mental wellness. So first of all, after I came to Singapore, I've started building collaborations with local hospitals and some psychiatrists and psychologists to develop mobile health apps for health, like that can fit the AP context and particularly the singular context. And then we went through the process of understanding all the regulations governing the development of mobile health apps, and then we realized that the local regulations are really strict. So if we want to develop something from scratch, it can take a super long time, and then sometimes it can take years for an app to be approved by the regulatory body. So I think this might be the case for many countries, and not only for Singapore. So that prompted me to think about the importance of leveraging open source mobile health apps that can be tested and modified by developers so as to fit in local languages and local cultures, especially in developing world as well as global south. Because a lot of existing mobile health apps are developed in developed countries in the Western world, but these apps may not fit into the local culture and social context in other parts of the world. And also, another thought I have is regarding the importance of having an open data repository for identifying biomarkers surrounding health, and in particular mental health. And then this kind of open data repository can help us to build machine learning models that are more comprehensive, equitable, and transparent, so that we're able to identify this biomarker that associated with symptoms of depression and anxiety, in a concerted effort. These are the two thoughts I have, and I look forward to learning more from other panelists and also exchange ideas. So that's all for me, and I'll pass to Karen.
Hi, everybody. So I am Karen Sandler. I'm the Executive Director of the Software Freedom Conservancy and a lecturer in law at Columbia Law School. And I come at these issues from a perspective of a patient because I have a heart condition where I have a very thick heart. It's called hypertrophic cardiomyopathy. And I'm at a very high risk of suddenly dying, but it's okay because I have an implanted device, a pacemaker defibrillator, and it monitors my heart. And if I get into a dangerous rhythm, it will shock me. And deliver life-saving technology, which is fantastic. But being an engineer turned lawyer, as soon as I was prescribed with this device, I wanted to see the source code in my own body, and that was a very difficult exercise to undertake. The manufacturers were not willing to share that with me, and so I went on this big journey where I thought that the issues were really important about software transparency and that we should have the right to see the software in our bodies, and we do. But as I live with my defibrillator, I learned that it's not just about transparency. When I was pregnant, my heart palpitated, which is super normal for women who are pregnant. About a quarter to a third of all pregnant women have palpitations. And so I had palpitations, which was totally normal, except that because I had a defibrillator, my defibrillator thought that I was in danger, and so it unnecessarily and inappropriately shocked me repeatedly to save my life, which I did not need. And the only way to reliably stop it from doing that was to take drugs to slow my heart rate down, that it was hard to walk up a flight of stairs. And so, this was such an like eye-opening. It was shocking, an eye-opening issue because it really underscored the fact that our technology may not be used in the ways that the manufacturers expect. When I think about it, only 15% of the people who get defibrillators are under the age of 65, and only about 42% total are women anyway. And so the number of people who are pregnant with defibrillators is a teeny tiny subset. Now, device manufacturers have no desire for pregnant ladies to get shocked, right? It's like literally their worst nightmare. But it stands for this proposition that, you know, like, despite all the best intentions, my use case wasn't anticipated. And the only way that our software will be safe and reliable in the long term is if we, the public, we as patients, we are able to take collective action and are able to control our technology. Because it's not a matter of if our software will fail, it's when it will fail. And what matters is what can we do about it when it does fail. And so I work at Software Freedom Conservancy to help promote alternatives to proprietary software, to enforce and stand up for copyleft licenses, so we have the tools to bring freedom to other people. And then also we run a diversity initiative where we do paid remote internships to people who are subject to systemic bias and who are impacted by underrepresentation in tech, because if our tech is not made by everybody for everyone, then we're going to have these situations over and over again where we have use cases where we don't anticipate. And so I'm really passionate about these issues in software freedom, and I come at things from like a practical nonprofit, what can we do as the public, and also from a legal perspective. And I'm so excited to talk to all of you. Oh, and I'm going to pass it to Daniel.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm also super interested in this question because I'm an artist by training, but I'm doing like open hardware more and more, and also quite active here in Germany to promote this prototype fund for hardware, and was working in different projects like Carables, where we were trying to co-design solutions, individual solutions with people that needed them. So I have a strong interest in designing these things, and I think innovation can go much faster, especially if one develops for the people directly and doesn't need to wait for certification and all these things and issues. So I think it's a very important thing that there are a lot of things that are open hardware, and I think on the other side it's also difficult to figure out how, are there boundaries or something, like for example a defibrillator, of course you don't want this not to work in the wrong moment or something, so maybe one could say, okay, it would be maybe wrong that people can change things in there, but at the same time there's this example of this retina implant where the company went bankrupt and suddenly you have a device that got turned off, or you can't do anything anymore, and there it would be super helpful if it was an open hardware device, because then you could actually work with people to fix it and to still see something with the implant that you already have in your body. So I think there are like different sides to the story, and in general I'm more on the side that I think open hardware in this field has a lot of benefits, and maybe there are some things where one should restrict it or something, but I'm not super sure about it, and I think fighting for openness is good, and then if there are things, then one needs to figure out solutions. Yeah, and I'll hand over to Joel.
Thanks, Daniel. Thanks, Peggy, for having us on the panel. And my name is Joel Murphy, and I am in the deep dark past, I was a kinetic sculptor. I'm an electronics design engineer, and I have been working on building sustainable open source hardware companies. I make Pulse Sensor, which is an optical heart rate monitor for Arduino, which is not a medical device. And I've co-founded OpenBCI, which is an open source EEG device, which is again not a medical device. And I'm currently working on a project called Timpen, which is funded by the National Institute of Health here in the US, and the National Institute of Deafness and Communication Disorders, which is a tool called a master hearing aid, and that's the hardware that you run your hearing aid algorithms on for research and testing, user testing, this kind of stuff. That's called Timpin, and that's been ongoing now since 2016, 2017. That is also not a medical device. I'm sort of skirting the edges of the medical device hardware world. During the pandemic, when here in New York, when we had our first surge of sicknesses and deaths, there was a push to create hardware solutions, especially respirators. I was working with a team to create an open source respirator, which never wound up being open source in the end because the regulatory hurdles are too high, the costs of making this thing are too high. And in a lot of cases, open source technology, actual microchips, are not recommended for life-saving applications. So you have to be really careful about how you make something if you want it to be used as a medical device. And I'm very interested in this sort of line and this boundary between what regulations will require and how open can devices be for, of course, all the reasons that both Karen and Ren said. So I'm really fascinated about this conversation. I'm looking forward to discussing it with you.
So thank you, Joel. Thank you, Karen, Renvan, Daniel. It's really interesting. All your work is really fascinating, absolutely interesting. I'm really happy that we have this discussion here. So I want to introduce myself a bit. So I have hearing loss myself, and I come from sound art. And I tried 2016 my first hearing aid. And I was saying, "Oh wow, this sounds really bad. There's no interface. I have no control about my medical device. I have a problem suddenly, and I'm a patient, and in that moment other people tell me what's good for me hearing. Nobody cares about when you go on streets and you listen to really loud music. Nobody cares, but in the moment you need an aid, people tell you that's the right noise, and that must be like this. And for most people, hearing aids are too loud. And I thought I have to do something about it. And I decided that we need self-fitting self-adjustment of hearing aids. And I started the first open source citizen science project at Fraunhofer ITMT in Oldenburg in Germany. And what we did actually put open source hearing aid algorithms, OpenMHA, of the OpenMHA on a Raspberry Pi and put some interface on it and made sound walks, which comes out from also sound art, going on streets and actively listening to what you like, what you don't like, and self-adjust the sound like you wish it, like full control in the hands of the user. And it came actually out, and it's also in the meanwhile I know it's also scientific studies say that most people think that hearing aids are too loud and they make it softer. And in the end, I'm still working at this project. The research project stopped, but I have a new project, the Open Hearing Project, and we want to put this like scientific research prototype on an Android app. We are still looking for some support, so if you feel like helping me, just contact me. And basically the idea is to give the chance to have full control about your hearing aid algorithms, which is not possible on a normal hearing aid. And why is it so important? Because it is also scientific studies in the meanwhile are also saying that the personal need of amplification is not relying so much about your ability on hearing. So some people like it a bit louder, some like it a bit softer, some like it like higher frequencies, others like more like low frequencies. That's one thing. And I found also in my studies that every person has a very single way of adjusting the sound, and this is also, which is also confirmed on one way, and on the other way, most hearing aid tests. Also, there are some sorts of hearing problems which can't be tested in a conventional hearing test. Also, one thing is you test it in a laboratory only, which has nothing to do with the real world. And also the hearing aids adjusted in the laboratory, which has nothing to do with real world, and you get out and it's like, wow, it's too loud, too much. And meanwhile, it's better, but that time was really bad, I have to say. Meanwhile, I'm just testing some quite cool hearing aids, I have to say. And the other thing is there's something like a sudden hearing loss, which you get after you had a very loud sound. And then you get hyperacusis, which you get hypersensitive to hearing, to sounds. And there is no hearing test made for this, for example. And then in the moment you can adjust yourself, you're perfect. You can do it in the loudness you like, and you can stand, and I even have, and so I had this very simple hearing aid prototype, and I was actually just for people with soft to moderate hearing loss, like me. And actually I have still like a very elderly fanboy who's using this big Raspberry Pi box in daily life and has really severe hearing loss. Why does he use it? It's because when you get hearing loss, you don't hear softer sounds because you're not able to. And when they're getting too loud, the ear is not dynamic. It's really like crashing your brain easily. So it must be the worse your hearing is, the less let's say space you have in loudness which you can stand. And on the other hand, it's also so that the frequencies you still can perceive, they're getting less and less. So it's perfectly if you can just like steer into that, let's say, area of hearing you still have, and steer exactly there by self-adjustment, just the hearing aid. So this is somehow already made, but I tried also by hearing manufacturers, but not perfectly. And I still think that open source is the right way to give more control to the user, to the impaired person on one side, and on the other side, there's also one big issue of connectivity, also connected with Bluetooth and hearing aids, and it is I would think an open source would make it much more easy. For example, hearing aid have a special Bluetooth format, so it's for most hearing aids it's impossible to connect with a laptop for example, for something like video conferences, and it makes it really complicated. So you have your headphones above your hearing aids, and then they get into acoustical feedback and start to make strange noises. So it's really like there's a lot of like usability and also basic needs which are very individual, and also what I think Karen has also addressing a similar problem about how you feel when with your individual problem, and what do you think actually why it's so important to use open source to open this up. I would be very interested to hear about more about that from you.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of funny, right? Because Joel's making this distinction between, medical devices and wellness devices, and Daniel is alluding to this as well about like when is it right to be able to modify your own device. And I'm in a funny situation with a heart device where, I want to make sure that my device is very secure. I want to make sure that that no one can simply tamper with my device. But at the same time, there's real benefit when patients can engage in their own healthcare. And currently the situation with most medical devices is that the manufacturers have total control over these devices. And in fact, in many cases, you need a technician with that company in order to be able to modify even the settings on your devices. And it varies across the different medical devices and the tools that they have to do that. But what's what I've found is that people conflate the issues of security with the issues of, around transparency, openness, and modifiability. And so we are at this point where studies have long shown that security through obscurity, that is, security through not publishing your source code, simply does not work. Right? There's all software is vulnerable because the software has not been disclosed does not make your software less vulnerable to attack or to failure. And so software through obscurity, security through obscurity simply does not work. And having free and open source software means that when there's a problem, you don't have to first wait for a company to admit there's a problem and then make a change. There are some actions that you can take, independently or collectively. And so even if I wouldn't want to modify the software to my device, I would like to take collective action. I'd like to work with whatever medical professional I want to. I want to be in a situation where those eye implants that I think Daniel was referring to, a fascinating article, company goes out of business. It was like a startup, amazing technology. People were able to see who couldn't see before. And it was like just amazing technology that is literally implanted into people's eyes. And then the company goes out of business. They stop providing security updates. They stop providing updates. And eventually one day, people who could see could stop seeing. I mean, just this tragedy. And it's one of those situations where the patients are just helpless. There's nothing that they can do. There's no one they can work with. Companies out of business, they are out of luck. If you have transparency, if you have structures of open hardware and open source software, you are in the situation, if you have your software freedom, then you can work with somebody else. All those patients can get together, pool their resources so that they can work on being able to see again. And so these are not theoretical things. I mean, we've been talking about them a long time from a hypothetical perspective, and we're only now starting to see the actual results of this. And so, I think like if we focus on things like the insulin pump space, where kids who have diabetes are getting help from their parents who are able to modify their insulin pumps to have more precise insulin delivery, it's going off book with respect to the device manufacturers. They strongly recommended against it. But there's OpenAPS has great data about kids there was one kid who had to go to the doctor's office like almost every day he went to school. And when he started using OpenAPS, it was reduced dramatically, orders of magnitude, where this kid had a much, much healthier life. And if you have better treatment early, you're going to have a much better outcome for your life. And so we have concrete situations where being able to take control of medical devices by patients or by parents, or even just by having more flexibility with your medical professionals, can make a life or death change.
I agree totally. What do you think, Daniel? What can hardware development do to boost more medical devices to be done, to be open, to make them possible? What kind of fields do you see as hardware developer? What can you do for this idea?
Yeah, like in Karen's example, I find it so staggering that basically because you have this device, you have to take medication in order to calm the device, basically, and that's totally absurd. And I think there are a lot of like big and weird things that shouldn't be like this, and I think open hardware can help. But there's also this whole field of not life-saving necessary devices that are just more like in the space of like helping you. Like there are things that are a problem when you have certain disabilities or something, and makes your life a pain. And it's very good space also to develop these things that wouldn't necessarily be like medical aids or something, but just help people in their specific situation individually. And there's a lot of like co-design processes that we worked on in a project called Match My Maker, and also in Carabills, where it's about, for example, okay, you're in the wheelchair, you have like a backpack hanging there, but you can't easily pull it. So can there be a device that helps you to easily pull the backpack in front of you in order to then open it and take something out and put something in, and then it slides away, for example. So there's a lot of things that really are helpful solutions, and I think it's very great if there's a big repository of things where you can use these things and then modify it again and find solution for your personal needs and space, basically. And maybe another thought in the bigger industry is that also through this experimentation you can come up with new solutions that wouldn't be invented so quickly, because like, I don't know, there is some braille device that maybe has been developed like 25 years ago or something, and it has certification and it's being sold and so on. So there's no need to change anything, but like if you come up with something new now with all the technology that's available now, you could maybe create something better. And so I think it can also inspire bigger companies or people that are willing to go through all these certification processes to make better products.
So you think open source prototyping can be inspiration for, let's say, professional companies for create more creative and more like need-related devices. What do you think, Joel? You're working in that field quite a while. What is your experience? How much could you help? What's your positive feedback you got from your engagement?
Well, I would say definitely that having open source tools accelerates innovation. Part of the original intent of projects like OpenBCI and the Timpan project are to lower the barrier of entry for people to engage with the technology outside of a laboratory or a medical situation or research situation. If you have people in their garage, for example, measuring brain waves or playing around with novel hearing aid algorithms, those people are going to ask questions that are different than what scientists and researchers ask. So from the very beginning, we're dealing with opening up the space and having people engaging with questions or problems from a sideways angle or a different angle, and that already creates innovation in the space. Now, whether that leads to something or not is always a question. But so I'm, of course, a firm believer that open source tools will make things in a lot of ways better. And, when people have access to these kinds of tools, then their lives become better. Just educating yourself about stuff is improvement. I think that there's a really interesting edge that we're riding when we're talking about open source medical devices. Because when we say open source, that means that you can see the code, you can see the hardware, you can modify it, you can repurpose it, you can retool it. But if your tool is designed to give you a special shock or a drug dose or diagnose something, and then you go around messing with it, you may be destroying the ability for it to actually perform correctly according to whatever the research and the doctors really require it to do. And I would say that allowing mods, allowing people to interact with the tech and change settings could be useful. That could be a useful way of opening up partially in a way that will the access that they need to make customized changes to suit themselves. But when you open this stuff up way too far by making things completely open, you're inviting people to hurt themselves in some way. I see you waving your hands around. That's great. Yeah, this is a good conversation. And we also have a strata of technical ability. Someone's a software engineer. Okay, maybe they can go through and write in some new source code to provide functionality that doesn't exist to a piece of medical hardware. But what if someone has no skills at all and they're locked out from all of that by their own inability to access? So, we're talking about a lot of different layers of complexity. I'll hand it off to Peggy again.
Daniel, why did you wave your hands? Thank you, Joel.
I would first like to hear Karen because she raised her hand. I was just waving my hand, but I can say afterwards.
I don't think it matters which of us speaks first. I suspect we're getting to a similar point, which is that I think that these issues are complicated, as you say. We need real security, right? Proper encryption, like proper security on our medical devices so they're not accidentally modified by people who don't know what they're doing, right? People need to work with their medical professionals to make sure that they have the right treatment for them. I have some heart medication that I take. It's mostly preventative. I take it every day. I could easily, and sometimes I do, tweak the amount that I take. Now, I do that upon the advice of my doctor. I could easily take 2 or 3 or 4 times the amount of that drug and experiment with myself. And there's no regulation on that, right? There's nothing stopping me from doing that, but I don't because it's my health and I work with a medical professional. And I think that there's these issues are not necessarily unique to hardware and software, but I think a lot of times we're so scared that people will inappropriately modify their devices that we forget that we have the ability to hurt ourselves in myriad ways in a variety of things across every moment that we live, and that people, to some extent, have to live wisely and work in concert with their medical professionals, and then make sure that our devices have the appropriate safeguards so that people who don't know what they're doing can't accidentally modify them. Daniel, I don't know if you were going in the same direction.
Yeah, exactly. Like I just think like it's also really a short anecdote. For example, if you're in a wheelchair and you have an electric wheelchair, like friends of mine, and then it's not your device because it's paid for by the health insurance, so the health insurance owns it, but you spend like 24 or like minus the time you're sleeping, you spend in this device, so it's basically part of your body, it's body augmentation. And then you have like a simple request that you would like to have like a charger for your phone on there, for example, and then it's not possible because because it's not your device, you can't do anything, so it becomes very strange quickly. And then there are these workarounds that of course it's easy to connect a cigarette lighter, like these old electric cigarette lighters, to a wheelchair, because that's something that, I don't know, someone fought for at some point in time, and then you can take an adapter and then it's easy to solve the problem. So I think the more freedom people have, the better, and I don't think that the developers will be able to anticipate all the problems that might come up. So I think it's, from my perspective, it's better to give people the possibility to look into this, change this, and if you change things that could hurt you, then you probably won't do this unless you feel comfortable doing this. Like you also don't open like your open source television and do things in there if you feel like you can't deal with it. So I think I'm not sure if one needs to protect, but I think it's a interesting question, and I totally agree with Karen that there's a lot of importance in having the right security measures and avoiding that people accidentally do something that they shouldn't, don't do on purpose, that they're just like turning around knobs and suddenly it's not working anymore. But so the design should prevent that, but nothing wrong with them saying, okay, like I want to change this actually, and I'm aware of what I'm doing, and yeah, so that's also my view on
this
it.
point about control and giving patients control. One thing is how it's a moment when you're patient that other people care about you, and suddenly you're not allowed to use a knife anymore because you could cut yourself, and it's actually it's not what's happening, For example, with hearing aids, people put it softer, and I said also to my clinician, I said, this is too loud for me, and what he told me, you have to get used to it, it's good for you, and I said, I don't feel good with it, but hearing care doesn't care if I feel good with it. because some technicians who never tried out a hearing aid by themselves, and I think also this is really important stuff, try the stuff you develop. So I tell every developer, whatever it is, please try it for yourself one day, 2 days, a hearing aid you develop, and you will immediately know what the people who are using it, what the problem is with the hearing aid, because for example, you can choose between 2 programs and say, yeah, do you like more this program and like no this one? But both of the programs, I think they sound somehow the same, and how can I choose then, And then I get the next samples and say, are the same again. So there's a lot of also especially in interface, in connectivity, and in all these kind of things. I think that patients could actually take care about themselves. I agree with Karen that I think we can give much more responsibility to patients than we are likely to. I don't know how it is with mental health. Do you have any experience about the self-determination of life and how your work when could help people to have more self-determination with dealing with their mental health?
Definitely, I echo what everyone said, that giving users the ability to modify the devices to suit personal needs can put users in the driver's seat. And actually, there's a bunch of research showing that engaging in customization can enhance user agency and a sense of control. And this can ultimately lead to a higher level of self-determination. And this has been also found in my previous research on mental health, where we found that engaging in customizing activities such as choosing preferred options or creating idiosyncratic content in these mental health apps can make people feel more fulfilled and satisfied, and also increase their perceived autonomy. But I want to say there's definitely some trade-offs, because customization always comes at a cost of considerable time and cognitive investment. And actually, some of previous research shows that users, they may find that customization burdensome and thus favor just automated systems that demand little user effort. So that's why a lot of people are quite lazy, users, they're quite lazy, so that they don't touch on the app itself and just go with whatever the app default suggests, because that modifying and playing around these apps are requires a lot of time investment, as well as high level of digital literacy. So yeah, I think so our previous research has actually found that users' attitudes towards these customization features are really dependent on their own level of digital literacy and self-efficacy. And this led me to think about the potential issues that this type of open source devices may risk perpetuating and amplifying some digital divide or digital inequality, such that people who are well educated, have higher level of digital literacy, they're more likely and more capable of modifying these apps to their to suit their personal needs, whereas people from low SES or not poorly educated, they may not have the capability of understanding the very complex algorithm or the features behind this open source data or open source repository, right? And this also may apply to healthcare professionals. For those who are older or have lower digital literacy, these doctors, they may hate this new technologies, and they don't really want to work with the patients to modify this to their needs. Whereas doctors who are younger, have higher literacy, or they grew up with the technologies, they are more open-minded and are more willing to embrace these opportunities. So I think when we are talking about open source hardware, software, we might need to take into account this very complex issues around digital divide and digital inequality, and be cautious of not perpetuating the existing digital divide. So I would love to hear what you think about some of the solutions of encouraging and empowering people who are probably from low SES and less educated, have low digital literacy, and how we can empower them to really reap the benefit of open source health apps.
Yeah, maybe just a quick thought that I think it's definitely a valid point, but I think it shouldn't result in everyone having an equally bad experience or something. So probably one should work on figuring out how to increase digital literacy and make interfaces that make it easy to make changes and so on. So this would be a quick thought from my side.
I always make a Karen joke about my heart device that I say, who else but a Karen would ask to talk to the manager to see the source code in her defibrillator, right? Like, being able to ask these questions comes from a place of privilege, right? Like, I've come from a technical background. People who have the privilege, who have the luxury time to think about the technology they rely on, are, as patients, in a much better position. I mean, I think the questions you raise are so fundamental to the inequalities in our various societies that the execution of healthcare has kind of has exacerbated, which has only been more exacerbated during the pandemic, I might add. And so I think that the issues around digital literacy are fundamentally connected to our issues around access to healthcare generally, and how do we support people to make sure that they get the healthcare that they deserve, despite the fact of whatever resources they're bringing to the table.
So I think so too. That is always something we think about. So when I think about an open source hearing aid, that's basically where I'm aiming to and working for still, also in the Open Hearing project. Is also I think about what's about the hardware. Is it possible for people which are not in the Western states to have access to the hardware? I put my the hearing aid on, one thing. The other thing is why it should be self-adjustable, because where in most countries you don't even have audiologists. Who should make the fitting? Where is the audio laboratory to make the fitting? It don't exist. So while we're thinking about regulamentations, meanwhile, there is a lot of people who, anyway, they wouldn't have anything, and it stops us from doing something, to develop our hardware, our software we need. I mean, it's always a general problem about the hardware. For example, I was in Brazil, and I was saying, okay, let's make some prototype on Raspberry Pi and Arduino, and then they said Arduino is so expensive here. It's so hard to import because you have very high tax on it. So I think there's still a lot of we have to learn about the different living situations. We should also discuss much more about production lines and distribution possibilities, and get to in more intense exchange with people in the not Western countries, because we have everything here. We don't have to complain. It's actually just a luxury problem we have. What do you think, Joel? You're nodding like you want to add something.
Well, I really think, Renwen, you're right, and it's coming down to a user interface problem, really. And in terms of designing that user interface, engineers and testers who are open to a broader cultural investigation as to what is the proper way to engage in order to get the result you want. So it's a big problem that is not being addressed. We're still living in a world where most user interfaces are designed by engineers and they're untested. Lots of assumptions go into the way people think people will be dealing with a phone interface or whatever the hell it is. This is getting, I think, a little bit better, but user testing is always the last thing that ever happens on a hardware project. And then Peggy, to address the point you made about accessibility, global accessibility. Open source hardware and software is about as accessible as you can get, because at least the design files and the code is all on the internet and you can get it. But hardware is hard. I spent some time before the pandemic working with a team of engineering students in Bangalore. They were using my hardware designs for the Timpan project, and they wanted to make the hardware there with their local manufacturing base. But the design that I made was, I don't want to say too sophisticated, but it relied on a higher level of resolution in the manufacturing process than their manufacturing base could provide. So we worked within the limitations of the contract manufacturers in the region to redesign the hardware so that they could then have it made there locally. Open hardware works. Open hardware is accessible, but hardware is still hard. So those kind of problems can be overcome. But then, I freely gave my time and my resources for reviewing their designs, giving them feedback. All of this happening through GitHub online. The process and is easier, but still, you need somebody like me who's willing to give away all the stuff and then help you. That doesn't happen very often. I wanted to bring up an example of a open source hardware project that's just starting right now. Some engineering students at Olin College in Massachusetts are trying to design an autoacoustic emissions device. This is a diagnostic tool. It sends sound waves into your ear canal, and then it waits for the echo coming back, and you can get a really good indication of cochlea health based on the reflected sound coming back from your ear, inside your ear canal. They want to make an open source one. And we talked last week for about an hour about how to plan for that and what to expect. I told them that certainly they would probably want to open source all of the process and all of the prototyping work that they want to do, because that gives people an opportunity to see the process, to get some result that works, that they can modify and work with, all on open source hardware platforms, all on open source software platforms, so that it becomes more of like a global community can engage. But their actual science or their actual medical device may not be able to be modified. They might be able to show what their source code is. They might be able to show what their hardware files are, but they need to lock down enough of that, because this is a diagnostic tool. If you change the tone, frequency, if you change the sound pressure level, you're going to get bad results and you're not going to have a good diagnosis. So here in this case, there's a medical device, and there are categories of medical devices where you really don't want to mess with them, because you're relying on that tool at its settings to give you diagnostic information or results that would lead toward a diagnosis. So I'm as open source as you can get in a lot of ways. At the same time, I understand the value of regulation and the value of maintaining a tool that does a thing that it says it's going to do. If you want to break it and you want to void the warranty, okay, that's fine, that's great, but you don't have that tool anymore. You have a different tool. And right to repair, I think, is really important and critical for humans globally to have. But at the same time, there has to come with it a lot of education about what does it mean to crack open that box, that case, and poke around in what's going on inside. What are your responsibilities that you're taking on when you're doing that? And to address the point you made earlier, Karen, we just lived through like 2 years of some of the worst disinformation health-wise ever, I think. at least that I've lived through, people are taking drugs that clearly don't treat COVID based on bad information that they're getting because they don't trust good information. So, you know, and if you're going to go ahead and like dive into the wind, there's not enough real support and real consensus for understanding what that actually means. I'll shut up now.
Thank you, Joel. So I think we're coming to an end. Thank you all very much for your participation. And I would say, I would please everybody to say one short sentence about what they wish for their application, for their work, or for themselves, for the future from open source in health hardware or software. So let's start with Daniel.
Yeah, I hope that regulation also gets more flexible and reflects the time better, because I want everything in the world to be open hardware basically, and also medical devices, and then I think the world will be a better place to a big extent.
Karen.
I can't wait to see what you, the audience, think of all of these issues that we raised in the panel, because you are the ones that will shape the way that our technology will be created. You are the ones who are going to make these choices, and we're all in the process of becoming an
All right, I think there was some issue here. I'll start. All right, 1 second. I think Paul, I think is our next speaker. This was a very interesting panel about health applications. Paul, if you can start sharing your screen and video, that would be great, so we can get started. Paul, can you start sharing video? Let me see you here. All right. Yeah, we can't hear you. You have to press the headphones buttons at the bottom. You have to activate your microphone there. You're sharing, yeah. So the button at the bottom for the audio on the left, that's the video. And there should be a headphones next to it. Headphones button next to the button that you just pressed at the bottom. Yeah, the headphones. Yeah, that one. If you press the headphones, then you should be able to change to a microphone. Yeah. Your microphone there. Yeah, now you select your microphone. You can test your mic now. . All right, now you're muted. You have to unmute yourself, and you should be ready to go.
Just mic. Is my
Yes.
voice clear?
Great.
How about
Yeah, we
my
can
guitar? Can you hear my guitar?
Sounds good.
Okay, I'll share my presentation now then.
All right, great. I'll start with the introduction.
Sure.
So Paul is a developer that served more than 14 years in the investment banking domain, delivered end-to-end middleware solutions, office solutions, and he's a speaker, workshop facilitator in local tech communities, conference, .NET user groups, Python user groups, data science SG, FOSSASIA, PyCon, APAC, and some others. And he's going to talk about jamming with guitars and synths using Bespoke. Please, Paul, go ahead.
Thank you for the introduction, Marco. Hello, everyone. Good morning, good evening, wherever you are. I'm glad to be here. I'm Paul. I'm a software developer. I usually share topics around software development and data with the community. Today, I'll be sharing from one of my hobbies, which is music production. It's something that I've been dabbling with during the past year or so. One of the softwares that I came across and used during that period is Bespoke. Having used a lot of music production softwares in the past decades, I'm fascinated by the amount of features this software delivers. Due to time constraint, we won't be covering all of these features, but I'm excited to share with you my favorite modules that I often use. Bespoke is an open source modular digital audio workstation for Mac, Windows, and Linux. It was started by Ryan Challoner in 2011. It also has an active Discord community. Ryan is also there helping answer questions whenever users like me have inquiries. What attracted me to Bespoke is the way the user interface is designed. As a guitarist, like what you can see here, we usually have effects boxes lined up and connected via cables. This experience easily translates with how Bespoke is designed. I can just connect the modules with lines like how I connect like pedal effects with cables, like what you can see here on the screen. There's a signal generator connected to the output module connected by just a line. Perhaps one of the best ways I can share this with you is through a sequence of demos. I'll share how to create a sound using an oscillator. I also have a MIDI controller with me right now that I can share with you how to use with Bespoke. We'll add some drums to give a steady rhythm to our song. And lastly, I'll share how to connect an audio input like this guitar. So let's start with the first demo, how to create a sound. So before I open up Bespoke, let me just discuss the different modules that I'll be using for this demo. The one that you can see at the bottom is called the output module. This just basically routes the audio to your speakers. The one right above is splitter. It just splits the audio signal into two mono signals if you have two left and right speakers. And then the gain module just basically to adjust the volume of the whole setup. What we've got here is also an oscillator. It generates the audio signal with a specific waveform, although it has other features like filter envelope and stuff, but I won't be covering that. For me, as long as I can select the saw wave, square wave, and so on, that's fine for our purposes. And what you can see on the left side is a note sequencer. It helps us loop a sequence of notes. So basically, we can just paint our notes here, and we can drive the sound going to the output. So let me just open up Bespoke and share to you a little bit of that. Let me load a blank canvas. So what you can see here is usually the default setup for Bespoke. You have the default set of modules called gain and output. But for here, I'll open the oscillator so that we can choose what sound we can generate. If I connect it here, You won't be able to hear the sound yet because we don't have any driver for that sound. So what I can add here next is a note sequencer, like what you can see in the slide a while ago. I'll be connecting this to the oscillator, and then once connected, I can just draw the notes that I want to play. If you can hear, you should be able to hear the sound. Let me just increase the gain so that you'll be able to hear it. So I can play different notes with this in different beats. And I can also randomize the pitch. I can randomize the length of pitch. I can increase it to 16 counts. And then change also the velocity. A while ago, or previously, I loaded the setup, so let me just go back so that you can just see sort of musical way on generating from the setup. So I created a sort of baseline using the note sequencer and this particular oscillator. So let's put that aside for now. Let's check what's the next setup that we can do with Bespoke. So the next one is adding an external MIDI controller. So right now, what you can see here in the slide, I have this Nano Key Studio, which is a MIDI controller. It simulates the keyboard and stuff that you can connect with Bespoke, so you can drive the notes, not just paint them as you saw a while ago. So before we go to the actual demo, let me just run through the modules that are needed. We have the MIDI controller to link the hardware input from our MIDI keyboard. We also have the car plus drum, which is a synth, so that we can simulate the plucked string. And then we also have the note looper. The note looper is like your traditional looper, but if you want to keep playing the set of chord progressions, you can use this so that you can just keep on repeating. And lastly, I'll just show a little bit of scripting, because it also enables you to use Python scripting for live coding. So let's let me open that. Let me just check if everything's fine from the public chat. Okay, let's go back to the demo. I'm going to open the blank canvas again. And what I will do here is I'll get the synth. Where's that car plus strong, so that I can simulate the sort of flux string, and then I'll bring my MIDI controller module, and then from the MIDI controller I'm going to choose my Nano Key Studio, and I'm going to play it right now. If you can hear, you should be able to hear the A chord. And if I want to use a looper, so that I don't keep playing the notes that I'm playing over and over again, I'm going to add the note looper. And instead of directly putting it there, I'm going to put it in between the synth and then my MIDI controller module. So here, you can see the movement. I'll need to click right here so that the next time I press the notes, it will record. And then if I do this, and sometimes if I hit the record and it's not syncing on time, I can basically move it within the same module. And then if I want to add an effect using the scripting, let's say if adding echo is a little bit of effect that we can use, I can add that using a script. Here I'll just choose that note echo, load it. As you can see, this is a Python script. I'll just run it, but it's not yet connected, so it won't be able to apply the echo yet. So I'm going to connect it here to our module, script module, and then when I connect it to the synth, it should have the echo. If you want to have like more echo, I can just adjust the code and then run it again. Then you have like more echoes. But let me load the app that I prepared a while ago, so it's nicer to hear. So here we have the script module, we have the note looper, and it's playing the clock string. And now we'll add the bass that we've created in the first demo, so that you have the bass and the clock string playing together. It's quite simple setup for now, but let's continue. So what we have now is MIDI controller using the MIDI looper. Next is we're going to add some groove to our setup. So we're going to add the drums, but before we open up the demo, I'm going to add two new modules here. The first module will be the drum player, which is just a sample player. So you have the kick drums, the snare, the hi-hat, and so on. And we have the drum sequencer as well, so that we'll know and direct which samples will play on which part of the song or which part of the bar. So let me open that again, and let me open sample setup for the drums. You load the setup, FOSSASIA stage 3. So if you can see, we have the drum sequencer, and then we have the drum player here. I'll just turn off the drum sequencer for now, so that if I expand the drum player, you can see the different samples that I can play. So basically I can choose the kick drum, the snare, hi-hat, and so on. But eventually, if you want to play the music as a whole bar with a whole 4/4 beat, then we would need the drum sequencer to play it accordingly. So this 0 corresponds to the random 0 here in the kick. Number 2 here corresponds to the snare, and then this number 5 here corresponds to what's this number 5, the clap. So if I play the drum sequencer, you should be able to hear the whole sequence. Yeah. So now we have the drums. Let's add the bass that we had a while ago. And we'll also add the clapping. So far we have the sort of groove right now because we have the drums, we have the bass. So it's like steady. So let's explore our other demo, perhaps final demo for this session. That is adding the guitar. But adding the guitar would need us to add a little bit more modules. One is the input, because we need to get the input from the audio source, such as the guitar, but you can get input also from mic. But for this example, I'll get it from the guitar. And then VST, which is a virtual instrument. This scope also allows you to use third-party virtual instruments or effects. In this case, we're going to use an amp simulator or simulator amplifier called Lucas preamp inside this scope. And then the other module is the looper, but in contrast to the looper that we used previously, it was for MIDI instruments, but this one is for audio, so that you can use the looper for your guitar. So let's explore that option. I'm going to load that up, and then basically show how how to use the So I'm going to clear this for now. Reload the So here, let me clear that. So what we have here is the input from my guitar. So if I play my guitar like this, you'll be able to hear it. And then this blue pad is the free amp. It's just another virtual instrument, third-party virtual instrument that you can load in Bespoke. So you can use it like a normal amp and turn the knobs, and then you can use the presets as well. But for this case, I'll just use perhaps maybe some drive. And then for the looper part, before I use the looper, let's add a little bit of drum so that I know where to come in when I'm playing the looper. So we have drums. Let me add the guitar on the next run. So if I click capture, it will automatically record. So it's running by itself right now after I strum. And then on top of that, you can just to play your guitar at the guitar parts. I can go on and on with that. Let's proceed with the rest of the setup. So if I open that rig again, the part that I've set up a while ago. So this is the guitar part. I'm going to add the bass part, and then let's add the clacking synth. And we can also add a drum player, drums. So it's some sort of cool song, but this is just like a tip of the iceberg for the session. If you want more, you can explore and explore other modules. So I have another setup which has like a virtual track as well. So let me go. So this one is a little bit full set of the modules that we set up a while ago. We have the MIDI control and looper for the synth, for the tuck strings, with the effects coming from the script. We also have the oscillator for our bass, and we have the drum player for the drums, and the guitar is playing from the looper. So I don't need to play this part again and again because the looper takes care of it. The one that I've added here is the sort of rock track. So if I added another looper, and I can do some standard effects. Around, then reverse, and then you can just go back to normal. So I'll remove the vocals and it will just be music. Let me turn down the volume a bit, and then let's discuss what we have run so far. So we have that sample jamming setup. We have added the effect chains for the vocal looper. This effect chain you can explore more. I'll give you the link to the documentation later. But let's just revisit what we have done so far. We've created the sound using some oscillator. We can choose saw wave or square wave and so on. We've also tried adding external MIDI controller, not the studio from my side, but you can use any sort of MIDI controller to drive the notes. We also added the drums, the drum player. We have for the guitar, we also added another external effect to drive the guitar sounds. Yeah, and these are the links. If you want to know more about Bespoke, you can check out the bespoke.synth.com. And then it's also on GitHub if you want to see the code behind the software. And one thing I like about this community is the Discord community is very vibrant. So whenever I have inquiries, I'm stuck with some setup or something, I just go to Discord and ask my questions there. And the last link is the free PSD that I got from GitHub for amp simulation. I think that's basically it for Bespoke. If you want to know more, you can visit the links. And for if there are any questions, let me just turn down the volume a bit. If there are any questions, I'm going to revisit the shared notes later.
All right, thank you very much, Paul. Very interesting. Actually, I've been playing around with creating music lately with the computer, and I didn't know about Bespoke. So yeah, thank you very much. Please stay around. We don't have time for questions. We actually a bit behind time, so sorry about that. But yeah, sure. Stay around, and if there's some questions, please check the chat, check the shared notes. Thank you very much for your talk. All right.
Thank you. Cheers.
Thank you. And I think our next speaker should be around. Vincent, you should have presentation rights already. So if you can share your screen and I mean share your cameras and audio so we can test. I see you still have the headphones icon, so you might have to activate your audio down there under the slides. There should be a headphones button, and if you click on it, you should be able to activate your microphone. All right, so in the meantime, I'll say we're getting to the topics that I love, getting into robotics. Vincent is gonna talk about TinyML for robotics applications in education. Now you have to unmute yourself.
Yeah, hi, can you hear me?
All right, great.
Okay.
Glad to hear you. You should also be able to share your slides.
Sure. I will share my slide right now.
In the meantime, I'll introduce Vincent. And Vincent is a community evangelist, SG Cosmo Future, Uptech Robotics, a maker and STEAM AI robotics advocates in the EdTech industry. His areas of focus are AI and robotics, Internet of Things, IoT, machine learning, cloud and edge computing. Currently, he's product and sales manager, working along with an AI unicorn company based in Shenzhen, Uptech Robotics. He actively involves himself with the developer community. He encourages others to learn and share their work. He enjoys attending Maker Faire events worldwide to learn about different innovations and network with like-minded people. He enjoys designing electronic hardware kits and organizing Maker and STEAM classes workshops. The classes workshops cover Arduino, Raspberry Pi, soldering, badges, and fundamentals of coding. His passion is constant learning and keeping himself current with the latest technology and its applications and impact it has on the community. And he's going to talk about TinyML for AI robotics applications in education. So I see you're all set up. Vincent, please go ahead.
Yeah, so I guess everyone can hear me and can see my slide. So I will get started. So good day, everyone. So I'm Vincent. So yeah, I guess that's a very good introduction. So I'm currently a product and sales manager and currently working with the SJ Cosmo, which is actually a Eventyay robotic company. So for today, I will be sharing about the TinyML for AI robotic application in education. So for myself, I'm kind of an educator myself as well. So that's where I'm very passionate on like learning different kind of technology and sharing it with the my learners and the community. Yeah. So feel free to connect with me on LinkedIn as well. So it's this is my website. Okay, so maybe as a start, what is TinyML? So TinyML actually is probably just recent years, like 2 or 3 years, where I also just get exposed to this. I'm also curious, like what is TinyML, right? We know about ML, right? Machine learning, but what is TinyML? So actually TinyML is a field of study. So basically it's a combination, it's an integration of machine learning with embedded system. So embedded system like microcontroller that runs the devices on our mobile phones, on the smartwatch, all that, right? So this actually, when they are combined together, is actually we call it as a TinyML, and has been growing tremendously since the past few years. Yeah. So this TinyML enables the machine learning algorithm to run on the low power microcontroller. And there's another popular question is that why TinyML since we have like cloud computing, right? So there are 4 reasons why TinyML. So basically it's low latency. So without sending back the data to the cloud, basically the response time, all that will be better. So that means there's less delay to process the data, to respond to the data, right? And then the next one is low power consumption. Basically, microcontrollers are low powered, so you can just power it up with the battery. Low bandwidth, because you do not need to send data over the internet anymore. You can just process it on the local. Finally, it's the private and secure. Since the data is now on processed on the edge, right? So you do not need to like send it over the data, send it over the internet. So that actually decrease the risk. So it's much secure. So generally, for myself as an educator, I found there's a few problem statement in this rapid technology, because I think we got to admit that technology is moving so fast that we got to keep learning and learning so that we are equipped with the modern skill and that tool set, right? So, but the problem is that STEAM educators, we are not trained on how to utilize all these like machine learning and TinyML in our lesson, right? Because there's just so much things, right? For my years, I've been going around to teach and also to share my experience in the AI cloud computing, right? So not just to the students, so some also share with adults on all the technology, right? So this has been for me that I need to learn up quickly, and I need to know about a lot of different skills, and also the get started easily. So this ML in the ML learning, we start with collecting the data. So, process the data, if clean or not a clean data. Just design a model. Okay. So, and of course, the training will whether is it or bad, and if it we forward the model and deploy the model. So, buying the model, if it's just until this stage, it's just like right, because you just on the cloud or right, but because they need to make the inference the edge on the edge. So that means device. So the devices like this, Nano 33, bit and others. So this will become like the whole function as the TinyML. So different tools out the market. So like Craft, all that, right? So each of them different from the crowd. So not every is like can be like about more the actually you can comment on hardware itself. So I will share with you my project. What is the process to be done. this this chart pretty useful if you explore different.
Vincent, sorry to interrupt you, but the audio is a bit choppy. So if you could check your connection, I think it's some connection issue. Probably if you're using wireless or something, might be a bit spotty there. Yeah, it seems that the connection is cutting off. All right, so I guess we're waiting for Vincent to reconnect and checks his connection. Hopefully it's better this time. Apologies for the interruption. So we'll wait for a few minutes until Vincent reconnects.
Is better, right?
Yeah, I think we can hear you better.
Okay, sorry about that. Okay, let me share my screen again.
Oh yeah, loud and clear. That's great.
Okay. All right. Can you see my screen right now?
Yeah, everything works well. You just need to share your video. That's what we're missing.
Okay, yeah.
And we should...
Yeah. All right. Let me just share my video again. Okay. Hi, back online.
Great. Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks for that. Okay, so yeah, let me just go through this again. So basically, yeah, for this, I would say this is a very good pipeline that you can take it as a reference, so that you know what kind of different technology out there that you can use as part of the for your education, your lessons plan, right? So for today, I will talk more about this 6 Studio Codecraft, which is how do I use it to make my project. So thankfully for the tools such as 6 Studio Codecraft, so it's based on the graphical block-based programming. So it's really like anyone can learn because it's block-based, right? You can just drop it. So no text-based as the start. But if let's say at the later stage, you wanted it to be a text-based coding, it's possible, right? So you can just change it to a text-based coding and you can actually further customize it. So actually for the 6 Studio Codecraft, there's different kind of models that you can train. For right now is these 4 right now: motion, gesture, voice, and then also the smell recognition. So you can access the Codecraft with this link to check it. So it's a free platform, online platform that you can access to. So generally the process are pretty simple. We will start with the step 1 model creation on the platform. Data acquisition. So we'll use the hardware called viewer terminal, and we'll get the data, so like the gesture or the accelerometer, the motion. And after that, once we capture the data, we will check whether the data is okay or not, all that, right? So we'll pre-process the data, and after that, we'll do the training and deployment. Okay, so training and deployment on the platform, and finally, we'll do the programming, which is where we deploy it into the hardware. So the impact for all these solutions is that this actually enables educators to easily create a lot of the different TinyML application projects on the viewer terminal hardware, right? So I've created like 2 projects so far. So one is the voice activated robot car, which I will share more in today's session, and also the gesture recognition. and these are others educators project. So for my project, the very first concept that I need to understand is this serial communication between embedded devices, right? So I have written a post about this on this platform, Hester.io, so you can check it out. So it's about how do devices, embedded devices, communicate with each other. Because I have a robotic kit, but there's no TinyML capability. But I have the real terminal, which is having the TinyML capability, but don't have the robotic portion, right? So that's where I use this to combine them together. So this is a kind of like summary slide where how this AI robotics combine together, right? So where on the left side here, I have the real terminal where I can train the wake up like a voice recognition. So when I have the go, stop background, so I train it to, I get the data of like go, stop, background. So whenever I train this data, go, and it's when it hits 80%, it will send a command 1 over to here. And when the robotic side, when it receives the command 1, it will just go forward, right? So that's the kind of like serial communication between the two devices itself. When I have stop, then it will send 2, and then it will stop, right? Yeah. So one interesting fact that I wanted to share with you is that because this real terminal, they are not really particular, like they do not have the voice recognition module, as in like they know what is go, what is stop. It's just the intensity of the voice, the sound. So how do you differentiate between go, stop, and maybe some other words, right? So I kind of trying to be creative. So I just thought of like maybe for the go, I will just make it like go, 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 right, in a short while. So that's where I capture the data, go, go, go. And then for the stop, I will just prolong it like stop, something like that in the time frame, right? So when I collecting the data, so wherever I do the inferencing, the part where I deploy it, I need to say go, 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 then it will only recognize as 1. If I say stop, it will recognize as 2, right? So this is one of the interesting things that need to be aware when you are using the real terminal. So because it's not specific by the voice. Okay, so if you want to check more, you can just scan this. So it's on the Hester as well for my articles. So I will go a bit more technical in a way to share with you my process of how do I make this project happen. So basically, for serial communication, we will need to know the TX and RX pin that's available on the microcontroller itself, right? So that's enable the device to able to communicate with the other devices via the TX, transmit, and the receive pin. So for real terminal, is actually available on pin number 8 and 10, which is clearly stated here. But the thing is that I realized that it's actually serial 1 instead of using the normal serial, right? Because there's different serial communication available at the different microcontroller. So that's where I spent some time to kind of like understand how do I customize the code. So that's where, thankfully, that for the block programming, they can be converted into text-based coding and you can further customize them, right? So that's where I changed it to serial 1 line on my Arduino code. Okay, so once I have the serial line, serial 1, so it's able to send the command 1, command 2, command 3 over to the another devices, right? So I enable the communication over the real terminal to my other devices, right? Which is the UKit Explore, my robotic portion. So this is just a simple demo. So I do not have the voice, but if you can see here is I have the go, so that the car will go. So whenever I say stop, then it will just stop, right? So that's the combination between the TinyML with the robotics. So of course, this is just a very simple application that I did just to test my understanding on like how do both devices communicate with each other. So for going further, you can have more complicated like this NVIDIA Jetson Nano. If you can see from here, it's definitely more powerful processing. Okay, so you can just make an autonomous car itself. Okay, and also some of the others board that is actually fully supported by Edge Impulse platform. Right, so Edge Impulse platform is really great to train your machine learning model and deploy it on the edge, which is on the embedded devices. And pretty interesting is that these are a few new releases that personally I got to check out myself as well. So it's really very interesting. If you can see from this Arduino Nicla Vision, it's very, very small devices, okay, that have the camera and also the onboard processing. So you do not need to send back the data to the cloud. You can just process it on the device itself. And also with this NVIDIA AGX O-ring, so that's really making the whole edge computing even more powerful. So I have some call to action. So for myself, I've been running some of this community in Singapore. So TinyML SG community. So we are running this community so that we wanted to share our knowledge and also some of the hardware that we have to the community to innovate and also to learn from each other. And so there's this SIG Studio Discord where they share about a lot of the product information and also about all the technical issue that you face when you are dealing with the hardware or the software issue. And finally, I'm also running this embedded system professional Discord. So with the pet publishing companies. So this is where we have all the embedded domain experts will be joining the community to share more about their knowledge and expertise in various fields, not just on the TinyML, but also on the other topics like Internet of Things and others. Yeah. So you can feel free to join it and hope to see you there. And finally, I have compiled this, all the resources that I came across when I studied about this TinyML. So we have different kind of resources such as books and video courses, and also Discord community that you can join to learn from the broader community. So you can just go to my GitHub where time to time I will be updating that. And finally, thank you. That's all about my presentation, and I would like to end it with one of my favorite quote, which is "Get inspired, make great things happen." Yeah, thank you very much. All right, so let me check if there's any questions.
Thank you, Vincent. Thank you very much. I really like the topic. I have one question about TinyML. Usually, like training these models, they take forever and they take really, really big machines, right? So I'm very impressed that you can do that on the edge. Would you say the results you get out of TinyML can be used for like real production environments, or maybe not yet, and it's more like an educational tool at this moment?
Yeah, actually, this is a very good question. So, of course, for the past few years, maybe it started off as an education, but what I can see is that it's right now it's really ready for production, right? Where I think that company like SIG Studio, they recently just launched out the products where they really can run all the TinyML algorithm on the edge, right? Like NVIDIA, they also have all the Jetson Nano board, or even the AGX O-ring that is recently that they just launched. So wherever you train it, and then you can actually deploy it. So I think even some companies, Edge Impulse, they are actually working with some of the factory to turn them into a production use case, right? Because we need the intelligence at the edge. It's not on the cloud, right? Yeah. So, and also one of the I would say is like autonomous vehicle is also one of the example of that, right? But autonomous vehicle, definitely they use more processing, right? It's not on the low power end and so on, right? But of course, the microcontroller low power end is actually getting there. And this TinyML technology has been pushing the semiconductor industry very much to be more innovative on the chip that can really do more, right? Because previously it's just like maybe normal automation and stuff, right? But right now they need to process all the algorithm. And on the algorithm side, it's also getting smaller and smaller, so that it can be run on those low power devices. Yeah. So I would say not just for the education, but it's more like what is happening on the production side that brings the education on this, so that everyone on the university or the schools, they should know about this, so that when they are in the industry, they know how to operate all this.
Yeah, that's great. Yeah, it's great that we can do it in the edge, and I think that's a very nice step forward, so people can benefit of the good things of machine learning without having to give up their data and their privacy. So
yeah.
right.
So actually, one thing is that I just wanted to be clear is that cloud computing and edge computing, actually they are not two different things. They actually need to work together, right? So it's not cloud computing versus edge computing. It's about cloud computing and edge computing. Yeah.
All right. Yeah, great. Thank you very much for your talk. I'm sorry we don't have more time for questions, but please stick around, check the chat, check the shared notes in case there's any more questions. Thank you very much, Vincent.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Arjo. So Arjo, please, if you can share your, you should get, thank you. Yeah, you should have presentation rights. So if you can start sharing your screen, sharing your camera, sharing your microphone, so we can test that everything works. All right, so. Can see you there. Now you have the headphones. You have to click on the headphones icon in the bottom so you can activate. Yeah. Still cannot hear you. Maybe are you muted somewhere? Maybe at the system level. Because I don't see or you have. Yeah, now you only have to unmute yourself at a big blue button, probably at the bottom.
All right. Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you perfectly. All right, so I'm very excited for this talk, presenting my colleague, Arjo Karakravarti. Is that how you pronounce it, Arjo? I think I never pronounced it.
Almost there. Chakravarti.
Oh, sounds almost like chocolate. Chakravarti. Okay. We sit a meter from each other, but I still never pronounce it. Yeah, so Arjo is a software engineer at Open Robotics. He has worked on various types of mobile robots in the past, ranging from surface, underwater, aerial, and ground vehicles. In a previous life, he used to be a firefighter. That's very impressive. So he's going to talk about simulating underwater robots, some challenges and perspective on the topic. Very excited about this talk. So please go ahead, Arjo.
So thank you, Marco. Hello, everyone. Today I'm Arjo from Open Robotics, and I'm going to be talking about maritime robotics simulation and focusing on some challenges, perspectives, and some new features we've added to our simulation platform, Gazebo. So a bit more about us. We are a company based out of Silicon Valley. We were originally the Open Source Robotics Foundation. It's a privately held company with 50 employees. There's a bunch of engineers all over the world across 3 continents. We are the founders and key contributors to some of the world's most widely used robot software, including ROS, Gazebo, and now lately OpenRMS. So this is sort of our product range. I guess I'm introducing the company because we'll be having, I think there's 2 others in these sessions, and then there'll be Catherine later on from our company discussing open ethics. So yeah. So without further ado, I'm going to dive into the agenda. So as I said, I work on Gazebo, which is the simulation platform that we have. So today I'm going to introduce Gazebo. I think many of you who work in robotics would probably know or hear of it. And then you can run, I'm going to be working with that, and then we'll be discussing what makes maritime robotics different. Because this talk is about maritime robotics, we're going to do talk about some recent developments in Gazebo Sim that support this. And finally, we're going to talk about using a case study where we actually use Gazebo to simulate a real-life robot built by Monterey Bay Aquarium Research Institute. It's a long-range underwater vehicle that is used for science sampling missions in the Pacific Ocean. So a bit about Gazebo. So Gazebo started out, was found in University of Southern California. It was a project there, and then eventually it was adopted by Willow Garage for integration with ROS, and we've been using. Then Open Robotics took over the development of Gazebo in 2012. So around 2019, we felt that it's about time that Gazebo has a rewrite. And so we created a started as a refactor, but eventually turned out to be quite a different monster. And so now we created the Ignition Gazebo, which right now we're in the middle of a rebrand. So we are going back to calling it Gazebo Sim. So you can see on the top left-hand corner over here, this is a screenshot of the old Gazebo and the new Gazebo on the bottom right-hand corner with a lot of new features, including swappable physics engines, rendering engines, and much more extensibility. So with that aside, I'm going to talk a bit about maritime robotics first. So maritime robotics refers to underwater and surface vehicles. My talk will be mostly focused on underwater, but a lot of the stuff that works for underwater also can be translated to surface. So a few things that make it different. The physics is different, right? So we have things like ocean currents. You have to account for things like buoyancy, which is what the hydrostatics is about. Hydrodynamics, which involves how the vehicle moves. Environmental currents, so like, as I mentioned, ocean currents, wind, waves, things like lift, drag. These are things that, well, lift is something that aerial robotics care about. We don't really see in ground robotics so much. And they make simulating this a bit more, the physics a bit different from what you would need to simulate for a real ground-based robot. Apart from that, we have issues with communications in the maritime world. So if you're underwater, water will block the radio waves. And so you can't sit and use like Wi-Fi or traditional 4G networks underwater. You have to use other systems. So often we resort to acoustics, optical communication, or tethered communication. Acoustics being using sound, optical being like using light, and tethered being using a wire, which obviously has some issues with like range and how things can move. The other challenge is localization underwater. So no radio means no GPS. You will not have very good static features, like in the picture on the right-hand side, like underwater, you've got plants and animals, which don't make very good static features. Sometimes the water quality is very, very poor. So we have to resort to other techniques. Some of these include using things like Doppler velocity logs, which I'll talk about a bit more in a moment, and acoustic transponders, which, again, I mentioned before, acoustics is a huge part of maritime simulation. So I'm going to keep saying acoustics over and over again throughout this talk. Then there are perceptions. The sensors we use also are different underwater. So you've got things like imaging sonars, which are kind of, think of it like a medical, the image you get is something similar to medical ultrasound, where you have this fuzzy image. You can see this is the photo you see on the top right here is an imaging sonar photo. You've got Doppler velocity logs, which is this thing down here. This is actually used for positioning a vehicle. It uses a sound wave. It emits a sound wave and it waits for an echo. And when it receives the echo, it measures the amount of Doppler shift there is, which is the frequency shift, which tells you how quickly you are moving. So that, together with the depth information, can sort of help you localize. And there's inertial memory units. The traditional sensors like cameras and LiDARs also exist, but cameras often have very poor visibility underwater with few features, and underwater LiDARs, while they exist, are very, very, very expensive. I mean, imaging sonars themselves are very expensive, but underwater LiDAR sonars are more expensive than that. So these are some perception challenges. Environmentally, unlike your traditional robotic simulators, where we're looking at mostly 2.5D terrain, we're looking at a very three-dimensional dynamic terrain. So here you can see some screenshots from our software where we're visualizing data. This is science data that is provided by the Monterey Bay Research Institute. So For instance, things like temperature, salinity. And why do we really care about these? Well, one is, of course, this customer that I'm going to talk about later on cares about environmental. They do a lot of research in the environmental conditions and ecology. But apart from ecology and stuff, we actually need to know all this stuff because things like the speed of sound change with temperature. Then knowing ocean temperatures also helps predicting their flow, weather. There's a lot of reasons why we need this information. There's also the fact that the world is round. So most of our robot simulators, including Gazebo, assume that the world is flat. And I mean, we do live in a flat world. If anyone tells you otherwise, they're lying. But apparently, the maritime world believes the world is round. So yeah, we'll be going for we have to account for the roundness of the world in our simulation and apply the appropriate distortions to the data we have. So the thing is, underwater simulation is actually a big field because underwater robotics is actually quite commonly used in the industry, where we are seeing oil and gas, navies, and many other people using underwater robots for exploration, for maintenance work, for laying cables, for repair work underwater in our infrastructure like oil rigs. So there is actually a huge drive for this, and hence there's actually quite a few simulators built for underwater robotics. And this is just a small selection of simulators that are more prominent in the community. So one of them is the UUV simulator, which was based off Gazebo 9, I think. Project Dave, which forks UUV simulator and actually is also partially maintained by us and the group at Naval Postgraduate School in US. Its focus is more on manipulation, but there's others like UWSim, Virtual Robot X. Again, these are all, so UWSim uses its own engine, but Virtual Robot X is also based off Gazebo. Now, the latest trend is that we're bringing a lot of these features into our mainline Gazebo sim. So you don't need to rely on other downloading extra software just to support this use case. So Gazebo Sim, as I mentioned, is our rewrite of the old Gazebo. So a lot of things have had to be rewritten. I'll be focusing a lot on Gazebo Sim itself, which is. So as I mentioned, this is actually a very active field. The maritime robotics community is growing. We have, in the last year, added many features to Gazebo, and this year is also going to be very exciting. We'll be adding many more, and we'll discuss them some more in depth. We've also created a new ROS Maritime Working Group where people who are interested in underwater robotics or surface robotics can come and join and discuss the problems there are. We've had meetings, 2 meetings so far, and it's a monthly schedule that we will be following. But let's talk a bit about the recently developed features. So this is a list of recently developed features. It's pretty text heavy, but the idea here is that we've developed quite a few features that are maritime specific. So how do we build an open source? So now I'm going to transition a bit. So I talked just now about Gazebo Sim, right? I'd like to now go into a deep dive into a case study where we are actually using Gazebo to create a digital twin of a real-life underwater vehicle. This vehicle in front of you, built by Monterey Bay Aquarium Research Institute. It's the long-range AUV, which is used for surveying and science missions. This vehicle uses its own controllers, and they are proprietary controllers, but the folks at Monterey Bay Aquarium Research Institute want to hook this controller into a sort of simulated rig. And they chose Gazebo because it's extensible, it'll allow them to iterate quickly, and it has support for multi-robot systems. So we can do a lot of very interesting things with it. And obviously, the reason they want to simulate this is because testing this is quite expensive. You have to test it in deep ocean, so you have to bring it out to the ocean and drop it in. You have to charter a ship, which can be very expensive, sometimes the order of hundreds of thousands to millions of dollars just to do a test. So, and the vehicle itself would also cost in similar orders of magnitudes because of the sensors on board. So they have been using their own simulator, but they felt that it's not as extensible as Gazebo. So they came to us and asked us to build something for them. So we'll be going through some features that we introduced for this. So I'll just introduce this vehicle first. It's a rather interesting vehicle. The folks at Monterey Bay provide us with this diagram. But basically, you've got several systems here that affect the actuation of the robot. You've got a shiftable battery pack, which causes the robot to tilt. You've got an emergency drop weight for emergencies. You drop that, it surfaces. We've got a variable buoyancy system, which basically tunes how buoyant the robot is. So the variable buoyancy system is combined with a shiftable battery pack to sort of adjust for maybe inconsistencies in the mass and stuff. Then there's an elevator and rudder for controlling the direction, and finally a propeller for pushing it forward. We also have a bunch of sensors, and these on the diagram you can see the green and blue dots. The green referring to stuff that was already worked on in the past year. The blue referring to stuff that we're working on right now. Acoustic communications is already in. We're working on a Doppler velocity log, which measures the speed at which the vehicle is moving. The rest of this is science sensors mostly, which are specific to the Monterey Bay Aquarium Research Institute, but a lot of research institutes that are building underwater vehicles have similar sensors that they care about that give data at a certain position. So they might read like, so here we have CTD, which is basically salinity, temperature, and density of the thing. There's a fluorometer for measuring chlorophyll, but you could also have things like DNA sequencers placed in the bulkhead. So we need something that can do positional lookup. So let's take apart what we have to actually do to simulate this first. So we have this system, and so Ignition Gazebo is same as great because you can extend it using plugins. So here's an example snippet of what a plugin, how you bring a plugin in. You just give this XML and you put it in. This slide may look scary, but basically we're talking about hydrodynamics here and drag. We are simulating the whole equation. This is called FOSSAS equation, and I'm not going to go into exact details, but the basic idea here is that this is what we use to approximate the behavior of water, so it damps how the vehicle is moving. And so we've introduced a plugin upstream for this work, so you can actually do that. And there are some parameters you have to fill. These normally are engineering parameters, which people in the maritime domain are familiar with this. But these are like numbers that describe how the vehicle drag should behave in different orientations. We also added a thruster plugin, so you can just use, you can just give your propeller diameter, the fluid density, and the coefficient, which is again something that is an engineering parameter, and just add it as a plugin. We have also a plugin for buoyancy. This is a world level plugin, so it affects all objects in the system. We had a uniform buoyancy plugin for quite some time, but we also introduced what is known as a graded buoyancy for systems like the ocean, where you have an ocean interface between like above the ocean is air, so you don't have much fluid density. Like air has a density of about 1 kg per meter cube, and below it is water, so that's about 1,000 kg per meter cube. And you can even do multiple layers, and that's kind of useful for maritime use case where, for instance, the density of water actually changes as you go up and down with salinity and temperature. So having separate densities can be a useful trait for people, for various groups. So buoyancy actually is probably the most important force here because it creates what's called a righting moment, and this is what makes your vehicle stable. So based on where your center of buoyancy, which is where the center of volume is, and the center of gravity, these should be at 2 different spots. So for an underwater vehicle, the buoyancy should be above the gravity, And so it says B above G, and this creates like a turning moment. So if you push the vehicle to one side, it'll restore itself up straight. If you have it the opposite way, it will create a lot of oscillations, and your vehicle will be very unstable. It'll capsize, and so this is something that actually we needed to simulate. And for most systems, it's pretty simple because like you have a fixed object, that's all. But in ours, it's a bit annoying because one is the center of gravity can be shifted by the shiftable mass battery pack, and the variable buoyancy system can also adjust the buoyancy of the system. So in order to solve this problem, small errors, like the mass distribution is super important. And we're given a diagram like this. We don't actually have the accurate measurements for volumes and CAD data that we need. For instance, this front head actually gets flooded with water, which means that even though in the CAD it is, say, like 12 kg, in real life when it's submerged, it could be something like 30 kg. We don't have the data of how much water comes in, so we actually had to sort of back calculate things. So we had to sort of automate this process. We created this model and tool which sort of takes in the properties of the vehicle, the certain offsets we need, and the fluid density, and calculates the desired buoyancy parameters that we want. This might seem like a bit strange, but it is necessary to make sure that the vehicle is controllable. And this simulation actually is supposed to run at 100 times real-time speed. So small errors will look very amplified in the system. And so we had to automate this and build it up. So the question now is, okay, we built the system, right, with different plugins, different buoyancy systems. So how do we actually validate this physics behavior? So we want to have simulation in the loop. So basically, that's the controller that's running, which is Mabari's controller, and then there's Gazebo running, right? And the controller should believe that it is living on its own vehicle, and there shouldn't be too much code change between the controller and the real vehicle. So all that changes is the interfacing, the drivers that interface with the electronics versus the drivers that interface with Gazebo. So we want to do this, and the thing is, the physics fidelity should be good enough to control that the control system can be used in the simulator and in real life. So one of the issues was validating this. So we actually came up with a test strategy. We had unit tests, integration tests. So unit tests being vehicle, simple things like if the thruster turns on, the vehicle should move forward, or if the mass shifter the mass moves, the vehicle should pitch. This is done independent without the controller. And then we have integration tests, which do the same things, but with the controller. This is to debug any issues that we have in terms of things like sign convention units, because two different teams actually might not communicate very well, where you have them saying that, okay, forward is on the x-axis, and we're forward is on the, well, for us it was actually the z-axis is flipped. And they were using NED convention, and we were using ENU convention, which is east-north up and north-east down. So this can lead to a lot of confusion, which is why we have these two tests in place. And then the thing is, testing this stuff was initially quite hard, but we actually developed something called test fixtures in Ignition that actually makes it easy to write tests. So for instance, so now you can write a unit test very simply for your robot or your system, anything, as using what we call test fixtures. And here you can see an example of the API. It's like you just tell the test fixture that you have this SDF file, which sort of is what your robot description is, and the world description comes to the SDF. You create this post update, which is run every single time that your simulation step completes. Your post update will be called, and here you can actually do things like, what is my current velocity? What is the weight? What is the current acceleration? These are things you can query in the post update step, and then you can finalize it. So for instance, for the mass shifter, we would test okay, what is my pitch right now? Am I pitched too much? Is my pitch stable? Am I oscillating like crazy? Am I doing something funny like a Ninja Turtle? This is used to validate the accuracy of the system. Finally, there's you have this fixture.server that just says that, okay, let's run the test, and you can have assertions throughout the thing. The really cool thing is that we can load this up and it can be run headless in GitHub Actions. So whenever we make a change to our simulator, all the physics gets tested against their controllers, and we validate that the simulator is actually working or not. Right now, if you go to our repository, there's a big X because of something that broke last week. But this has been a huge time saver and has been very useful in helping us debug issues, integration issues. Now, I talked specifically about the one robot, but they're really interested in using many of these robots to do coordinated missions. So they actually have they will deploy sometimes up to 20 robots to do coordinated missions where they search different areas, talk to each other, coordinate behaviors, and they might even want to introduce different types of robots in the simulator. So we actually developed an acoustic communication simulator that builds on top of Gazebo. Unlike traditional wireless comms, the acoustics communications, one thing to note is your acoustics is very slow, very low bandwidth, so you can expect only limited by the speed of sound. So unlike radio waves which travel at the speed of light, acoustics takes time. So if I am located 100 meters, it can take up to a few milliseconds to actually get the data across, even just like because of physical limitations. And it can get on the order of seconds if we're looking at kilometer scale worlds, which is what these guys work with at Mabari. So that is a problem. So we need to simulate that. The other thing about acoustics is thanks to this slow speed, there is a flip side, which is we can use it for localization. And by that, I mean we can measure the time of flight between two sensors. So here is a simple diagram of how this works. So let's say the robot A is on the tag timestamp, the TSP. It transmits data at TSP. The other robot receives it at TRP. It responds. It takes some time to respond TSR, and it sends TRR. So you can actually guess the time of flight using an equation as shown above. This is an example of what is called two-way ranging. It is also used nowadays in UWB and other places, but it's been used in maritime for a very long time. So we needed to build something like this. Apart from that, acoustic models can be different for different systems, right? So we might only want to simulate very simple behaviors where a direct line of sight happens. But there might be researchers who are actually interested in things like, what if I have a very rocky terrain and the acoustics echoes? Then there'll be multipath reflection. So we developed a very simple model, which is direct line of sight, but we also developed the infrastructure that allows this model to be loaded separately. And currently, I think this is going to land by the end of the week upstream in Gazebo. We'll be doing that. So I'd like to show you a demo where we're actually using, and I'm running this in the slide because I have never had luck with running live demos over Wi-Fi. Like Chrome will die if I run the simulator together with Chrome. So I'm going to run this live. Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt you, but I think we lost your video. So if you can reshare your video feed, that would be great. I mean, the screen, the slides are there, but just the camera.
Okay, give me a moment.
Thanks.
Interesting. Can you see me? Yeah.
Yeah, that works. Thanks.
All right. Sorry about that. All right, so I'm back. Coming back to acoustic. So here we're actually using the real life code that runs on this real robot, and we've loaded it up in the simulator. It's hooked to our simulator, and there'll be two robots here. So we're going to spawn two robots. This first one, and there's a second one. This first one is going to the second one is supposed to circle the first one, I think. So yeah, so the second one will start circling this first one, and this first one is going to move, and you'll notice the second one will adjust its circling around this first one. So this is a common behavior they use for studying the sort of the different layers of the ocean. So here you can see actually the two robots are communicating with each other. What is really cool here is, I mean, it's not very fancy graphics or anything that I have to show you here, but what is really, really cool is that we can actually, this is their code running on the simulator. So the new Gazebo sim is ready to actually support such features. Next, we'll just let this go through. And yes, as I said, it's a recording because if I run Gazebo together with Chrome, like I'm pretty sure my audio is going to drop and things are going to crash and burn. So this is running 100 times real-time speed, just for your information. Let's see. So okay, if you've liked this talk, the code is available here at osrf/LRUV. If you want to get involved in maritime robotics, there's a new working group. I'll send you a link just now, later on. There are other cool things I haven't shown you, and I was not sure if I'd have the time to do it. So we've recently added waves, wind. So waves is a very nice visual feature that that can be seen. Ocean currents, depth elevation maps. There's a lot more that I have not covered in this talk because I've only got a limited time span to speak. But if you are interested in implementing in this field, few things to note: Gazebo can be installed. The latest Gazebo can be installed. You can join our community's group. And there's also, as I said, a new maritime working group where the focus is really on underwater robotics and how we can use open source tools to forward the underwater robotics field. There's a QR code. You can scan that. You can join that. You can join to join our Matrix chat. And finally, I'd just like to say thank you. I'll show you another short video with cooler graphics. This was shown at ROSCON. This is using like our test data test, so it's not using actual code to run the stuff, but you can see an army of these robots. So I'll leave the floor open to questions now.
All right, thank you very much, Arjo. I think we lost your video feed again for some reason, so if you can please reshare.
Oh no, it keeps dropping. Sorry.
Yeah, I don't know. It's.
Can you see me now?
Yeah. All right. So we have one question here. It's basically saying, what are the upcoming challenges that you see that needs to be solved now in maritime robotics?
So there's many challenges. So if we're looking at simulation, we have a lot of sensors that we want to bring forward. So there's many different research groups that have actually implemented these sensors. For instance, imaging sonars. There's a group that has implemented research imaging sonars on their own, but we want to bring these things upstream so that we can actually share it with the wider community and provide support for a longer duration, because researchers come and go, and it's not a very sustainable thing to have different small repos everywhere. There are other things, like I said, there's stuff like standardization. There's a lot of different sensors out there. They have proprietary drivers. The message formats have not yet been standardized. I think some groups, research groups, have agreed on standardizing some message formats. But again, it's still very rudimentary. We've got a long way to go, and actually write drivers for these proprietary devices to actually do that. Similarly for the simulator. Even with the simulator, there's things like physics can always be improved in the underwater domain, because we never actually, like, the equations I showed you are approximation. They're not the real behavior. So there's a lot of work going into finding out ways to improve it. Then just the developer experience, for instance, is another one that we can actually improve, where we are right now we're hooking into simulators that are not actually built for the purpose, and they don't have the necessary features. Like for instance, with buoyancy, we have to specify collision volumes, which is not very sensible because we want most of us don't really care about collision volumes for buoyancy. We want the volume of that vehicle. So, and that we might just have a number for that. We may not have the exact mesh. So these are all challenges that are open. It's a very open and as I said, it's a very vibrant community. Also, last one I'd like to raise is I think I showed you there's a bunch of parameters which exist. So right now, engineers generate this from CAD, or like after doing years of fluid dynamics research, they generate these numbers. So how can we make that an easier process where we just take data, learn the model, and spit out the configuration? So these are all open problems.
I see. And then following up to your point of simulators not being ready, and also I want to take on this statement that the world is round by the maritime people. Very surprised, of course. Do you see support? How do you deal with the lack of support for rounded worlds in the simulation world, and how, like, what first I want to understand a bit, like, why do these people need a rounded world, like maritime robotics people? Is that because they go like very wide areas, or what is the reason for that?
Okay,
and second of all, is that how they deal? Yeah, go ahead.
So for this specific use case, we're looking at this vehicle has a range of about 2,000 kilometers out into the ocean. So it goes on 2-week stretches. So we're looking at really large sections of the ocean being surveyed in one stretch, right? And once that happens, like, the curvature does matter. So they have data that, like I showed you, they have data sets where we load in data early on, right? And it's volumetric data that they load in. So this volumetric data doesn't necessarily stay on that, will not play nicely on that grid. Right now, what we're doing is we're simply warping the volumetric data into the 3-dimensional space. So we use what is called the spherical coordinates in Gazebo, and we apply a transformation that just warps it on. So you'll see the X, Y, and Z being affected. But it is important once you start looking at, as I said, larger scale worlds where we're looking at simulating chunks of our planet, not just like small areas. So this is something that I think simulators are. I mean, we can apply it as an after effect, but at the same time, it is something that there are people who are going to have this. There is now support with the new spherical coordinates stuff in Gazebo, so it should be pretty. But it is something that is challenging for them.
Great. I also have, I think we have some more questions. Let me go through the questions first. How do you make the underwater vehicles totally waterproof from preventing the damage to the insects? I'm sure that might be a bit of a challenge.
So I mean, that's very true from past experience. Okay, I lost Marco. Yeah, we're just losing each other. That is very true from past experience. Underwater vehicles are hard to waterproof. There's a whole bunch of stuff that can be done. So depending on how deep you go, like if you're just doing very near the surface, you can get away with rubber seals and gaskets. But as you go deeper, you might actually have to actually cast the whole thing inside as a solid block of metal. So there are different techniques, and it's not trivial, and it's very expensive when things go wrong.
Have you seen things going wrong?
Well, not with this project, and not while I was in open robotics, but in the past when I was in college, I used to work with a group that did underwater robotics. We have seen things going wrong, robots catching fire because we never see things properly.
At least you're close to the water.
You can sense it. You can have a pressure sensor inside your pressure chamber. So you can have a hull leak sensor. You can have and measure if there's a pressure drop. Then you just say, okay, panic, we're leaking, surface.
All right.
But yeah, and that is always an option in underwater robotics, that if something goes wrong, always just shoot up to the surface as quickly as possible and call for help.
Good. There's another one regarding machine learning, and his how can we? He's asking about how can we relate machine learning techniques to. I guess I'll rephrase it. How much machine learning is being used in underwater robotics? Is it something that can be used for the data that is collected there, or is any application?
There is a huge push right now. There is a huge push towards using machine learning. There are many use cases. So some simple use cases can be for perception type work, where we are detecting objects, the standard object recognition problem. But there's also stuff like just now the physics I talked about, the underwater physics. What I showed you was a linear model, but what about more complex behaviors? Like many fish sort of group together to swim, and they swim together in a certain formation so that they reduce the drag of the whole colony. So these are actually things, controllers that exploit such behaviors are not easy to model using traditional methods. So that's another field where machine learning is booming. And also just the behavior of water, like I said, I have this linear approximation, but maybe I have another vehicle and I have some data of how it moves. Can I use that to build a model, machine learning model that will predict the next, the motion of that vehicle? So these are, as I said, there's many such applications, and it is extremely active right now as a field, machine learning in underwater. It's definitely something that people would be interested in knowing more about. There is, however, I would say less data sets, unlike self-driving cars where we have a lot of data sets. We don't have data sets for sonar, we don't have data sets. And part of the issue is because we don't have proper standards, and also it's very expensive to collect. So we don't have the size of data sets that your land-based vehicles have, but these are problems that we are still actively, there are many problems in machine learning that machine learning can help.
I see. There's another question saying, you mentioned that there is a part that could be dropped on the ground, emergency drop or so. What is that for?
Okay, that's like if something goes wrong, your vehicle gets stuck, or it's bitten by a shark, because that happens, and you think it's damaged. So your vehicle got bitten by a shark. So you just, what you do is, because this vehicle is normally neutrally buoyant, you drop that weight, and that makes it lighter than water. So it'll then slowly rise up to the surface, and once that happens, you can send a radio signal out saying, "Help me, save me! I don't know what happened to me. I'm injured," and someone can come and rescue it.
Makes sense. And I guess I'll ask one more question. I've personally never been involved in underwater robotics, but I have. I know there's many different constraints that you get from being underwater. What would you say is the most painful one that you get, and the one that is most annoying?
I think personally, from practical experience, would be the lack of communication. So most use cases where we have robotics, we can deploy networks that can stream videos. There are now efforts to stream videos over acoustics, but they are nowhere near what you get for our air-based wireless communication, and there's going to be significant time lag. So the biggest concern is you don't actually have communication with these systems, which means that they have to be semi-autonomous from the start. And you have to hope that things go well. You can have situations where you drop a robot underwater and it just stays stuck, it doesn't surface. So it is a concern.
I see. I think we have 1 minute more, and there's one last question about regarding deformation of electronics under pressure. Is pressure a problem? You guys do go deep enough that pressure becomes an issue, or it's not a problem?
For this vehicle, I think it does go quite deep. I have to go and check the spec again, because off the top of my head, I can't measure, but I'm not the best person to ask this, because I don't do the electronics portion of this. So I'll just put that there. I don't know anything about the pressure effects on electronics, because I normally do software and stuff. So I can ask that, and if someone's interested, I can ask the folks at Mabari, and we can get feedback on that.
All right. Yeah, I think we're out of time. Thank you very much, Arjo. Very interesting talk. I think it would be interesting if you can drop the link to the working group for robotics, maritime robotics, in the chat, so people that is interested, they can have a look. And yeah, thank you very much. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, and thanks for comparing. See you. Bye, everyone.
Yeah. So next up, we have Yaru. Yaru, if you can start sharing your camera feed. There you go. Here we go, Yaru. And then I think you have to do the microphone thing down there. You should have headphones next to the buttons in the bottom. There you go. And Arjo, I think you forgot to.
Hi, Marco. Can you hear me?
Yeah. All right. Yeah, we're good. Perfect. So next up, we got Yarunun Ville. He's a software engineer at Open Robotics, hobby maker who derives from joy from DIY projects that involve design and fabrication. He's passionate about robotics and aims to leave a positive impact on society through his work. He received his master's degree from Massachusetts Institute of Technology and bachelor degree from the Singapore University of Technology and Design. And as I said, presently he's a software engineer at Open Robotics Singapore. And he's gonna talk today about an open source multi-fleet task allocation system. So thank you very much for being here, Yaru, and let's hear about it.
All right, thank you very much, Marco, for that warm introduction. A very good morning, good afternoon, good evening to everyone here. My name is Yadunan from Open Robotics, and today I'm really excited to talk to you about this massive open source project we've been working on at Open Robotics. It's called OpenRMF, but specifically I'm keen to share a bit more about a practical deployment of a multi-fleet task allocation system that we've developed. And this is a solution to the classic problem of how do we distribute a set of tasks across a set of robots, given that each robot is from a different brand, may have different capabilities and different constraints. So that's going to be the objective of this talk, and I hope you guys are excited too. With that, let's get into it. So what this talk will cover, three broad aspects. We'll begin by exploring the need for interoperability. And interoperability is just a fancy word for saying different systems can talk to the same system and can also talk to each other. So this could be different brands of robots that need to talk to each other, or robots that need to talk to an elevator in a building, etc. And secondly, we'll talk about how the robotics middleware framework addresses some of these interoperable challenges. And finally, we'll talk about how we can solve this problem of allocating tasks across different brands of robots. Okay, so what is this interoperability problem? So nowadays, we're seeing facility owners increasingly adopt robotic automation in their sites. So if you're a hospital owner or an airport owner or a hotel owner, for example, you may want to introduce robotic automation into your facility. So you might get a brand of cleaning robot to do some cleaning, a delivery robot to do some deliveries, maybe a security robot for patrolling. But the downside is that all these robots typically will come from different vendors, because a robot that's very good at cleaning will be made by a different company than the one that makes delivery robots. So inherently, when we bring these different robots into the same facility, we're introducing challenges for the operators and facility owners, primarily because these robots don't communicate with each other. They're made by different vendors, so they use different communication protocols and messaging systems. And as a result, it could lead to a lot of problems in deployment and also some operational challenges. So one common challenge that arises is you have two or more robots that go down the same hallway. So if you can imagine a hotel or a hospital corridor, which is pretty narrow, if you have two robots coming in the opposite directions, they'll think of each other as an obstacle and kind of do this robot dance to try to go around the other robot, but they'll just remain stuck in the end because they can't talk to each other and say, hey, give me way, or let's take a different path, for example. Another complication from this is getting these robots to talk to the same building systems, such as doors and lifts. So typically what happens is if you have a lift in your facility that you want a robot to take, the robot vendor will come in and do a lift integration for their specific robot, which the second robot fleet cannot really use because it uses a different messaging format. So in this case, when you want to introduce a second robotic fleet, you need to do a second integration. And these integrations are not really cheap, so the cost really adds up as you scale robotic deployment. So yeah, and moreover, from a practical standpoint, if you look at operators who need to use these robots to send out robots that dispatch certain tasks, it's not really an easy job because maybe the requirement is very simple, like I need something to be delivered from here to there. But if you have multiple fleets in your facility, the person making that decision goes through quite a bit of process. They need to first log into the different dashboards that come with each robot vendor. So for example, we could have vendor A has his own dashboard, vendor B has their own dashboard. And from that, the operator would need to log into these different dashboards and see which robots are available. And from that, decide which one has sufficient battery to do this task. And then finally use that dashboard to send the task to that robot. So some of these robots may be ready to deploy right now. Some may have low batteries. Some can't do deliveries, for example. They could be cleaning robots. So the decision-making process is extremely manual. Sorry, Marco, I got a notification saying the screen sharing stopped. Are you able to see it?
Yeah, can you try resharing?
Sure, let me try that.
Yeah.
Are you seeing the screens now? Sorry, are you seeing the slide?
No, not yet. We also lost your video feed. Yeah, your video feed is up. We're just missing your slides.
All right, let me try that again.
Yeah, I think it's charging up. Yeah, please go ahead.
All right,
we can see.
Sorry about that. Okay, so we were talking about how the process of submitting a task can be really manual and involves a lot of decision making when you have multiple robots. And the solution I want to talk about today is OpenRMF, or the Robotics Middleware Framework. So this is a fully open source platform that we've developed at Open Robotics. And the goal here is to really provide a common language for robots to interoperate. But apart from that, we provide a bunch of tools and libraries to do a bunch of different functionalities we'll talk about in the next slide. But some of the takeaways are this is fully open source under Apache 2.0 license. It's actively maintained by Open Robotics. We have tons of community collaborators. And we provide out-of-the-box integrations for several robotic fleets, doors, and other lift systems. So what does RMF do? It's very good at a few things. It does global traffic management. So this is what we're seeing on the top left corner here. So once we have different fleets integrated with RMF in the same facility, RMF is continuously monitoring where these fleets are trying to go. It can replan the routes for these robots if there's a conflict, and it'll avoid situations where there's two robots in the same hallway, for example. Secondly, you can have RMF communicate with other automation systems you have in the building already. So you may have a robot arm that dispenses beverages. You could have a tray return system, for example, and then you can integrate these systems with RMF and have robots automatically interact with them to accomplish tasks. Another big capability of RMF is it allows these different fleets to share the same lifts and doors. We talked about the challenge with multiple integrations previously, whereas now you would do a one-time integration with RMF for every door and lift in the building. And anytime you introduce a new fleet, it can readily use that same door or lift. And lastly, it can do intelligent task allocation. So this is a functionality where you can just submit a bunch of tasks which have semantic meaning, and these tasks will automatically get allocated to different robots, and RMF will ensure that they get executed. And this is going to be the focus of today's talk, basically how we accomplish this. Before we get into that, just a quick note on how RMF interacts with vendor robots. So you could see, as you can see here, you could have different brands of robotic fleets in your facility. Typically, each of these robot fleets will come with their own API. So a vendor will provide an endpoint for you to connect to their system, could be the robot directly, a cloud server. So once you connect to that system, you can issue commands to the robots and receive information from the robots. So through these APIs, you typically need to do a one-time integration, what we call the Smart Fleet Adapter. And this adapter is basically a bridge between the RMF ecosystem and the vendor-specific software. So again, these fleet adapters have certain APIs that we provide in RMF. So the goal is for you to use these APIs and take the endpoints from the vendors and combine them into an adapter to bridge the communication gap. So once you do this, you can consider your fleet to be RMF integrated. And with that, we're able to get some information from the fleets, and we're also able to send information to the fleets. Okay, so with that in mind, let's examine this problem statement that we have, which is multi-fleet task allocation. So it can be summarized as given M number of tasks with varying start times and certain descriptions. So it could be a cleaning task, delivery task, etc. And then we have some number of robots across F different types of fleets. How can we distribute these M tasks across these F fleets such that robots are only assigned the tasks that are capable of performing? So this means that the delivery task should not be assigned to a cleaning robot. And further, the robot should have sufficient resources to perform all these assigned tasks. So if it's a cleaning task, you have to check that the robot has sufficient battery and cleaning resources to perform the task. And lastly, and most importantly, we need to ensure there's some kind of optimality in the assignments, because that's really the goal of being better than the human operator. We want some kind of optimality in these assignments. There are certain assumptions we make. We assume that each task can only be executed by one robot. So this means that if it's a delivery task, the same robot will do the pickup and the drop off. It's not going to hand over the payload to another robot to continue on with the task. Secondly, a robot will only perform a task once it's finished completing the previous task. And lastly, we have some constraints on charging resources as well. Okay, so when we first tackled this problem, we did what everyone normally does, a literature review of some of the algorithms and solutions that exist for multi-robot task allocation. So while we found several solutions for multiple robots, I think we were in a unique position where we're dealing with multiple fleets. So we were able to synthesize some of the information from all of this literature and put it together in our own implementation. So some of the big takeaways from these literature review. Sorry, Marco, did the slide share stop again?
Yeah, I was going to say that, yeah, the slide share stop again and the video. So if you can just reshare.
Yeah, sorry.
Sorry about that.
All right, is it back up?
Yeah, everything's working.
Cool. So yeah, we borrowed heavily from a lot of literature that talked about multi-robot allocation. And we extended this to multi-fleet task allocation. And some of these approaches that we borrowed is the auctioning system. So what this means is that every fleet is basically an auctioneer. So they will bid for a certain task. And let me explain how this system works. So now when users or operators submit a bunch of tasks, it goes to a node called the dispatcher. And this is kind of a central authority that maintains all the tasks that are received. And it's also responsible for talking to the different fleet adapters. And if you remember from the previous slide, a fleet adapter is basically that bridge between the vendor fleet and the rest of RMF. So once these requests are received by the dispatcher will then send out bids to each of these fleets. So these happen through some internal communications over ROS2, and the middleware we use in ROS2 is DDS. So with DDS, it comes a lot of security and encryption and a lot of great functionalities. So anyways, the underlying protocol is DDS for these communications, but this dispatcher node will then let each of these fleets know that, hey, I have a request to perform a delivery task. Something needs to be picked up here and dropped off there. And then each of these fleet adapters, knowing the capabilities of their robots, will respond with a proposal. So we receive a bid notice from the dispatcher, and then we submit back a proposal. And this proposal typically includes information on whether you can perform the task or not. And if you can perform the task, which robot you're going to assign it to, and when it will be completed. So once the proposal is received, the dispatcher node then goes through all the proposals within a certain time window and then decides which fleet to award the task to. And this criteria to award the task can be configured. If you prefer having fastest completion time, you can set that as the criteria or the metric. If you prefer overall completion time, that's also a metric you can use. Or if you want to do something like first in, first out, that's also possible. So it's a very flexible selection system. So the great approach with this is that it's a fully distributed system. You don't have a single node that's aware of all the capabilities of all the fleets. This responsibility is offloaded to the fleet adapter. And another great part of decentralized approaches is it's easy to add on another fleet, and you don't need to change anything in the system. So I would just add another fleet adapter that has maybe, I don't know, drones or something, and that's able to respond to the same tasks without changing anything else in the system. So this is the approach we're going with. It's a distributed multi-fleet task allocation system. And one detail that I left out is how does this fleet adapter decide what is the best robot to allocate the task to? So we said that a task comes in, it goes to each of these fleets, and each fleet tries to accommodate this task in the best possible way and then submit a proposal back. But how does each fleet decide how to best accommodate the task? And in order to do this, we've developed this new planner, which is a task allocation planner. It's a simple A-star solver with a lot of constraints defined into it. So we have semantic information captured about what a task is, what the state of a robot is. And with all of this information, we do a simple A-star search. I won't go into the details of the algorithm in this talk, but it's just an approach where we prune different solutions and try to find the best optimal assignments for the set of robots. So for example, if a fleet adapter is running this A-star solver, it's going to have information on all the states of the robots. So if it has 3 robots, it knows what the battery level and starting position of each robot is. It will try to compute the finished position and battery level for each robot, and then decide which robot to allocate the task to. So what's happening here is we're optimally allocating the task within each fleet. So each fleet does that. And then the optimal assignment for each fleet is submitted to the dispatcher node. And the dispatcher node then picks an overall solution. So if we're ensuring optimality here, and then if we can ensure optimality at this level, at the dispatcher level, then we can ensure some kind of global optimality among the assignments. So yeah, this approach is not entirely useful without accounting for battery drain. So for example, initial states of robots may be too low to perform the first task. So maybe you have one robot in a fleet and it has 20% battery level, whereas you need more than 30 to perform this task. Robots may need to charge in between tasks. And how do we automatically instruct robots to go to the chargers in between tasks? So the way we chose to tackle this problem is build in a battery modeling framework within the task allocation planner. So I thought I lost the connection there for a moment. So once we can estimate what is the battery drain for each task, we can then predict whether robots will need to charge in between tasks or whether they need to charge before they start performing the task. So that's what we've done with RMF.
Yeah.
Again, with a lot of literature review, we tried to study how battery drain for robots can be modeled. We understood that modeling this drain is extremely complicated because it depends highly on battery chemistry, the state of the battery, the age of the battery, and a lot of other parameters. And we don't want to be too rigid in what kind of battery models you can use. So in RMF, we have a kind of library that users can plug and play if they want to use our simple battery drain model. But if they have more complicated models, machine learning based or some other data-driven models, they can plug those in as well. So with this battery model plugged into the task allocation system, Here's a very raw output of our task allocation planner. And as you can see, if you could give it a set of agents or robots with certain IDs, their starting locations and their charging waypoints, and if you give them a set of tasks to perform, where you need to pick something off at a certain grid location, drop it off at another grid location, it will output a set of assignments for each agent. And automatically, it will include any recharging tasks if required. Again, for details on how this algorithm works, it's out of the scope of this talk, but we could take those questions offline. But I'll just talk about some other quick capabilities we can do with the task allocation planner. We can have priorities for tasks. So we could assign higher or lower priorities to certain tasks. And internally in the task allocation planner, we can make sure that high priority tasks are completed before the low priority ones. Another thing we can do is automatically add tasks in between. So we already talked about injecting recharging tasks for robots, but we can also ask each robot to go to a specific waypoint or a parking spot after it performs all of its tasks. So yeah, this is kind of what the final results look like. So we're running RMF in a simulation environment here. We have 3 different fleets of robots, and this is our RMF dashboard. So here, basically, the user loaded a JSON file that consists of a bunch of tasks to be done. And then the user can just hit submit tasks, and all of these tasks get automatically assigned to the different fleets. And you can see, as you can see in the video here, some of these are delivery tasks, some of these are cleaning tasks that get assigned to different robots. All right. It's just a quick video of it running on real robots. We just don't do things only in simulation. Things work in real life too. So here we have a cleaning robot and another patrolling robot that are kind of moving around, performing tasks which are controlled by RMF. All right, so there are a lot of topics covered in this short talk. All of the source code is available for open source. It's available on GitHub. These are the relevant repositories. We have RMF battery for the battery modeling, RMF task for the task allocation, and we welcome everyone to try out some of the scenarios in simulation from the RMF demos repository. And if you have any questions, please feel free to open a discussion at this link. We're super active in developing and responding to discussions as well. With that, I'm happy to take any questions.
All right, thank you very much, Yaru. Very interesting talk. We have a few questions. I'll go through them. We have a few minutes for them. There's a question from Mario saying that you mentioned that components are not cheap to make these robots, and they also don't go down in price if you produce more. Could you share a bit more about that?
Sorry, was that component pricing related?
Yeah. Like that. You at some point you mentioned that they're not cheap to make the robots.
Oh, sorry. What I was referring to is it's not cheap to integrate robots within building facilities. So, for example, you have a lift in your hotel, and you have 2 different brands of robots. You might do the integration for the first brand, which could cost tens of thousands of dollars. And then if you want to do the integration for the second robot, it's another $10,000 just for that. So with RMF, we do an integration of the lift with RMF one time. And then since all the other robots are already integrated to RMF, you don't need to do any other integration. All the robots can talk to RMF readily.
Great. There's also another question from Roland asking about how is it global optimality obtained for the tasks, and then operator adjusted weights for particular tasks, fleets types. How does it work?
Yeah, those are some really great questions. And like I said, we don't guarantee global optimality because that heavily depends on how the dispatcher node selects a solution. Let me just try to go to that slide. Let's see. All right, here we go. So are you seeing this slide? Okay. So at this level, in every fleet, we can ensure some kind of optimality that the task gets assigned to the most optimal robot. But at the end of the day, the overall assignment would be highly dependent on how this dispatcher is configured. So this dispatcher is sort of the judge to decide which fleet the task should be assigned to. So this can be configured based on a number of metrics depending on the deployment. But it can be set up for global optimality if your objective function is to minimize overall completion time.
All right, great. And there's another one saying that it seems there cannot be any human near communicating robots to make sure they don't clash. So what happens if there's unexpected situations that software cannot handle?
Yeah, so typically human safety is something that's the responsibility of the robot vendor itself. So the robot should be equipped with sufficient sensors to detect humans on all angles and be able to stop within acceptable timeframes. So typically there are plenty of standards. You have RIA standards and other robotic standards that vendors need to adhere to in terms of stopping distance as well as human interaction safety. So we really leave that to be the responsibility of the vendor in this case. Our job when we make robots move is simply ask them to go somewhere, but we're not controlling the wheel motors or any of the navigation on the robot. We just send an API request to the robot to go somewhere, and then it's the robot software that does everything to get the robot to that location. And so that robot software needs to be credible and needs to be certified to be safe.
Great. Thank you very much. I think we don't have much more time for this. So again, thank you. Very interesting topic.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah.
Do you mind if we address Mario's first question? If there's a problem, we should know.
Yeah. Can you drop your configuration? Probably drop it to Mario or drop it in the chat so people we can track the issue. Yeah, the issue with the sharing slides and all that. Can we get Luca in the meantime?
Sounds good.
All right, so Luca again is getting set up, and Yadu again, if you can share your setup with Mario or share it on the public chat, if you don't mind, that would be great to track the problems. Next up, we have Luca de la Vedova, as a software engineer supervisor at Open Robotics, and he currently works on building large-scale robotic simulations and open source hardware. And he's going to talk today about the Open Vision computer, which is on his version 5. So thank you very much, Luca, for being here. And please go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Marco. And yeah, thanks for having me. And hi, everyone. So I'm Luca. And today I will be talking about the Open Vision computer and specifically the 5th iteration. So the Open Vision computer is a project that has been going on for quite some time. As you can see, like I included for sake of I included like the list of people who worked on this over the years. And so like we are currently in the iteration 5. So I will give a brief overview of what the platform is and like the history before getting a bit deeper into the current version. So what's the motivation? Like, why did we build, first of all, an open source vision system, computer vision system? So the idea is that sometimes off-the-shelf vision systems are great because, for example, let's say all you want is like some stereo vision, and you want like a very simple API to get some information out of the camera. And so in that case, you can just buy an off-the-shelf camera. But in some cases, off-the-shelf doesn't work, and this is for most cases where you want a very specific application, where maybe you have like very critical size, weight, and power constraints, or very critical like latency constraints or computational constraints, or even hardware constraints in case you want to integrate some specific hardware. So we embarked like a long time ago in this quest to create an open source, like from both a hardware, firmware, and software point of view, computer vision system. So the project has been going on for about 7 years by now, and like those are like all the applications. So in the first 5 years, we have been focusing on the FLA program. So you can see like over here, like one of our operation computers flying on a drone, and this was in collaboration with the University of Pennsylvania. So in this case, the constraint was like having like good global shutter images and a very like small. Wait, let me. This does crash. And a very small and light vision system. And while in the last 2 years, we moved into a different direction, which is looking into mobile manipulator sensor heads. So in this case, since we are working with a ground robot, we don't really have we're not really constrained in a sense of size or weight, but in this case, we just wanted to look into flexibility and having and like expandability of the platform. So in the beginning, like, you know, the FLA era from OBC 1 to OBC 3. So the purpose of the FLA program is to fast, lightweight autonomy. So to fly small and light drones quickly through clutter space and to do like autonomous navigation. So we went like through 3 iterations over here. The first 2 were very based on the NVIDIA TX2 platforms. So they were like FPGA platforms that you connect to the NVIDIA TX2. But then we decided that it's not great to be bound to be very specific to the NVIDIA TX2 platform, because like NVIDIA could, for example, like release a new platform suddenly with like a very different like hardware connection or like even software support, which did happen over the years with, for example, the Xavier or the Jetson platforms. So we went into OVC 3, which was a change of direction, and this is the direction that we have nowadays, where OVC is at the end of the day just a USB device that you connect to your computer. And then most of our OVC platforms are like FPGA based. So the idea is that, especially in the case of the FLA program, we want to offload as much computation as possible to the camera to help like downstream users of the computer vision system to do whatever they need to do. So in this case, we actually developed an open source and open feature detection algorithm running in FPGA that runs basically as pixels coming from the camera. This is run in real time, so you have basically like 0 latency, and you run this this feature detector called AST detector. I won't go too far into it, but basically you look at a circle around every pixel and you try to look for corners. So what happens is that you have in real time, you have output of images and features in that images that are very useful, for example, for SLAM or like, you know, for localization and mapping applications. And then since you have both these features, you can also like use the images with some like more off-the-shelf algorithms. Like for example, oh wait, this does crash. Like for example, you can use them. You can use some like YOLO implementation to run like some like object detection or like segmentation. So this was like the typical application of like some computation in the FPGA and some computation in, for example, a CUDA NVIDIA platform. So I won't go, I won't go too much into detail, but this was like, you know, the OVC 1, and this, so where we have like, you know, synchronized cameras and like output of features, and this is an example of autonomous flight happening using our vision system with the FPGA. Like, you know, so they run like stereo matching on the GPU, and then also run localization and mapping, and then you can like, you know, build map and do autonomous flight. And then, as I said, we moved into OVC 3. So OVC 3, the idea is that now we don't directly attach to any NVIDIA platform, but now we are just like a USB-C device. So regardless of what machine people are running, they can just connect to our camera through USB. they can like, you know, get synchronized images and like do whatever they want from their downstream point of view. And again, like, you know, this was used again, like with the GRASP Lab, University of Pennsylvania, to do that. So this is an example of like data stream coming from our sensor, where it's using it's doing again like localization and mapping based on the outputs of our cameras to like navigate autonomously in this very tricky environment, because it's a forest, so there's a lot of repetition, there is a lot of it's not very easy to navigate around. And like, you know, they do tree detection to localize and to avoid trees and to build maps. Oh, la, la. Anyway, so after OVC3, we moved into this new era of OVC4. So again, like in this case, we are not really constrained by size, weight, and power as you would usually be on a flying platform, because this is a ground vehicle. So right now, the idea is to have a very flexible computer vision system where you can connect whatever image sensor you want, and you would just like integrate all of them. And then we also want to achieve a low latency vision because low latency is critical for like fast acting robots and like for effective like control loops. So we had like these three targets, which were ease of use, high bandwidth, and low latency. So for ease of use, we decided to go for the Jetson Xavier NX platform, and the idea is that like programming GPUs is a lot easier than programming FPGAs, because there is a lot of support out there for GPU algorithms. And it's also like a lot easier because it's more like, you know, maybe you have like a C or C++ kind of language compared to hardware description language. And then the Jetson platform also has MIPI input, so you can like feed camera data straight into the Jetson platform. So we developed this OVC4, which is a custom like Xavier NX carrier board with a high-end MCU microcontroller. So the microcontroller is used for the hard real-time tasks, for example, sensor synchronization, while the Xavier NX is used to fetch images and maybe to run some computer vision algorithm and return them to the user space, to the user. And then again, we are also very interested in like high bandwidth. So we looked into like 10 gigabit Ethernet, and we could go all the way to like, you know, 9.5 gigabits per second of like effective bandwidth. But this requires like a 10 gigabit Ethernet port. And that's something that is not very common. So we decided to, again, like switch to something simpler and just do like a single USB 3 connection where like that you can plug into your machine, which gives us about 1/4 of the bandwidth, like 2.5 gigabits. And the low latency sadly is the part where it just didn't go very well. So the problem is that specifically for the NVIDIA platform, you need to use their own proprietary API to fetch images from the sensors, and then you can't get away from like the frame buffering that is happening. So what happens is actually every time there is like a 3 to 4 frame buffer in the Jetson. So every time you read a frame, you're actually reading a frame that was captured 3 frames in the past. So it's okay for if you have a very high frame rate sensor, but since we were running at like 15 hertz, this resulted in almost 300 milliseconds of latency, which was totally unacceptable. So we decided to like change approach. So we went for OVC5, which is a mix of the two, which is like a FPGA based. So it's based on the Zinc platform from Xilinx, and it's also like a fully configurable platform. So we managed to about double the bandwidth, and the approach is that right now we still do USB, but it's a double like 5 gigabit connection to an onboard USB hub, which then exposes a single like 10 gigabit connection to the user. So the user just needs to have a 10 gigabit USB port, connect one wire, and then they will get like up to 6.5 to 7 gigabits per second data from all the images that OVC5 is running. And then for the latency, it's even more interesting because now we have full control over what's happening because we have very low level hardware control. So we can go all the way to not even have a full frame buffer, but like send image while it's still coming from the sensors. So we managed, in this way, we managed to reduce the latency by a factor of 10. So now the sensor to user space latency was about like 27 milliseconds. And then again, like it's a fully expandable platform. So we provide like 6 connectors, and they follow the somewhat standard Raspberry Pi camera pinout. So the idea is that users can like plug whatever configuration of camera they want. They can like synchronize them, integrate them, and output them over a single USB connection. So what is the architecture like? So I won't go too much into detail, but basically we're using this Xilinx chip, which puts together a multi-core processor. In this case, it's an ARM Cortex processor, together with FPGA, together with a programmable logic with an FPGA. And the two are like very highly coupled. So you can have interrupts going between the two, or you have like a high-speed interconnect to external memory to, for example, share the images. And the interesting part is that Xilinx in general provides quite a lot of like open source IPs, which are like boxes of VHDL code that do the most common operations you might want to do. So actually, the interesting part is that thanks to all this free, not open source, but free for use IPs provided, actually there is not a single line of VHDL or Verilog that was written to have OVC5 up and running. So it's all pure Linux, like C++ or Python work, really. So okay, now, but like the question is like, how does it actually work? Again, I won't go too much into this. This is just to give a idea of like the complexity. To give an idea of like the complexity of the platform. So there are a lot of like steps happening because again, this system on a chip is a very complex system. But again, like the tool chain takes care of most of the work for you. So it's one of those cases where you don't really need to do a lot of work, but you need to know exactly where to go and do it. So for example, we had our own custom FPGA logic, and then a tiny bit of customization on the Linux kernel side, and the rest is just everything is done from a user space Debian. So you don't need to have like too much knowledge of very low level hardware to work with this. So how does it work? A very high level idea is that first of all, we can run up to 6 images in parallel. So every imager uses an I2C interface to like configure it. And then it outputs data through a MIPI interface. Then the data is received and decoded, sent to like a DMA, so a block to write into shared memory, and then the data will be written to external memory. And then the communication through the ARM processor happens through interrupts. So whenever a DMA finish writing a whole frame, it will send an interrupt to the processor saying, okay, I finished a frame, now you can read it, and just read from this area of memory. But also for the low latency pipeline I mentioned before, you can just configure it to only receive a part of a frame and then notify the processor, okay, I received half a frame, now you can start sending data as fast as possible. And so this is also like communicated to the processor. So again, like, a very high level overview of the software. So we do like full, since we want like a very configurable, since we want a very configurable platform, we actually do detection at runtime of the imagers. So based on every sensor has maybe their own I2C address, and they have maybe a register with a special value. So we use these to check at boot time what sensors were connected. We initialize all of them, and then we assign them to since we have these two parallel USB connections, we assign them to the USB connection with the most available bandwidth. And then depending on what the user configured, we can either do a full frame buffer, which is a conventional loop where you wait for an image, you send the image, and then as soon as all the images are done, you wait for images again. Or you can do this very low latency application where you just wait for a certain number of lines from one specific imager, and then you do this overlapped receiving and transmitting for all the images that you have, depending on whether you want ease of use or you want like extreme low latency. So again, like, these two different approaches. So if you want extreme low latency, again, like, you receive a few lines from an image and then you trigger all the images. So this is great because you have almost the lowest possible latency. So I would say like much lower than any commercial system could have probably. But then if you don't really know what you are doing, you risk receiving corrupted frames because you must be sure that when you are sending data, you are sending the right data. Basically, you are not sending half a frame in the past, half a frame in the future. While if you want a more conventional, simple application, you can just wait for a full image to be received and then you send it over. And this is a lot more flexible because you don't need to know exactly how every sensor works because you just send all the data when you receive the full image, so you don't risk corrupting frames. But then again, it's a bit higher latency because now you have a full frame. But then again, it's nothing compared to, for example, what the Xavier platform had, which was a 3 to 4 frame latency. So it's still reduced by a factor of 3 to 4. And again, I wanted to give a bit of an acknowledgement because like this wouldn't be possible if there wasn't this retired FPGA engineer, Japanese FPGA engineer that wrote this kernel module to allow users to map data into user space. And it's like, these are very relevant XKCD because it's the one person that has been thanklessly maintaining it, this single piece of code. And if you look at all the issues on GitHub, like a lot of people are really relying on what this person has been doing in his free time. So if you're there listening, thanks a lot. Absolutely. And like, a bit of like, just to show like what we've actually done with this platform. So first of all, a bit of introduction that the imager's hardware world is traditionally a very, very, very closed source world. So we work with a lot of different images. So first of all, like the simplest one, the simplest one is the Raspberry Pi camera that you see here on the left, the Pi Camera V2, I believe it's called. And this is the one that we provide as an open source reference implementation because there are a lot of implementations for this camera. So we took a mix of like different different configurations from different like GPL implementations, GPL/BSD implementations, and then we put one together. And then we experimented with a lot of other sensors over here. So we experimented with a 2 megapixel global shutter sensor, so which is very good for fast moving applications like drones. And then we like a 5 megapixel HDR sensor over here, which is good in cases you need HDR. So if you have a high dynamic range, so if you have like a very dark and a very bright part of the scene. And also the IMX490, which is also like an even better HDR sensor designed for automotive applications. But sadly, again, because the image sensor market is generally very conservative, all of this work here was done under NDA, so it cannot be shared. But we still provide a reference implementation for the open source Raspberry Pi camera that people can reference for their own sensors. And then finally, together with all the image sensor, we also looked at time of flight, which is time of flight is basically just a way to use you use a laser to calculate how far objects are. So you shine a laser and then you do some calculations based on how long it takes for the light to come back. And voila. And then this brings us to our final grand unified demo unit, where we just integrated a bunch of all these different sensors together. We have two HDR, we have an HDR stereo pair, then we have 3 global shutter images pointing in 3 different directions, and we have a depth camera to do like time of flight, pointing forward. And then we have all of them, all of them like synchronized, they work at the same time, like they capture synchronized images, they send them to the user space. So the idea is that then users have like this full set of synchronized images, and they can like from a bunch of arbitrary sensors, and they can like do whatever they want with them. Yes, and this is me from my desk like showing, doing an example of this. So we have like the 2 HDR sensors, the time of flight sensor, and the 3 global shutter sensors. So you can see how, for example, like global shutters have some problem when there's a lot of like bright and dark in the image, but it's not really an issue for like HDR sensors. So the idea of the heterogeneous set of sensors. So yeah, lessons learned is that, again, like every application has very different needs. So it's good to have flexibility to like be able to plug whatever sensor configuration you have and like do whatever you want with the images. And also you need to have like full control of the data flow to have low latency. And again, like, these days fabrication, as probably most of hardware people know, is very hard. So it's like the lead time is actually making it like very hard to like keep developing on this platform, at least for the past 1 or 2 years. So yeah, we are looking in the future for like, since we have hardware control of all the pixels, we are looking at for like having hardware-based privacy. So for example, for like, camera detection or like people detection or like pedestrian detection and so on. So like to make sure that since it's a fully open source platform, like everyone knows what's happening at every point, then it's like a fully guaranteed to like ensure the privacy of the people that are captured by the camera. So yeah, if you want to have a look, you can go to the link over here, Open Vision Computer, and yeah, there it is. Thanks all of you. This is an ICRA paper.
All right, thank you very much, Luca. Thanks a lot for the presentation. I think we don't have much time. I think we're a little bit over time for questions, but I think there's at least a few interesting questions left over in the shared notes from Aaron. I think if you can just copy them and maybe answer them in the public chat, that would be great. And yeah, again, thank you very much for the presentation. Very interesting work.
Yeah, I'll do that. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Bye. And I think next up, we have the guys from Picnic. I think our next presenter is Tyler Weaver. So I'll make you a presenter. I see Tyler here. Tyler, if you can start sharing your, yeah, I can see your slides. If you can share your camera, and then we can check the microphone, that'll be great. So I'm very happy to have the Picnic guys here today to talk about the future of robotics manipulation with open source. It's a very interesting topic. Picnic is a company that basically works with manipulation in the ROS ecosystem, and they do a lot of work with the MoveIt software. I guess Tyler is still trying to get the camera working and the microphone. I can see you now, and now you have to click on the headphones button at the bottom. So if you click there, you should be able to select your microphone, and we should be able to hear you. Now you have to unmute, and it should be good to go.
Hello.
Yeah.
How is that?
Great.
Cool.
Nice, loud and clear. Oh yeah, thank you very much, Tyler. So Tyler Weaver is a lead software engineer at Picnic Robotics, and he's going to talk about the future of robotics manipulation with open source. So please go ahead, Tyler. The floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you. So we are the people behind the library Move It, but more generally, I'm going to talk about a little bit of the history of robotic manipulation and lead you into kind of like where we are now and what we're doing in this field. If I can. So the big deal with robotic arms right now is logistics. These are just some of the companies doing things. It's a lot of pick and place in sorting facilities and warehouses and stuff like that. It's kind of the new hotness with manipulation. But a real basic question when you think about like where is the robotic manipulation? In most cases, the best robotic companies are ones that are getting rid of the robot. Like the robotic arms are really hard, and various companies are finding mechanical solutions to do similar things. So here's an example: Flippy and Creator. They're both companies that are creating robots for making hamburgers, and one is building an entire mechanical system creator for the whole process, and the other one, Flippy, is they're building robotic arms simply just to flip burgers. Another example is making coffee. Many of you probably seen robots resemble the one on the right. The one on the left is a company from the Cafe X. It's a company out of the Bay Area, I think, that is trying to use a robotic arm for making coffee. But what's the real dream of robotic manipulation? And that is a multi-purpose robot. It's not a does one thing like the coffee robot or the hamburger flipping robot. It's really a general purpose robot that can do all sorts of things. So background on robotic manipulation. There's sort of the history of what's been important in different time periods. There's example of the Puma industrial arms in the 60s, and then teach pendants were a big deal. Teach pendants are still a big deal. That's how you train, is the term they often use. To you put the robot in a state where you can manipulate it by hand and develop some canned motion that you can repeat over and over to do some task. 80s, machine vision started to become a thing. In the 90s, PC-based control. And 2011-ish, now-ish, cobots are a big deal. Cobots really just robots that operate in a collaborative space with humans. So where have robot arms been really successful? The past few decades, they've been really successful in large-scale manufacturing. In those cases, you're often just doing the same thing over and over in a really controlled environment. So what is next? We see the future as being mobile manipulation, or sort of the next frontier. That is some form of manipulation with some form of mobile base. Here are 3 example robots. Some of you have probably seen. So robotic arms. Robotic arms, from our perspective, is a real emerging market, and it is an amazing place to be. I see it as a market that is just taking off. So how do we get robot arms out of the factory? How do we do things with robot arms that are not just canned routines that you execute over and over again? And where is Rosie the robot, really? Where's the general robot? The robot that just does, that can do general tasks. Right now, it seems that robots are mostly used in highly structured environments, and we want to get them beyond highly structured. So what's preventing it? It's hardware costs. Hardware is really expensive when it comes to robotics. Software capabilities. In many cases, the software, I mean, it's just a really new market, and the software isn't very mature in a lot of ways. Safety concerns. It's not just concerns. There are real issues with safety in robotics, and it takes a lot of work to make a robot safe to operate around humans. Robot mobility. Humans are incredibly dexterous, and when you try to do some task that humans do almost intuitively with a robot, you regularly run into all these situations you hadn't thought of. A real basic example is just joint constraints for certain types of movements, and then lack of standardization. There's a lot of people doing their own thing. So go into a little bit more detail of those various things. Hardware costs. There are ways we can get the costs down, economies of scale. But one of the big problems is, like, for robotics to be really useful, oftentimes they require really high precision parts, and those are expensive and difficult to manufacture, and then you have to calibrate them. And you have to have software that can account for all the mechanical attributes of the part. It's much more complicated than a lot of mechanical devices. And so, and in the end, humans have great closed loop control. Humans are actually really good and dexterous at doing tasks, and building mechanical systems to do them is hard. Software. Software is not well designed to deal with things like partial occlusions and cluttered environments and nonlinear motions, and reasoning about unpredictable situations is still really hard and kind of an unsolved problem. So safety. These are just some like simple examples. Are easy to think of more, and there, in many cases, you can create structured environments. You can modify the environment in a way where the robot works to mitigate safety. And that's one of the really common approaches. Another common approach is building robots that are just kind of inherently safe. And the robot vacuum is a great example of something that's just kind of inherently safe. Like, the way it's designed, it like mechanically can't do much harm. So that means that you don't have to worry about this one as much in that case. That's a great example for it. Mobility. Go back to the robot vacuum. Navigating stairs is not a thing that anybody's robot vacuum does. And yet many people's homes and apartments have stairs in them. Humans are really good at navigating stairs. Stairs were designed for humans, not really for wheeled robots. So there are legged robots. They're immensely more complicated and more costly. So yeah, there's all sorts of reasons. Lack of standardization. So every robot manufacturer seems to have their own software standard, and reminds me of the XKCD joke where, like, everybody's like, we'll create another standard to unify them all, and you just have one more standard. The reason they do this is for vendor lock-in, but it really, in our perspective, it's really slowed the progress of the technology and the real cost here. So why do current solutions not address the ROSI problem? I've been giving you some, but go more specific. off-the-shelf hardware. The programming environments for off-the-shelf hardware is really restrictive, right? They're often designed around specific tasks that the creator of the hardware like envisioned the robot doing. Like currently, the area where robots are really successful, or ARM robots are really successful, is in these repetitive manufacturing tasks. So a lot of the off-the-shelf hardware is really designed around doing repetitive tasks, and so the programming environments are just designed for helping you do that. They don't enable general solutions. And then software licensing. I mean, we're talking about open source software here, and software licensing is a big problem with standardization. So existing software frameworks, there's a bunch of them. They going back to this thing, they don't offer much flexibility because the creators of them envision like the current applications for robots as their only target customers, and they're just difficult to work with. So yeah, this is just more of the, like, from the hardware side. The hardware is really designed around industrial reliability and robustness, and the needs of non-experts to be able to like make canned motions. And so it's really hard to use a lot of the current hardware and software to do more general things. So this is where we're at, where it's because robots are designed for the end user, and the end user really being factories. It's hard to use them for. It's a open source standard with a good license for robotic software, and there's no vendor lock-in, and it offers interoperability. Like the different components you use in building software is oftentimes very hardware agnostic, so it solves a very specific problem, and it's composable, and it's really built around these sort of just developing open standards for the software that everybody seems to write. Yeah, so robust general purpose robot software is hard to write, and it means that really one of the best ways to achieve this general purpose robot software is with a lot of input from many different people in different industries, even, who bring their problems and help develop a general solution that is works well. It's sort of the beauty of the open source model in a lot of ways. Why should you pay attention to ROS? Well, it reduces cost because a lot of the work is already done. It's easier to hire talent to work on your project if you're using ROS, because it is developed enough of a life of its own that if you need people to build robot software, there's a lot of people who already really like ROS and already really understand it, and there's an active community to support people and to find people in. It helps with tech transfer from academia. There's a lot of people who are doing research who are using ROS, because in the same way that enables innovation in companies, it enables innovation in research. And it's built on top of industry standards. The latest version of ROS, ROS 2, is built on middleware that's based on DDS, which is an industry standard for middleware. So big companies are standardizing on ROS. There's a really impressive steering committee. We are honored to be part of it. And then there's several consortia that have been established, also ROS Industrial, that really does deal with industrial applications of ROS. Auto Aware, which is the people are building self-driving car-like things based on ROS. And then the Move It community, which is us. So how ROS is helping us achieve next level robotic capabilities. It's helping commoditize hardware in that it defines abstractions for hardware and interfaces to hardware that are standard, and allows you to write software that's agnostic of hardware and can compare hardware. And then once you actually get hardware, or if you change what hardware you're using, it's easy to swap out. There's just more software capability, and it's all nicely integrated. There's robot mobility. So Navigation 2 is another huge project in the ROS world, and that really helps with mobile robots. And it solves the lack of standardization problem, in that ROS is a open standard in a lot of ways, and it's really pretty straightforward and universal. It's accelerating robotics innovation, right? There's an image from Fetch. There's hundreds of startups. There's a lot of research papers. There's hundreds of millions of dollars in company valuations that are based on ROS. When is this not a solution for you? Like, why would you, like, in what cases would you not follow this? If you don't need to customize things very well, or like you don't have any really specific needs, if the current solutions meet your needs really well, if you're not building a robot product yourself, and you don't care about owning the IP. And then lastly, you don't have an expert development team. One of the real costs of developing, or one of the hardest costs to deal with of developing robotic applications that are novel, is that you do need a really professional development team. May ask, what about my company's IP, right? You want to build something and sell it, and you're concerned about protecting your IP. You don't have to give it away. Non-competitive contributions are greatly encouraged. It's encouraged that companies that are building stuff on top of ROS, when that they upstream as much as they can. ROS is not copy left, so you can build proprietary software on top of ROS. You can build a fork of ROS itself if you wanted to, and sell it. You can focus on just like what your core value is, what your competitive advantage is, and not on having to build all the infrastructure, because a lot of it's done for you if you use ROS. So what is Move It? Move It is the thing that I'm here to talk to you about. I give you this introduction to ROS and robotics. It's a motion planning platform. It started as a project called Arm Navigation, and then changed names over time. And now we're on Move It 2. Move It 2 really just signifies like Move It that works on ROS 2. And that's getting much more mature. It's several years old now, and it's where a lot of the new development is happening. It's incredible how long it's kind of thing. What does Move It help you with? Move It is really about robotic arm manipulation. It helps with motion planning. It combines all sorts of different kinds of planners. So in an abstract way. So we talked about hardware as an abstraction, right? You can swap out hardware, and it's straightforward. Well, you can swap out planners with Move It. It's pretty straightforward. A bunch of different collision checkers, inverse kinematics, manipulation, grasping, control, 3D perception. this is sort of in the order of like the things it does really well to the things that use more work. It has a really feature-rich ecosystem. We work with a whole bunch of different global planners and Cartesian planners and inverse kinematics libraries and grasping libraries and a couple different collision checkers, and then also with perception and octomaps. I said this is oftentimes when you get into this space of not just doing a can motion. One thing that's implied is that you're reacting to a changing environment, and that means some sort of perception system. And that perception system needs to feed into your collision environment so that you can plan within that environment. So MoveIt has tools for that. Why Rust 2? Rust 2 is designed for production. It shortens your time to market in a lot of ways. Rust 1 really, in a lot of ways, Rust 2 really is the authors of Rust 1 got to a lot of people started using Rust for industrial applications. It had a lot of feedback, and a lot of that went into redesign of some of the core pieces, and that's what Rust 2 is. It's multi-platform. It works on Linux, Windows, Mac OS. Linux, while Linux and Windows are Tier 1 supported, and Microsoft is putting a lot of money into making Windows work better, it is still the only real first-class Rust environment is Linux. And then now, because of how they've abstracted executors and various other things, you can do more hard and soft real-time type stuff. And so let's talk about MoveIt 2.
Hello.
Yes.
Sorry to interrupt you, but I think we're a bit over time, so we could.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, if you could just wrap up, that would be great.
Yeah. The conclusion to all of this is that MoveIt is the library you want to use if you're doing mobile manipulation, and that we're here to help. We have a large community. It's not just us. There are other people using it. And we have, yeah, that's really the whole point.
All right. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot for presenting MoveIt, and thanks a lot for the great work that you guys do. Maybe you might want to drop some links in the public chat so people can find you, find MoveIt, and get involved in manipulation if they're interested.
Yep.
I'm also, I think our next presenter is here, Adrian. So if you can start sharing your camera and sharing your microphone, we can start testing. Also, I'm very happy to share that we are streaming this also through China channels. So we have WeChat Live with currently 200 people. So that's quite good. Adrian, oh, I think you don't have presenter. Sorry about that. I'll give you presenter rights. So yeah, if you can start sharing your camera and microphone. I can see you're sharing slides. So I'm very happy to have All right, so while we wait for Adrian, I'll say I'm very excited to have him here. He's the CEO of FOSS Globe. It's a company that also works around the ROS ecosystem, and they provide powerful data management and visualization software for robotics. And prior to founding Foxglove, Adrian led infrastructure and developer tools at Cruise. And Adrian has a passion for improving developer productivity and believes that optimizing the developer feedback loop is critical to unlocking rapid innovation in robotics. Might be, I think he rejoined, so I need to give you presenter rights again. Should be able to share your video. Hopefully it works this time. We can see your slides now. I think you should be able. Yeah, there you go. And now, okay, I now see your audio is still on only listen mode. So you have to click on the headphones, yeah, and then select. Yeah, I think we have some setups that keep dropping the slides. So you might have to, yeah, just unmute yourself and you should be good to go.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
All right, great. Sorry for the false start there.
No worries. I think you have to reshare your slides. For some reason, on some setups, they keep dropping. So
Yeah, let's try that
hopefully
again.
it doesn't happen again. But I will let you know if they go off, so you can reshare. Yeah, thank you very much for being here, Adrian. I'm very honored to have you. And yeah, please go ahead and tell us about the Foxglove Studio, the next generation of robotics visualization. Thanks a lot.
Great, thanks. Yeah, thanks, Marco. Excited to be here. As Marco mentioned, this talk is about Foxglove Studio and how we are imagining next generation robotics visualization. And my name is Adrian McNeil. As Marco mentioned, I'm the co-founder and CEO at Foxglove. And before founding Foxglove, I spent 5 years leading the infrastructure and developer productivity team at self-driving car company Cruise. And before that, actually, I spent some time leading engineering at Coinbase. But sorry, someone's just saying not seeing any slides. We try them again. Do that if it helps. Present again, window. All right, can you see the slides?
They're still loading. Sometimes they take some time.
Oh, it says I'm sharing my screen.
Yeah.
All right, I'll give it a second. Maybe throw in the chat when you guys can see it. Loading. You can see 3 dots on the screen. All right, working yet? I can definitely see it's sharing. The speaker's set up maybe a bit slow to load. Interesting. I can stop sharing and reshare if you want, but hundreds of slides? No, there's about 15 slides. Not too many. I'm also, it's only loading like one at a time. Plan B, screen share. I am screen sharing.
Maybe you wanna try resharing. Actually, I think before we show the slides for a little while.
All right, let me just try stop sharing. All right, I'm back, and then we will do share a screen. Okay, and it says screen share has started. Can anyone see that? Just the 3 animated dots. Maybe we'll have to do it without slides. It's not going to be as exciting, I promise.
Right, let me try to give you present the, I'll remove you the rights and give you the again. Are you trying to upload?
Yeah, I'm just about to upload it now, so we'll just give that method a go and see if it works.
Great. Thank you. Sorry
I
for
don't know why
the
the screen
trouble.
share didn't work. Sorry, guys. So you can't share my, you can't see my screen.
No, not yet.
Okay, let me do this way. All right.
I think I got your slides. If I think you want me to try presenting instead.
It says that it's uploaded now, so I think if I just take
Okay.
off the screen share.
Oh yeah, that looks good. I think it.
All right.
Yeah,
You got it?
we're able to see. Please go
Look at
ahead.
that. So I did have a demo that I was going to screen share for, but that's fine. We will just we'll just skip that part since we used to have a bit of time anyway. Anyway, as mentioned, so yeah, starting again, Adrian McNeil, co-founder and CEO at Foxglove. And as I mentioned before starting Foxglove, I spent 5 years leading infrastructure at Cruise. And before that, I was also at Coinbase leading the engineering team. But forget about crypto and NFTs. Today, we are going to talk about something that's far more important than crypto, and that is robotics. So by the end of this decade, robots are going to be everywhere. Robots are already really common today in industrial automation, but these robots are largely confined to cages. And the next generation of intelligent collaborative robots is going to completely transform the economy and our society. I spent a long time working in self-driving car space, but what I think is even more exciting than self-driving cars is this technology spreading to everything from autonomous tractors, autonomous forklifts, self-driving lawnmowers, shipping and logistics robots, cyborg delivery, underwater robots, and much more. But for this robotics revolution to happen, there's still a whole missing industry of robotics developer tools and infrastructure. So developing and deploying robots requires a lot of specialized tooling. And that's things from deployment to fleet management, teleoperations, data management, simulation, and visualization. And we're starting to see off-the-shelf solutions here, but it's still really early, and most companies are still building everything in-house. This is different from every other area of software development and machine learning, where there's a huge number of tools and libraries and frameworks to make your life easier. So this lack of off-the-shelf tooling is slowing down robotics development for academics, professionals, and hobbyist developers alike. We're pushing forward open source robotics infrastructure and developer tools. So we created Foxglove Studio, an open source visualization tool. And we also created MCAP, a next generation robotics logging library. We're maintaining a number of ROS packages, and also we have about 20 different TypeScript libraries for interacting with ROS and other robots. Today, I'm going to focus on visualization specifically, because visualization is a critical part of robotics development. Robotics development is not like traditional software, so we can't just look at text logs to understand our robot's behavior. We need to be able to understand how our robot sees and perceives the world. What are my sensors seeing? How did the robot build a model of the world? What did the robot plan to do? And what did it actually do? Robots generate a lot of data, far more than traditional software. We have all sorts of sensors, sensor data like cameras, point clouds, depth clouds, GPS, IMU, wheel encoders, and we also have a lot of internal robot state that we want to record. So this is things such as objects that the robot is tracking, maps and grids, planned actions, and controls data. And visualizing all of that data is really important for everyone working at a robotics company. So from robotics engineers and machine learning engineers to product managers, QA teams, and operations teams. We need visualization to debug live robots or to play back recorded data. We can triage failures, so we can replay those failures in simulation. And we can also compare the results of different experiments in either the real world or in simulation. Before we can visualize data, though, we need to get it off the robot. And a universal problem in robotics is network bandwidth. We almost never have enough bandwidth to stream all of the sensor data off a robot at once. So typically, we find robots will send lightweight telemetry data, and this will give us an overview of the fleet status and the fleet health. This can be things like the robot's location, the current task it's working on, or low-resolution camera images. And on the other hand, the raw high-definition log data is usually recorded to a hard drive on the robot. These are things like raw camera images and other sensor data, detailed recordings of the robot's thoughts and actions. They take up a lot of room. These can be anywhere from tens of gigabytes to over 1,000 per hour of data. And this data can be uploaded when the robot returns to base, or sometimes it's just fetched manually by the engineers when needed. To view and replay this robotics data, there's several options. ROS ships with a handful of tools such as RViz and RQT. And if you want to play back recorded data, you need to supplement these with command line tools such as ROSBag and ROSTopic. So a pretty typical ROS workflow involves at least 3 or 4 different windows open, rearranged on your desktop just to play back a single recording. And for robots that don't use ROS, then there's nothing. Up until now, you either have to use ROS or you have to build all of this from scratch. But visualization needs are pretty standard across organizations, and this type of tooling should be available off the shelf without being coupled to a specific robotics framework. The current generation of ROS tools have they've served us well over the past decades, but they have several limitations, some of these that we ran into at Cruise. First of all, they're Linux desktop apps, so they're very difficult to get working on Windows or Mac. They also require your ROS codebase to be installed and built locally, so that makes it difficult for product managers and QA engineers and operations teams to access that data without a full development environment. And the existing tools are only designed for live visualization. So as I mentioned, playing back recorded data often requires you to open a separate terminal window. There's no way to seek and scrub playback. Finally, it would be nice if all of these visualizations were integrated into one single tool. So that's why we built Foxglove Studio, an open source IDE for robotics. It's a web-based platform, so you can view data directly in your browser and download native apps for Mac, Windows, and Linux. We support both ROS and non-ROS data, so you can easily drag and drop a ROSBag file, or you can use our Python libraries to connect to different types of robots. Foxglove Studio actually began as a project called WebViz that we started at Cruise in 2017, and we open sourced in 2019. But WebViz only supported ROS 1, and it had many features that were specific to Cruise's needs. So in 2021, we created Foxglove to expand this technology and to bring it to the world. Foxglove Studio is open source. We have an active community in GitHub and Slack to respond to questions, bug reports, and feature requests. And we see a really wide range of users across the community. So this is hobbyists to academics, small companies to large companies. Foxglove Studio is built to be extensible. We already support a wide range of data formats. Like I said, ROS 1 and ROS 2. We also support other common data formats such as protobuf and JSON. And Foxglove comes with about 20 different types of visualizations that you can use out of the box. We also have an extension API so that you can build your own. Finally, it's collaborative. So you can use it as an individual. So like I said, it's open source. You can use it as an individual connected to a local robot or viewing files on your computer. But you can also sign in and share views and share data across your team. Besides Foxglove Studio for visualization, we also created the MCAP format for logging and storing robotics data. So this is a pretty new project that we just announced in the past couple months. Many companies that we spoke to were unhappy with the existing ROSBag format, or that there's a lot of companies that are not using ROS at all. And so as a result, we found lots of companies that had created their own proprietary file formats in-house for recording robotics data. We decided to create an open source format that's specifically optimized for storing robotics data. So MCAP is pretty similar to ROSBag files, but it's not limited to ROS and it can be used by any robot. We do have an MCAP plugin for ROS 2. We also have libraries available in 5 different languages, so you can integrate this with any non-ROS robots. And you can easily view and open these MCAP files in Foxglove Studio just as easily as a bag file to replay and visualize them. So I was going to jump into a live demo here, but since my screen share is not working and my GIF's not working either, you'll just have to picture it. If you head on over to foxglove.dev, there's actually someone's thrown the link in the chat there. You can take a look at it. We have some videos that will let you play through that. So I suggest taking a look. You can also just click on View Live Demo, and you can jump straight into the app and give it a go yourself. If you have any bag files handy, just grab a bag file, drag it in. That all works locally. Even though it's running in the browser, we can just open bag files off your desktop and interact with them directly. Happy to jump into any questions. I know we're a little bit behind schedule, so yeah. Any questions people have, feel free to put them in the chat.
Thank you very much, Adrian. Thanks for your presentation. I really like you the scope of FOSS Globe. I'm sorry again for the issues. I really think you guys are actually dealing with a very big pain point that robotics developers have, and especially it's growing nowadays as more and more data comes in. I have a lot of questions, but I'll go through a few ones since we have a few minutes.
Yeah.
So you talked a lot about like ROS users not being happy with ROS bag. And you guys went in to develop your own data format. Yeah, exactly. Can you share what was missing there? What did you guys were able to add?
Yeah, good question. So the ROS1 bag format actually was really good. It's a pretty simple format. It just stores all of your ROS message data into a single file. So you have one self-contained file. You can drag that into FoxGlove, open it, and replay it. It did have some limitations, and so there are companies at Cruise. We ended up replacing the ROS bag format. There were some sort of minor issues there, just around when you're using it in a safety critical environment, such as a self-driving car. You really want to have as low overhead as possible. So we wanted to be able to turn off some of the features around indexing and things like that, and just dump that ROS data to disk as fast as possible, so that if you ever did end up in a situation like a crash or something like that, you want to make sure that the files are easily recoverable and that it's not going to get corrupted or anything like that. But that was a relatively small thing. All in all, the ROS1 bag file format did sort of meet the needs pretty well. In ROS2, there was a change to switch to a SQLite-based bag file format. So the ROS1 bag file format was replaced with a SQLite-based version. There's several downsides of that new format. It's a lot more overhead when you're writing SQLite files. They're not just a linear dump of messages to disk. Every time you're inserting messages, it's updating indexes and it's writing sort of pieces all over the file. And the other thing that was a sticking point with the ROS2 bag file format is that it doesn't contain the message definitions. So it's not a self-contained file. You actually need your original ROS code base to be able to open that. And so for us, we're trying to make really easy to use visualization tools where I can just grab a bag file and drop it into my app and hit play and start watching it as easy as you would with just like an MP4 video or something like that. But we found that was really difficult with the SQLite-based format. It's really difficult to work within a browser. It's not a format that's sort of designed for just rapid flushing of kind of ROS messages to disk. So that was one of the motivations, was coming up with something a little bit better suited and for ROS2. The other motivation, as I mentioned, is we talk to a lot of companies that use ROS and a lot of companies that don't use ROS. Probably ROS is very popular. Probably about 2/3 of companies that we speak to use ROS. But there's a third of companies that don't. And of those companies that don't, again, we want to provide a really great visualization experience for them. But every single one of these companies has invented their own logging file format, right? And it's not like there's other standards out there. Every single company has created their own format, and so this is hugely inefficient for two reasons. One, they're wasting a lot of developer resources building file formats instead of building robots. And two, it's really difficult for us to work with that data if they've invented something in-house. So the actual original goal for MCAP was really aimed at those non-ROS companies and creating something that would be similar to ROS-BAG, but usable outside of the ROS ecosystem. But since sort of chatting to the ROS tooling working group and Emerson and some of the people there, we realized that it would actually be a really good fit for ROS2 as well. So we're certainly not changing the default or anything in ROS2 just yet. We're just proposing it as an option. There's a plugin, people can test it. We're hoping to do a lot more benchmarking this year and get some real world usage data around it and then sort of present that to the community.
Yeah, that's great. Having options are always it's always great. You also mentioned there's you guys support like many other data formats. I saw a few of them, and how easy is or how hard is it if I come up with my new format, with my own format? Like
yeah. So this is something that's pretty important to us at Foxglove, I guess, is, you know, there's a huge amount of value in ROS. We really love the ROS ecosystem, and we recently joined the technical steering committee. And there's a lot of momentum behind ROS, but we're building sort of tooling on the side of that, and we want our tools to be able to work with ROS and work with non-ROS robots equally. I don't think that like a visualization tool doesn't need to be coupled to a specific file format or robotics framework. So we started with ROS1. Like I said, we built ROS1 support back in the cruise days. We did ROS2 support. We launched last year, earlier last year. And then towards the end of last year, sort of around December, January, we started adding support for non-ROS formats. So the key ones that we've got right now are protobuf and JSON. We're happy to sort of chat to other teams and hear if there's other formats. Flat buffers is one that has come up a couple times that people have asked for that we have looked into. If people want to, Foxglove Studio is extensible, and if you want, you can add your own robotics. We can add another file format. We can do it, or you can come along and send us a PR. But it can be quite challenging to support a new data format, where obviously we're a browser-based app, so you need to have some JavaScript code that's going to decode that. Performance is really important, so you need to be able to like really quickly decode data in the browser. What we sometimes recommend, if companies have a format that we don't support, or if they've, like I say, these companies that have just created something in-house and it's a proprietary to them, we obviously don't want to add that to the open source product if it's their proprietary format. So that's when that's where actually MCAP comes in handy a lot. We can just say, here's some Python libraries or some C++ libraries to create MCAP files. You can just take your in-house proprietary format and use our library, convert it into MCAP, and then you can drag the MCAP files in. So sometimes people find that a lot easier. You know, writing Python or C++ code to convert to MCAP is simpler than doing an implementation in the browser.
Yeah, sounds great. And yeah, I think we're a bit over time, so I think we have to stop here. Thank you very much, Adrian. It was a
thanks for
pleasure
having me.
to have you here. I would like to say that if people want to learn a bit more about Foxglove, there's a really nice podcast that I had listened to. Please also, Adrian, if you have any other links that you want to share, feel free to share them in the chat so people can have access to them.
Yeah, I will.
Yeah, and then again, there's this. The podcast is Sense Think Act, and there's an episode from Foxglove that also tells the story about the company and all. So yeah, I invite everyone to listen to that. Thanks a lot, Adrian. Happy to have you here.
You.
And I would like to invite our next speaker, Zilona Bonvold. Let me find you so I can give you. You should get. If you're here, it would be great if you can let me know so I can try and find you. Give you presentation rights. See. Yeah, I don't see you here. So maybe we'll wait a bit. Yeah, Silona, if you're here, please let me know, and I can give you presentation rights. Otherwise, we can just jump into a break and then have everyone have a bit of a rest for a few minutes. So in the meantime, I'll mention again, we have our China streams going on. I think it's around 200. Yeah, maybe, I don't know if Adrian's still around. Maybe we can still have a chat. Adrian, still here?
I'm here. We can do a fireside chat.
Oh, yeah. You want? I actually. Perfect. Great. So let's take time until if she wants to show up or not, and then we can just.
We didn't. I didn't get to talk too much about sort of the background of Foxglove either, but.
Yeah, I was gonna exactly ask about that. I really like the story, so please go ahead.
Yeah. So we Foxglove was, like I said, we founded the company at the beginning of last year, so we're a little over a year old. But a lot of the team at Foxglove, we're a early stage startup. We have about 10 employees, and we. Please try the screen share on this slide.
I think maybe if you can try the screen share, and maybe you can even do the demo that you missed. That'll be great.
It didn't seem to like that. I mean, I could see that it was sharing the screen. It just didn't seem to be coming up for anyone else. So I'm sharing now. Tell me if you guys can see it. Otherwise, I think. Yeah. Sometimes
it takes some time to load, and you see it on your side, and it's still loading on the rest. So I don't know. But you can try just sharing your story in the meantime.
Yeah. So
anyway, you can see it now.
Oh, you can see it?
Yeah.
Cool.
Nice.
All right. Well, let me give you a bit of demo. So yeah, this like I say, this started at Cruise. We had visualization was one of the first tools that we started out with the ROS stack at Cruise way back in the day, long time ago, and then but we found that the current sort of ROS tooling for visualization was a bit lacking. Like I said, there were these problems around how do you help operations teams and QA teams get back and replay data when they don't necessarily have a whole ROS development environment set up. They don't necessarily have Linux desktops. And this is also way back in the ROS 1 days. We wanted people to just be able to click on a link and view some drive data, especially when we're taking our self-driving cars out on the road. We're recording a bunch of data, and then we get back and we want engineers to just be able to click on that and view that test drive. So this was one of the first tools that we built in-house at Cruise. It actually came out of a hackathon, an internal hackathon at Cruise. This project called WebViz, and then we put a team on it and open sourced it in 2019. Actually, JP and Jacob from the WebViz team came and presented that at ROSCON in 2019 in Macau. And then, but like I say, we did open source it, but WebViz never really got a lot of didn't get too much momentum in the community, mostly because it was very tightly coupled to a lot of Cruise specific features. It made a lot of assumptions about your data. And at Cruise, we didn't really have time to build a proper community around it. Cruise was focused on building a self-driving car, which was enough of a challenge on its own. And so we had the code out there, but it didn't get a lot of adoption. But we always felt that there was a lot of potential for this technology. So that ultimately led to us founding Foxglove. About half of the Foxglove team came from Cruise, actually. So I'll try and give a quick demo here. I'm not sure how well this will work since it's streaming live, but I'll kind of go through a few features and hopefully you guys can get a sense for what this does. So like I said, this is all running in the browser. I've just loaded a file. So when you go into Foxglove Studio, you can either open a local file or you can connect to a live robot that's running ROS. You can also load data directly from the cloud. So if you have your bag files stored in S3 or anything like that, you can view them directly without downloading them. I'll also say we have this Explore Sample Data button here. So if you want to just get started and you don't have a bag file handy, just come along and hit Sample Data. You'll get something interesting to look at. So in Foxglove Studio, this is our main sort of 3D visualization scene. It should look pretty familiar if you've used Davas or anything like that in the past. We can turn on and off different layers. So for example, I can turn on the LiDAR data. I can turn on annotations, bounding boxes, ground truth, tracked and perceived objects. We can also do things like maps or lane markers. Basically anything that your robot is seeing or thinking, you can represent visually in this 3D space. And in this scene, I can come along and I can sort of look at different objects. So I can click on objects and inspect them, see properties of those objects. And then I can also just hit play. Like I said, in others, you really only have the ability to watch live. And if you want to play back ROS bags and others, you need to be working in a separate command line window. But in Foxglove Studio, I can hit play, I can hit pause. In fact, I can just use this scrub bar to access any part of this bag file, and I can even just play forward one frame at a time. In addition, so this is our 3D panel. In addition to that, as I mentioned, we have about 20 different types of visualization panels. So I'm going to start by pulling up the image panel here. I can do a split too, so that I can get left camera and right camera at the same time. We can also do overlays on the images separate from the image channel. We can do bounding boxes of detected objects in that scene. And this is all time synchronized. So as I go back and play through. Some other interesting ones, if we bring up the map panel, so you'll notice that this recording is actually in Singapore. This is some open source self-driving car data. So you can display GPS that's coming on the map panel. We can also do things like raw messages. So in ROS, if you're playing back data, you can use ROS topic echo to print out individual message topics. In Foxglove Studio, you can just see that directly in line. So again, as I'm playing back, this is all updating in real time. And then finally, another one that's interesting is basically any numerical data. We're looking at the IMU here. We can see data that's coming off it, but any numeric values, we can just click on and plot. So I can click on my X and Y linear acceleration there. And again, I can just sort of hit play and see exactly what's happening there. So that's a really quick overview of what it looks like to play back a bag file in Foxglove Studio. We have a lot more panels. We can do publishing that's particularly interesting. So we actually have a teleop panel. You can send messages back to your robot. You can also publish nav goals and poses in the 3D panel back to your robot. Plots we had a look at, and we can do URDF views and things like that. And then diagnostics is another particularly interesting one. So we can see the status of various things in the robot. In addition to this, what I've created here is what we call a layout. So you can actually create multiple layouts and switch between them. So if I want to have one layout where I'm checking my diagnostics or I'm checking particular graphs, I can easily set that up and just come back to it and even switch between them while I'm playing. That's kind of a really quick overview. I guess we also have extensions, like I mentioned. So you can create each one of these panels is basically its own little simple JavaScript app. And we have a lot of people who create custom extensions, especially for inside of companies. People want to create a little extension with several buttons on it, maybe to trigger actions on their robot. So that's a good use of creating custom extensions. Anything that people would like to demo, I'm happy to jump into. Otherwise, that's a very quick overview of Foxglove.
So Adrian, I have some questions regarding how do you spin off out of the out of a company, right? Like how, like
Yeah.
you created another company. Like how was this? I feel like there might be some friction when you do this.
Yeah,
Like you
yeah.
product
No,
sort of-
it's a good question. So we were very transparent about what we wanted to do. We, like I said, the web as code was open source, and so that was open source with the Apache license, and that was always available for anyone to take it and extend it. And a number of companies did take WebViz and fork it and use it for their own needs. We had a chat with the WebViz team at Cruise, and it would be nice if we could sort of keep contributing to the same code base, but we just have very different goals. The WebViz team obviously want to keep focusing on internal needs at Cruise, and we really wanted to build something that was more useful for the community. But we talked to the team, we talked to the founders of Cruise. Actually, the founders of Cruise invested in us, gave us an angel investment. So we sort of stay on the good side of them and keep them up to date with what we're doing. But yeah, other than that, I would say it's quite common for people to create open source projects and then leave the company and sort of create a company around that. If you ever think about doing it, I think the main thing is just to be really transparent with the company about what you want to do and talk to them before you do it. You don't want to sort of get into a get into an argument about it after you leave.
Yeah.
Just have the conversation up front.
Yeah, right. And then I see Mario commenting that this might be very resource intensive.
Yeah,
Is it,
I mean,
how about the browser?
Yeah,
go
so
ahead.
there's a lot of new technology. Browsers have come a long way in the past 10 years, even the past 3 or 4 years specifically. So there's a lot of really good technology that's come out. The most useful for us are things like WebGL. So this allows us direct access to do 3D based rendering in the browser. There's also some really interesting stuff happening in the WebAssembly space. So this allows you to compile native code. So we actually, some of the code, for example, ROS bags are quite often compressed with things like LZ4 and or BZ2. And if you are loading ROS bags into Foxglove Studio, we're actually running compiled C++ code in your browser to do some of that decompression. So a lot of these new technologies exist that can make the web browsers really powerful. That said, it's an application, and everyone has different bag files, different needs that they bring along. So if you do find a particular rendering or a particular combination of data that sort of creates performance issues, we actually love diving into that stuff. Usually helps if you've got some data that you can share with us so that we can try and reproduce it. But yeah, if you find sort of reproducible performance issues, we're always happy to take a look.
Yeah, and then so the way Foxglove as an idea, so the way Foxglove works, you guys have like a cloud version, right? For
yeah. So we have it can either be run directly in your browser, so you can go to foxglove.dev and just click open in browser, or you can go to studio.foxglove.dev. And then you can also download it. So a lot of people prefer to download the application, either because it's just easier to find it in their taskbar, or if you're working a lot with offline robots, you don't always have an internet connection, so you prefer to just have an app installed. So you can go and download Foxglove. And Foxglove is open source and free for anything where you're working with local data or local files connected to a local robot, or you're playing back bag files on your computer. Where we have offered a commercial services around robotics data management, cloud data management. So this is storing and managing and indexing all of your bag files and giving you the ability to search across all of your bag files, and then giving you the ability to just click a link to view any of those sort of directly from the cloud. So that's kind of a separate service that we're building to help you manage bag files, and we see that as something that's useful to larger companies. Basically, if we think open source is really important in robotics and in developer tools specifically, we obviously do need to figure out how to make money as a company. So that's why we've kind of separated off our data management platform as a paid service. And we keep Foxglove Studio and MCAP as completely open source.
I see. And then does the cloud version allow you to share data when you upload to other colleagues?
Yeah, exactly. So if you use our cloud data platform, you can upload your bag files, and then you can add people to your team, and you can share a link, and then anyone on your team can just view that data. They don't need to download the bag files. You can just click on any of them and sort of view it directly. We also then give you Python APIs, so you can do things like run Jupyter Notebook queries across all of your bag data. You can also use our CLI tool to merge and splice bag files on the fly. So a common pattern in robotics is to split. When you're recording on your robot, you don't want to create one huge like 3 terabyte file. So it's very common in robotics to split your bag files every 30 seconds or every 60 seconds or something like this, so that you end up with just smaller files, and smaller files are easier to work with. But that can make it a bit more difficult to play back those files, and also difficult, to share someone a zip file full of 30 files. So what you can do with our cloud data platform, if you upload all of that and store it and share it centrally, we actually give you the ability to merge and split bag files on the fly. So you can upload, 30 files or 100 files, however many you want, and then you can just make a request and say, I would like to generate a bag file with just this time A to time B, and you can also request individual topics out of those bag files. So again, I can do this with the CLI tool, or I can do it with the Python library and just say, just give me the front camera from 3 p.m. to 3:05 p.m. Or I can request just my IMU topic or something like that, and it's a lot lighter weight. So we'll generate those bag files on demand for you.
Great. I think we have another question here, so I'm going to go through it. Probably related to the relationship with your previous company. It says, if you have 2 different companies, it might be difficult to keep the code aligned in sync. If companies have different goals and visions and do not see the advantage of contributing to a common code base. He's mentioning like 2 examples of like OpenOffice and LibreOffice. Those are 2 open source projects that the code base is incompatible, and they diverge more and more. So questions regarding this: what is your long-term vision of this relationship, and how open will stay the code base? How do you want to collaborate with the original dev company? A bit more like maybe in the vision.
It's really important to us to keep Foxglove Studio open. I mean, we built it and as open source at Cruise, and we keep it open source at Foxglove. I think first of all, just open source is really important in developer tools, because anytime you're building as a developer, whenever you're using tools, you want to be able to pull them apart and see how they work. But the other thing I think regarding kind of keeping the community together, that's why we've spent a lot of time building things like our extension API. I think we don't think that Foxglove Studio is going to solve 100% of your needs, especially maybe it will if you're a hobbyist or you have pretty simple needs. But most sort of sufficiently complicated robots or sufficiently large companies are going to need some level of customization. And so I think that's why it's really important to us to make it extensible from the start, have a really good extension API, things like this, because then your company can come along and create their own visualization panels or create their own types of data and formats and things like that. And you can build that as an extension and not have to fork and change the original code base. So that means that you can still, if you are changing the core code base, you can submit those changes upstream. But if you just want to create customizations that are specific to your one company, then you can build that as an extension, and you can keep the extension separate. So that was really important to us, and that was the extension API was one of the first things that we built actually after creating Foxglove, just because I think, like I say, we're never going to be able to solve 100% of the needs for 100% of people. That's that's an impossible task.
Yeah, I really see your point there. I really agree with that. I think a good example of that, at least on my experience, is the ROS ecosystem. So you can see that it's totally decentralized, and I think because that is the main reason. I think one of the biggest reasons that made development on the ROS ecosystem sustainable. and it grows so big, right? Like there's so many developers doing different things that a single code, a single entity maintaining the entire thing or taking care of a single code base would be nearly impossible. So I think that I really agree with you on that.
ROS is a really good example of that. You can keep all of the ROS code open source, and you can use all of the open source libraries, but it's also really easy to extend for your company. So you can build the components that are specific to your company. You can build those as separate packages, and then you can keep the two quite separate, and you don't need to sort of fork the whole ROS project just to be able to build a robot.
Yep. Totally agree with that. I think we're gonna. I think I lost my camera. It's okay. And then yeah, I think we're gonna try to get our next speaker now.
Awesome.
I think we're running out of time. Thanks a lot again.
Thanks for having me, Marco.
Yeah, I'm glad we had to take some time to get your amazing leg.
Glad we got the screen sharing working in the end.
Yeah. Finally. And then good luck with Foxglove. Wish you the best, guys.
Yeah, thanks. See everyone.
All right, so I get we have some time to get our next speaker set up. All right, Jeffrey, you should have presentation rights now. So you should be able to start sharing your camera and microphones. Okay. Yeah, better to start testing a bit ahead so we can solve any issues. Time. Yeah, just gave you the presentation rights right now. How about now? Can you see the sharing buttons? I can see you now. Now you only need to activate your microphone down there. There's audio button at the bottom, so you need to, yep, take your microphone. I think you're still muted. Probably, yeah. You have to unmute yourself. So there's some. Yeah.
Now we're good.
Yeah, perfect. So you can start sharing your slides, and in the meantime, I'll proceed with the introduction. So we got next Jeffrey Sika. He's a principal developer experience engineer at the CNCF with a focus on improving community and project automation. Before that, he's worked at Red Hat and the University of Michigan, focusing on cloud-native technologies, CI/CD patterns. Jeffrey has been a contributor to Upstream Kubernetes, helping CIG Contribex, CIG Release, CIG UI. He passionately advocates for open source development and recognizing and alleviating burnout. And he's going to talk about building communities in a post-pandemic world. So please, Jeffrey, go ahead.
Awesome. Thank you so much. So there are two communities that I want to talk about. One of them, as was stated, I have been a contributor and kind of a community member in the Kubernetes contributor community for a while now. But also there was a local meetup that several friends of mine and I happened to run. So these pictures are relevant. On the left is the Kubernetes contributor community, and on the right, like I said, it's a local cloud native meetup in Ann Arbor, Michigan, called Orchestructure. So think, orchestration and infrastructure, merge the two words together. Mario, one of the founders, thought he was clever. It's a pretty good name. The two communities are of completely different scales, but their state before and during the pandemic is still worth comparing and contrasting. And ultimately, I think we can learn some lessons from where they were to their current state right now. Hide. Cool. So let's first talk about Orchestructure. Orchestructure started in early 2017 and it was founded by Mario Loria. But shortly thereafter, a group of us got together and kind of became the four main organizers. It was Mario Loria, George Castro, Bob Killen, and myself. It was a monthly meetup that occurred on the last Wednesday of every month in the evenings around 6 p.m. our time. We usually provided some form of dinner, whether it was pizza or whether it was sandwiches. We tried to provide for everyone that showed up. And it was typically local speakers to Ann Arbor. And we tried to have a rotating venue using companies, both startup companies and well-established companies that were Ann Arbor focused. So anywhere from, we were hosted by the University of Michigan and Duo to some small startups like Alpha Django and a bunch of co-working spaces. And this picture is actually from one of the weekend workshops that we had done. So the end of February of 2020 was like most of our other meetups. Our attendance was a little light, but that was partly due to roads being slick and snowy and icy because we just had a random end of February snowstorm. There was some talk about COVID, but it was more of concern for upcoming travel for a couple of the attendees and nothing we figured would impact the meetup at all. Usually we would see about 65% of the people who signed up through Meetup, they actually showed up. And for years, this was a solid metric whenever we were planning food. Of course, everything revolves around food. We also always almost had our events planned about a month in advance, so we could announce and promote the next month's talks and speaker to everyone who attended. And it also let speakers that were local or could actually make it a chance to attend a meetup and then see the tone, the setting, and make sure what they were thinking and how they were going to present would work out well. And I think it was 2 to 3 weeks after the February of gRPC talk that we wound up canceling March's meetup because of COVID. However, we organizers, we did have an idea for how we could try and keep Orchestructure going and keep the community engaged. and that was YouTube. Early on, we streamed all of our previous meetings to YouTube. From the almost very beginning, we were streaming to YouTube. A while ago, years ago at this point, Google Hangouts, before it became Google Meet, actually supported streaming directly to YouTube. And this made the setup for us very, very simple. So we would just have a laptop set up in front, be able to click stream to YouTube, have it logged in as our Orchestructure YouTube account. Boom, we have live streaming in our meetup. It was really nice, and it was also a great way to reach attendees who might not otherwise have been able to attend due to traffic, distance, or other obligations like a new baby. So it was very valuable to us, and we thought maybe we should try and use this. I mean, oftentimes we had 2 to 5 people who would tune into streams for our old sessions, and we considered that a win. It was actually getting used. So we had experience with streaming Orchestructure to YouTube, and we also had a community that was used to tuning into YouTube and the streams and interacting with the presenters via chat. So we figured this is probably going to work out for us. So in April, to dog food our own idea, we decided to do an Orchestructure session on K3s, which is a lightweight Kubernetes distro. And it's also an easy way to spin up a local Kubernetes cluster. Our goal here was to keep things very simple, loose, and really just focus on the attendees and engage with them live. Have them ask questions and test things out that they may just, want to see done live. It was a hit. Not only did the panel, aka us, the 4 organizers, have fun, but it was well attended with about 30 people, and we received a lot of positive feedback. And so that's the pattern that we followed. We've normally done workshops in June, and with summer starting, we decided to take a break in June, which is nice for us in the Midwest. It happens to get cold. Summer is something we always look forward to. And then we had to skip August because we couldn't get a critical mass for even an online meetup. And it was after the September meeting that the 4 of us started having a hard conversation. At prior meetups, as I said, we always planned on the 65% rule. 65% of the people who signed up would attend. When we switched to the online meetups, that dropped dramatically and over time. By October, less than half actually attended. It turns out when everyone's attending online meetings all day, an online meetup in the evening is kind of a daunting task. Even if it's a stream, even if they're not even interacting with things, it's just additional screen time. Plus, organizing an event, no matter the size, is exhausting. The 4 of us had a really solid system before COVID. Who was responsible for what, the recurring to-do list, who was going to order the food, who was going to knock out lining up the speaker, talking with the venue. Everything would come together, and we would try and share the load pretty well. But between our day jobs, our own screen fatigue, and feedback from our community, we decided to pause the meetups. As a total aside, massive props to all of the organizers for this. It has been awesome. So what is the current state of Orchestructure today? From the beginning, and though alluded to on a previous slide, Orchestructure has had a thriving Slack channel on an Ann Arbor specific Slack workspace. People come in there all the time for Kubernetes advice, CI/CD questions. Pretty much anything infra or coding related is fair game in there. And it's probably, a question or a topic at least once every few days, which to me, considering it's a local Slack with about 150 to 200 people, I'd actually have to look. I should have. That's really good in my opinion. That's pretty engaging. So now that's the story of Orchestructure. Let's switch gears a little bit and talk about the Kubernetes contributor community. Kubernetes is at the center of a lot of different technologies, but people are the center of Kubernetes. So this is a community that has thrived since 2014. Most contributors interact almost exclusively online, though when there is a KubeCon Cloud Native Con, the community tries to make an effort to come together with a contributor summit. Through a website the CNCF runs calls DevStats, we can actually see the volume of GitHub interactions on a given CNCF project. GitHub or Kubernetes is no exception. And this is an interesting metric to look at, especially since you can't actually see when the pandemic started shifting things. It's a pretty solid pattern from, you know, January 1st all the way through July 1st. I could have gone even longer, but I didn't think I needed to. And why? Most people exclusively interacted with each other online, and it was mostly asynchronous. When we did come together for contributor summits, the content was often an even mix of hallway track, structured sessions, and working meetings. The hallway tracks were organic conversations. Friends could catch up, just, you know, kind of have fun. There were structured sessions where we would have presentations on topics like how to fix test flakes, how to become a better PR reviewer. And then there were working meetings even, where there would be things like doc sprints, or a release team would do a planning meeting. But no matter what, it was super productive time, even when it was, you know, meant to be a relaxed environment. Yeah, unfortunately, the time where we could see the faces behind the GitHub handles had to be canceled because of COVID. And because of the contributor feedback, we actually canceled the KubeCon EU 2020 Contributor Summit before KubeCon itself made an announcement. We noticed that company policies were already starting to hit, and we had to make a difficult decision because most of our attendees weren't going to be allowed to travel. Another thing that we noticed was, shockingly, online meeting fatigue. There are many contributors who get to work on Kubernetes as part of their day job, but there are also many who don't. So these online meetings were a good way to get FaceTime with each other and collaborate. But what happens when you have a day job and also now you're trying to get into these online meetings? Screen fatigue. So as much as we try to work asynchronously, there are just some instances where real-time communication using something like Zoom is drastically more efficient than GitHub issues, Threads, or even Slack. So across the board, attendance to these working meetings started to decrease as attendees pushed towards even more asynchronous meetings in Slack threads instead of another video call that they might have to attend. And it was to the point where our monthly community meetings, a meeting the whole project, I mean, not, you know, the several thousand contributors, but there would be like good representation across the project, would usually rally around. And these meetings began to drag and lose attendance. This was a meeting where we would have SIGs, or special interest groups, attend and provide updates, update the community with the state of the upcoming release, and allow members to bring up any issues or just cool stuff that they wanted to share, kind of like a show and tell. Unfortunately, it quickly became yet another meeting for many. And as people tried to thin out their schedules, this was one that didn't make it into their schedules. Another thing that happened was our release cycle shifted. Previously, Kubernetes would release quarterly, with Q4 being kind of a lighter patch release due to holidays. During 2020, it became clear that the releases needed more time given the new circumstances, and so we shifted our release schedule now to 3 releases a year. But where there was doom and gloom, there was also fun to be had. An Untitled Goose Game themed CTF was hosted by the community in March. This provided many with an early distraction to the impending separation the pandemic would cause. And while a contributor summit never happened, we instead tried to have a little fun for our community. We attempted to foster the same kind of feeling, as best we could, that a hallway track would give us, while also giving our community members an outlet of just energy and fun by way of video games. But not just video games were had. We also did things like a cloud native bake off where a bunch of community members got together and streamed themselves baking cookies, and there was an entire judging panel. It was awesome. We also presented community awards. The whole goal, as it says, was just to relax and have fun. Feedback was positive, so I think mission accomplished. And that's how things progressed through 2020. By the end of 2020 and beginning of 2021, the community was more or less in a slightly more stressful due to world circumstances status quo. There were minor tweaks to some project-wide processes to make things even more asynchronous friendly, but in general, the community stayed close and stayed strong. So, what's the current state of the Kubernetes community today? Well, thankfully, we are back to having in-person contributor summits, while also having an end-of-year contributor celebration. We have another contributor summit scheduled for KubeCon EU in Valencia, and planning has started for KubeCon NA contributor summit in Detroit. I think that starts after KubeCon EU, though. I think they're trying to form the team right now. And asynchronous practices are being pushed where possible, and contributions still follow at the pattern that we've seen. One thing to call out, if you noticed the scale on the left of these charts, GitHub activity has decreased overall in the project, but we're not going to speculate to here as to why. I have my own thoughts. So one community was driven by mutual goals and was engaged primarily asynchronously. The other was a community driven by mutual interest, but without any goals beyond networking and mutually nerding out. So without engagement, it became apparent that the in-person meetup wasn't sustainable as it was before, even with virtual events. So there are a few lessons learned. I want to kind of go over these, and then I like, especially with these topics, leaving time at the end for a lot of questions because I tend to work better off of questions. One of the big things that we learned was asynchronous activity is the best way to build a community because it allows people to engage with you at their own pace. It just really helps. It also lets you build a more global community, which is something we need to start doing even more of. Yes, even now we're, having face-to-face time. It is 1:30 my time in the morning. Should probably have more coffee, but, asynchronously, more people can engage with you. Active engagement is also huge. One thing that we learned between Orchestructure and the Kubernetes community is Orchestructure was not as engaging to the attendees as the Kubernetes community, because Kubernetes contributors are contributing to something. The Orchestructure meetup was just the attendees would come and attempt to learn something. When you have the ability to do fun things like not necessarily just live demos, but like hackathons, when we Orchestructure had the workshop where we actually had people sit down with their laptops and follow demos along, and we had people running around helping to make sure everyone could actually do what they wanted to do. It was just a much better experience for the attendee and for the organizers because it's just far more satisfying. This to me is the motto if you want to be a good open source contributor, but it's the same when you are both attempting to run a community and also attempting to join and contribute to a community. Be consistent. If you say you are going to do something, do it. If there is no, it's better for you to be honest about not being able to do something and being honest with yourself about it. So for example, if I know that I can review one PR a month, but I always review 1 PR a month, that kind of behavior gets noticed because you are being 100% consistent. Also, if something happens, if you're moving and you're not going to be able to review that PR, communicate that. And then just put the two together. Always make sure you are being consistent in your communication. While this is more of a contributor focused slide, the same thing happens when it comes to organizing events and organizing meetups and trying to manage a community. You have to establish a baseline for the members of the community to just have faith in what you're going to do and what, you know, is going to be, I don't know, available. This is my own personal opinion, but it has kind of been tried and tested and true. Always shoot for fun over formal. There is a time and place for being formal, but I want to say 80% of the time, even in like most of my career, fun has always been the way to make more people engage with you. Have silly, funny things, put memes in your slides, try and come up with, you know, a CTF game that's based on a goose game. You know, people want to have fun. That like it is in people's nature to have fun. The definition of fun may be different, but chances are if you're in the tech community and there is some interesting thing that involves a game or involves a mental puzzle or a process, most of the time people are going to be all about that. So people make open source. People are the fuel of open source, whether it's fueled by passion or it's career driven or people just want to have fun. People make open source possible. But people are also social creatures. So we need each other and we need the connections between each other. And when we join together, we are definitely greater than the sum of our parts. That's kind of what community is all about. So please go forth, collaborate, and make friends. And I'm actually going to click on the chat now and read a bunch of stuff because I want to answer people's questions. Everything revolves around food. Yes, it is so true. Food and drinks definitely help. It actually depended on the venue. Some of this was just something that we ran into. Most of our venues did not actually allow any sort of alcohol. And we kind of preferred that just because, at least in our community, we had several people that didn't like that. And it's kind of a small thing to make sure that people feel welcome. So that's that. Shared notes. What is orchestration when it comes to software and DevOps? Interesting question. Oh, Marco, do you want to read the questions? I can kind of go.
No, it's fine. It's fine. Go ahead. Go ahead. Please go ahead.
So when it comes to orchestration, I mean, this is more of a technical question than a community question, but this had to do with orchestrating infrastructure. So think Terraform, think, you know, scripting the creation of clusters and VMs in, you know, a cloud provider. Really, the name orchestructure was, again, orchestration and then infrastructure, and then they just kind of mashed it together, and it really worked. Due to the pandemic, working from home, online working has increased than working in person in the office. Is it helpful or is it increasing self-centeredness? In my opinion, it depends on the person. I have seen both. I think in general, again, it depends, right? Like, yeah, I'll kind of tell the story and scrub the names. I have a friend. This friend was already kind of an introvert. They absolutely had no social skills before the pandemic. So now they get to work from home completely. They essentially got a pass to never leave their basement. And ultimately, like, they've started fading away in terms of friendship because they've forgotten how to interact with people. I don't even think that they really have to join many like video calls for their job, which kind of surprises me. So that's a really good example of it's definitely making some people more self-centered. But I think for people, I have far more friends that are working from home, and that has not only helped their lives, but also just made them better people than the one example I have of someone who has used being able to work from home as a reason to become a self-centered person. Hopefully that kind of answers that. In my opinion, it's more helpful than harmful, but it really does depend on who the person is. Whether hybrid working model will be implemented in the coming years also, I do not see a hybrid working model working out. You right now see a significant amount of pushback in large places like Silicon Valley where, you know, I'm not going to pick on Google, but they're a really good example. Google, for 15 to 20 years, invested in having a lot of infrastructure for them to have employees at a campus working, you know, in a place, and then trying to eke out as much productivity out of their employees as possible by, again, investing in the infrastructure and all of the amenities. They don't want to lose that. They don't want that to be a sunk cost. Now, from what I know, they're, you know, trying to go to this hybrid model, and a lot of the engineers are saying, why? Like, on top of the fact that a lot of these larger companies' campuses happen to exist in expensive places to live, and the fact that for the last year and a half, 2 years, they've been working from home and they could work from anywhere that had a really good internet connection, I think there's going to be a brain drain away from all of these larger companies that are trying to force people back, because if you're telling me I can work where I want and I don't have to live in a place where 80% of my salary is going to living expenses, there's probably going to be a large number of people that are going to move away and actually, you know, get more for their money. In a matter of interaction, don't you think asynchronous session lacks immediate response from the audience? Yes, I personally do. I am a fan of synchronous interaction. I prefer it's the same reason I structure my talks the way that I do usually, where I'm given a 40-minute slot. I will plan to talk for 20 to 25 minutes. I want to interact with the people in the audience for the next 15 minutes because I like a dialogue. So asynchronous sessions, in my opinion, aren't the greatest, but if there is a choice between an asynchronous session or no session at all, asynchronous it is. What software does the CNCF use to organize our events? Is it open source? Right now, in the early days, we used meetup.com. And then in the, when did we transition? It was long before I joined. I think it was actually end of 2020, we moved to a platform called Bevy. I don't think it's open source, but they have been really open to suggestions from us because they have done a lot to enable the CNCF to build our events on top of it. As many people have moved away from the region the office is located, it will be difficult to have face-to-face meetups if people are more dispersed, isn't it? I completely agree, but if people have moved away, that makes events like KubeCon or the larger, you know, meetups done by O'Reilly and just in general, it makes the larger conferences more important. But at the same time, I actually think it's a good thing locally. If you're telling me that, for example, say 4 or 5 people happen to now live in, you know, somewhat rural northern Minnesota, which is, you know, kind of in the middle of nowhere, and they start a meetup in the nearest largest city that's maybe 40 minutes away from them, that could actually be like a spark and the start of a new tech hub in Duluth, which, you know, many don't know, but Duluth is kind of, you know, a shipping town. It's not well known for technology. So I think, though it makes the larger cities meetups not as populated, I think it actually provides the opportunity for us to have, you know, kind of smaller clusters of people that may spark newer tech hubs. And that kind of excites me. Ooh. I am reading this, Mario, as you type it, and ooh, that's going to be a spicy topic. Okay. You mentioned GitHub contributions have decreased a bit. What is your speculation on that? How will contributions change quality and quantity wise when people work online? And what does it mean for international contributors? So there's a bit of discussion in the community about why contributions have gone down overall. I'm not going to speak for anyone else. I do know that people like the steering committee are actively looking into it. So I am taking off my CNCF hat and my Kubernetes contributor hat, and just, this is me sitting on a couch giving a small opinion. Kubernetes in the last 2 to 3 years, separate of COVID, has become relatively stable. There are still a significant amount of features that could be put into Kubernetes. And I don't want this to become a Kubernetes, you know, like tech talk, but ultimately, a lot of the larger companies that funded engineers to work on Kubernetes full time got, in my opinion, most of what they needed into upstream Kubernetes. And now it's kind of picking and choosing specific features, and then those companies placing a little bit of effort to push those features forward. Whereas it was all hands on deck to try and, you know, get certain features stable. Now it's cool, we have a base platform, everything is good. Now we can, you know, work on our own thing while doing our best to keep maintenance here. So that's my speculation on that. How will contributions quality and quantity wise change when people work online? They won't, in my opinion. We have, at this point, specifically talking about Kubernetes, we've always worked online. So nothing should impact that whatsoever. And what does it mean for international contributors? We have done our best to engage, like, kind of a follow the sun pattern. Like, we have global contributors. We have a lot of Asian contributors, Indian contributors, European contributors. Like, I am personally friends with people across the globe just through this project. So we'll do things like schedule meetings at, you know, it might be 5 a.m. my time, but it's, you know, perfect for the Indian contributors because, you know, it's 1 p.m. there. But at the same time, as we moved towards more asynchronous work, it actually made a difference getting more engagement from them. So that's kind of what I'll say about that. I'm going to read Marco's first because I see you still typing. Regarding topics like remote work and interactions, how do you see the scene on synchronous versus asynchronous interaction tools? Do synchronous tools miss some of, miss some of the slower or shy contributors? Are asynchronous tools too slow for the task? That is an interesting one. I think I think there's always going to be a problem with shy contributors in face-to-face meetings. Even in video calls, even, well, in person, probably more than in video calls, but even in like Slack, I don't think synchronous versus asynchronous necessarily changes how shy a person might feel. Maybe that's, maybe if they don't have an identity established, like they're essentially anonymous and typing into the void, they might, not be as shy. But, we, in both communities, we always really welcomed people as best as possible. If we noticed someone was shy in like the Orchestructure meetups, we would, walk up to them. Not all of us, but like one of the organizers would go up to them. Hey, I'm Jeff. Where are you from? What are you interested in? You're new here. Just, want to hear more about you. And just like being the person that kind of reaches out first was super helpful in making a lot of these shy people kind of open up to us. But are asynchronous tools too slow for the task? In my unpopular opinion, yes, they are. There was a meeting that I had to attend once where they were kind of, this was at a different job. They were asking how, meeting is in work from home, the benefits and the negatives. And one thing that I always felt, and this was even before COVID and, work from home was a thing, the bandwidth in having a synchronous talk, like just think literal technical bandwidth of being able to talk with someone back and forth and see their face and just their posture, even small things. Even if it's just like a webcam, you only see like this. The bandwidth is not the same as being in the same room as someone. So it is so much faster to interact with someone in a synchronous way than an asynchronous way, even though you might be able to more eloquently type out or articulate your thoughts better through a keyboard. It's just so much easier to get through a problem synchronously than type. Okay. I see 2 more questions. All right. As we have the chance to ask any question here, even not directly related to this topic, I hope it is okay to ask about your opinion about cloud services in general. Ooh. There is a movement in Europe where companies and governments get together and support or fund the development of an independent sovereign cloud stack that can be deployed anywhere by anyone versus semi-proprietary cloud services platforms. What is my opinion on that? Sovereign cloud stack sounds like multi-cloud Kubernetes to me, so I am 100% for that. Personally, the whole idea of Kubernetes was to be able to abstract out fundamental, cloud Lego blocks, and then doesn't matter whether it's on Amazon, Google, or AWS. So I'd be interested to learn more about what. Okay, I see a link. I will click that and read that later. But yeah, like in my opinion, that's what we need to do. If you want to have an application that is available 100% of the time, like not like 5 nines, like 100% of the time, it's not just multi availability zone, it's also multi-cloud. So what's your opinion on unconferences? Are they too chaotic, or are they a good place to provide a flexible platform in contrast to the rigid structure of the usual conferences? I have a really good answer to this, and it's also going to be an unpopular one to a lot of the people in the Kubernetes community. So the contributor summits always had an unconference, and anyone could present any topic. Everyone would be able to vote on the topics the day before, and that would eventually be the sessions, and we had like 4 unconference slots for our summit, which was pretty good, like all things considered. And it was an awful pain to organize, and usually the unconference slots weren't well attended. Maybe it would be better if it was more of a formal like session, but I mean, at least the format we were working with unconferences was not the greatest. So I don't personally like them. I think we should follow one of 2 things, either super structured content or hallway track. Having this in between just kind of feels like you should have grabbed a room that's just available with a projector, and then, I mean, talking about in person, and then grab the like 10 to 15 people that you were already talking with in the hallway and go hack on something over there and be productive. Async communication puts a lot more in writing. Have you seen an increase in quality documentation now that people are sharing their thoughts? Sorry, Katie, I kind of started reading while you were still typing. Yes, I have personally seen an increase in the quality of documentation. That said, I still think documentation needs to be significantly improved, and we need to hire more tech writers. Every month or so, someone in the Kubernetes contributor community will literally tweet an image that says hire more tech writers. It's so true. But in general, yeah, I think docs quality has improved quite a bit in the last couple of years. Can you explain a bit more about the how the hallway works versus a superstructured conference? Cool. So hallway track is kind of slang, and all that really is I'm walking down the hallway, I see Bob. Hey, Bob, one of my good friends, Bob. And then we start talking, and we're just in the hallway. And then we, happen to attract a couple other people that we know. Long story short, we get, kind of a circle of 15 to 20 people that just all happen to be talking. And it's just this kind of mini session, but it's in a hallway. Very organic conversations happen, like anything from, we were talking about fantasy books for a while, all the way to we're talking about like how best to rotate tokens in one project that we were working on. They can be super technical. They can also have absolutely nothing to do with cloud technology. It's really just a bunch of people that get together, feel comfortable with each other, and just kind of talk. Kind of like what I'm doing right now, but not face to face. Versus super structured, which is like we have an intro session where we're going to welcome everybody. We have a track that's just going to be about improving GitHub interactions, whether that's improving our bot responsiveness and trying to reduce the number of bot messages that we spam GitHub threads with, and deflaking our tests to make tests work a little better. So the hallway track is simply people organically gathering and then having meaningful conversations versus just an actual session. So for the contributor summits, we really try to balance having really, really strong content in the sessions that a lot of contributors could benefit from, and then having enough gaps in the schedule so that not just during lunch, but in the mornings and the afternoon, or in the morning and the afternoon, there's enough free time for people to just organically gather. And we see a lot of people enjoy those kinds of interactions. I see no more questions. I also have no idea what time it is.
All right. Thank you very much, Jeffrey, for taking on the questions yourself. So just one more question about this hallway thing. So you guys have like a separate room for it, or does it happen in like the coffee area? Or
coffee area. So in previous contributor summits, we would have 1 to 2 rooms set aside. One was usually kind of a staff organization room, and another was simply there are too many people, I need to get away from people because I'm getting overloaded. So think of it like a quiet room with some round tables, and the whole idea was set up your laptop here. If you need to take a call, do it quietly, but it was not meant to be a gathering place. And then almost all of the venues where we've had these summits have had a large enough coffee and kind of, yeah, just a coffee area where you could hold about 150 to 200 people spread across the entire, area, standing and then chatting.
All right.
We've gotten
Great.
lucky
Yeah.
there, and we've kind of planned our summits around those venues. Sorry.
I really love those hallway areas. We used to have them at FOSSASIA and can't wait to get them back. Yeah, again, thank you very much for the presentation. Very good insights, and happy to have you here.
Thank you very
hope
much.
To see you
it was
again.
awesome. Definitely.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. So I think for our next panel, we're going to have Wei-Yu Tang taking over. So Wei-Yu, I think I made you presenter, so you should be able to share your cam. Yeah, there you go. So great. Wei-Yu is a director of the Civic Tech Lab, National University of Singapore, and she's going to be leading this amazing panel that I'm so excited to hear about, open ethics. So I think I'll leave it up to you, Wei-Yu.
Thank you, Michael. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone from Singapore or Asia. Good morning if you are joining from Europe, and good evening if you're joining from the North America. My name is Wei-Yu. Welcome to our Open Ethics panel. I'm a social scientist working at National University of Singapore. I'm also the director of the Civic Tech Lab hosted in the university. It's my privilege, really, to moderate this truly important panel of our time. So I like to take a few minutes to quickly introduce our three panelists. I will introduce them in the sequence as we see in the schedule. First, apologies if my Asian accent didn't catch your name very right. Please forgive me. Our first speaker is Frank Kalischak. Frank is the founder and CEO at Nextcloud. Nextcloud is a suite of client-server software for creating and using file hosting services. Being a free and open source software, anyone is allowed to install and operate it on their own private service devices. So we're going to hear from Frank regarding data sovereignty. Our second speaker is Shane Coughlin. I guess many of you would probably know him. He is very well known in Last but not least, we have Catherine Scott from Open Robotics. Catherine is a developer advocate at Open Robotics. To be honest, one of the early inspiration was actually ethics regarding robotics. When I was reading an article about the weaponization of open robots. Right? So I really look forward to hearing from Catherine's perspective on robot ethics. So we have basically three experts, each knows a great deal about one maybe particular area in FOSS. So Frank in data sovereignty, Shane probably in legal discussions regarding all FOSS issues, and Catherine on robotic ethics. So the panel will run as this. So I'm going to invite each of the experts to give a short presentation, maybe 6 to 7 minutes on that topic they really have their expertise in. After the three short presentations, we're going to have a question and answers from both myself as a moderator and more importantly, actually from the audiences through the shared notes function in this virtual platform. Okay, so without further delay, I'd like to now invite Frank to take the floor and present your point of view. Fred, do you have any slides to share?
Thanks a lot. Really happy to be here. No, I don't have any slides. But I'm trying to do this without slides, which is unusual for me, but maybe it makes it a bit more interesting. I hope so, at least. Yeah, so thanks a lot for the invitation. It's really awesome to be part of FOSSASIA again, even virtually. Hope we can all meet together in person next time again. And also honored to be part of this panel about this super important topic about ethics. The reason is, for me, why this is so important is that it's interesting. When I started with computer science and software development and this kind of things, like in the 80s and 90s, computer and data and software and then later the internet, this was just something like the developer, like the nerds cared about. This was something, I don't know, students did in their basement and hacked together something, but it was not really so key in our society. Nowadays, software and data and social network and communication is like in the center of our world. And you can see this, that even like in politics, big world leaders nowadays really care about which data is stored, who controls what. I mean, you see this, for example, at the current conflict at Ukraine, where it's like super important for both sides who has what information, who controls what, is a certain social network blocked or not. This is really moved to the core of our society. So software and technology data is like so important. It's no longer something you just like work on as a hobby because you like technology. It's about shaping our world. So this is so important. But the core topic that I care mostly about, you mentioned it already, is of course data sovereignty. That's also an interesting point because you have to remember how this all started, like a few years ago, or 20 years ago, 30 years ago. Because at the beginning there was, well, the internet existed, but it was not everywhere. So computer fans and enthusiasts, they had like a PC or a computer on their desk where they played with. And if they're lucky, they were able to use open source software there, Linux then later. And then you were really in control of your computer, right? You had your hardware here in front of you and you're running free software, open source on it, which then made sure that you know what's going on. You can control everything. You can really play with every piece of that. And the data is obviously on the hard disk in front of you. And this was the computer experience. Then a little bit later, the cloud came up. And this means that everything is now connected over the internet. And then basically these big hyperscalers, these big public cloud services, they're really raised, like Google Cloud, Amazon, Microsoft, and so on. And now it's interesting, even if most of us still run open source and Linux on your computers, you're no longer fully in control about what's going on because the data is somewhere else. You don't know who can look at my files. You don't know what software is actually working on my files. You don't know if there's a backdoor in it. You can really not really innovate on top of it. I mean, these cloud services that provide some APIs that we can use, but some APIs are not there for business reasons, and then you no longer cannot work with it. Building on top of innovation is only possible if you follow their rules of this big cloud provider. So we are a little bit like, I don't know, this crazy creativity and privacy and innovation that existed at the beginning we're losing this a little bit. And this is why it's so important to make sure that we decentralize the internet again, decentralize the cloud, use more free software to make sure that our society, as I mentioned at the beginning, it's so important for our world, is still in control and can steer the direction of our future. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, Frank. I think, yeah, your message is very clear, right? The internet indeed has been centralized, and all our private data now storing on clouds become somehow public data that can be surveilled by unwanted parties, right? So I guess you made it very clear. Strong message. Let me now invite Shane to share his point of view. Shane, are you there?
Oh yes, I'm right here. And
Yes, great. Please, the floor is
very
yours.
much. And I think Frank's point is extremely pertinent to where we go next. We're in something of a pivotal moment as humanity is getting connected, but we're not necessarily being able to control the information or how it's presented with which we connect ourselves. Now, I was thinking, how can I usefully contribute to this conversation? And I decided to put on my political scientist hat and try to describe how I would try to frame ethics itself in a discussion like this. How should we make the normative judgments? So I'll just discuss a bit here, particularly for the audience that might not know the nuances of what ethics is per se. So ethics is about what's good or bad to do, right? So by its nature, it's normative. It contains subjective values rather than objective values. This means that there's always a tension at the heart of the field. Not everyone will agree about what is good or bad. Now, before we can discuss ethics usefully, we need to find a center point to base our judgment. What is the principle that we use to inform our judgment of good and bad? And I'd like to propose, both in our situation and more generally, that we can start with one simple question. Will this action, whatever action we're talking about, help or harm the society in which we live? And you can add other questions as well, like, will this action help or harm the societies around us? Will it help or harm the world in which we live? Now, if something helps or is neutral towards society, we can say it's good or at least not harmful. And if something harms society, we can say it's bad. But the filter, even here, needs more nuance. Will it help today but harm in the long term? And what's more important, today or tomorrow? Perhaps the most important insight is that nothing is going to be helpful in all possible scenarios, and nothing is going to be harmful in all possible scenarios. We're left in a world where the doctrine of least harm and most advantage comes to the fore. Ethics in technology is no different to ethics elsewhere. It's not a game of drawing with crayons. It's not full of heroes and villains. We need to balance a lot of factors to determine if something should be encouraged or discouraged. And in our field, as in many others, the thing I fear is pretty simple. People who take it upon themselves to declare something is inherently good, and people who decide to be nihilists and care for nothing except their personal advantage. Fanatics and nihilists are extremists, and you can't rely on extremists to make the best decisions for society. And at that starting point, I think we're in a good position to look at stuff and say, on balance, is this going to be a positive or a negative? And I think it's important to have those because it's so easy to jump to purely normative statements. And then you end up going all the way down with the normative statement to find out where it came from and make a judgment from there. But that all said, I think we're pretty much on the exact right track with what Frank brought up and the idea of how do we take this tremendous amount of technology and utilize it in a way that benefits many. There's no reason that advertising companies are a bad thing, but there is a question if the internet is essentially governed by advertising companies, what impact will that have on the societies? And those type of implementation questions, I think, require a lot of digging. Just by way of example, a lot of people choose stuff like Nextcloud so that they'll have sovereignty over their data, that they'll know that their data is theirs. Or they'll choose some other services like a lot of people pay Apple because they know that that company is not an advertising company. It couldn't care less what your data is. It cares about your monthly subscription. And at the same time, there's people who are like, I don't care if my data is used for advertising analytics. That's fine with me. And all of those answers are potentially fine. Though as technologists, we might have a responsibility to ask, what about the people who can't make a choice? Are they forced in a certain direction? And what are the implications of that? And that is where I will, to blessed happiness of all, shut up for the moment.
Thank you, Shane. That's such a philosopher. You are not just a political scientist, you're a political philosopher, right? Yeah, I guess you have already started the conversation by asking, when there are disagreements, right, on such kind of normative judgments, what should we do, right? Are multiple choices the answer, right? You just go with the right answer according to your own judgment. Okay, I'll stop there. Then I will invite Catherine to chime in. Right? Hey, Catherine, what if
Hi.
Is there absolutely right or wrong way? For instance, when robots are weaponized, is this absolutely wrong, always wrong, or it could be right sometimes?
Well, I feel like my notes have been cribbed here. So it's very late here, and I had a very early morning. So I actually kind of wrote through, and I'm going to read through it here. But I don't think there's normally a pure this is good and this is bad. And why don't I just start? So many technologies have a dual use nature, meaning that the outcomes from their use can fall anywhere on a spectrum between find a single set of ethics to cover all cases. And then we also get into a problem of like, well, for argument's sake, let's say we could create an ethical code for our software with an airtight code of ethics. The question would then become, well, how do we enforce our code of ethics? How do we make sure that no human or robot engaged in unethical behavior? For starters, the nature of our current open source licenses state that we cannot discriminate about who uses our software. And then furthermore, we can't verify if people are in compliance. It's close to impossible to know who's using our software. And then how do we, if we would ever have the resources to adjudicate a dispute with that person? Our ability to enforce a code of ethics would basically be as strong as our ability to litigate violations of our license. So if we want to, if saying all this, if we want to enforce control via licenses, it requires that we concoct a perfect code of ethics to append to our license and a vast pool of resources to litigate the violate it. This is just not practical. However, it doesn't mean that we can prevent the unethical use of our software. Society already has mechanisms for codifying ethics and enforcing norms, and open source software does not get built with without the contributors that make that happen. What I would argue is that it is the responsibility of open source developers to play an active role in shaping governmental policy. And FOSS developers need to speak out about current and potential ethical concerns of their software ahead of its development. As software developers, we have a critical role to play in educating the public about what our software can do and its ramifications for society. We say things like, with many eyes, all bugs are shallow, but it's also the case that with many users, all of our ethical implications will start becoming more visible as well. So basically, in the absence of policy, developers need to vote with their keyboards and avoid working on projects and features that they deem unethical. It is also imperative that developers speak out against cases where existing FOSS software is used in an unethical manner. In some cases, it may even be necessary to organize, actively disrupt, resist the development of software to achieve our goals, like if we find something that's unethical. we may not be able to stop a bad actor from using our source code, but it is certainly, we don't certainly have to merge their pull requests, develop their features, fix their issues, or provide them with binaries as best we can. So, of course, developers don't have to bear the burden individually. Many, if not most of us, work for companies or universities. Our employers can and should take ethical implications into account when deciding what technology to build and who to build it for. As an example, Open Robotics has a long history of working with the U.S. Defense Department via R&D agencies like DARPA and ONR. Our company policy for DoD projects is that we do nothing classified, we do nothing expert controlled, and everything we produce is open source and available to everyone. Other companies can and do build non-open robot systems for the military, and they often rely on our software just like they rely on Linux and countless other open source projects. We're not, we don't deny that that happens. We're just committed to not doing that work for them or for ourselves. So I think sort of in conclusion, software libraries are fantastic. They allow us to not reinvent the wheel, but we should also similarly not reinvent ethics and enforcement of ethics, right? We really must focus on sort of the existing social and political systems to prevent the unethical use of our projects. And in practical terms, this means we must spend more of our time and resources educating ourselves, the broader public, our government, and about the technology we're building and its applications. And then if we think somebody's not doing something good, right? If our open source software is being used unethically, we must loudly voice our opinions and organize to make the necessary policy changes. Hopefully that wasn't too long-winded.
All right, yeah, Catherine. I guess you can take a moment to maybe open your camera again.
I didn't realize it was, sorry, I was reading. I didn't realize it turned off.
Yeah, it was off. Yeah, so Catherine, thank you for sharing. I think what I have heard from your sharing is you emphasized what developers can do, right? And what so-called existing systems, existing ethical frameworks that might be taken advantage of in new situations such as robotics development, right? So one of the questions I wanted to ask was really this. I do teach ethics regarding technology in a university setting, but what I quickly realized that was our students didn't really need a lot of ethical philosophy kind of education. It's what's really challenging is when it comes to practice, right? When it comes to actual practice, how they can make sure that the technology they build is ethical and how their usage of technology is ethical. So maybe tap on that. I ask each of the presenters maybe to share with us, what are the existing practices, right? What are the existing frameworks? What are the existing procedures we can really use to basically to somehow help the future technology, right? Technology that's still in development to be ethical, right? I think Catherine had some great examples when she was talking about how open robotics deals with such kind of challenges. But I'd like to hear from Frank, from Shen as well. What are the existing practices to make sure that ethical considerations are in the development, right, of technologies, right? Frank, maybe I start from Frank again.
Yeah, thanks a lot. I mean, this is really a panel of complicated, tough questions here, I have to say, but that's okay. So yeah, I mean, as was already mentioned, I think we all want to do good. We really want to have a positive impact in the world. It gets complicated if different values collide somehow. Then this is where it's really interesting and complicated. For example, here in the open source free software world, we have this very high. We have the value of freedom and not discrimination of use as a super high value. Where we say, look, we're building this technology, and everybody should be able to use it for everything they want. This is one of the highest values we have in the free software community. Of course, then it becomes difficult if this collides with other values. For example, at the moment, going to a concrete example, I mean, as you all know, we have this terrible conflict in the Ukraine at the moment, where Russia is the aggressor, which is doing like horrible humanitarian crimes there. And then, like a day after the invasion, a discussion popped up in the Nextcloud community. Because as you know, Nextcloud is available in like 100 languages, lots of languages all over the world, and this is all like translated by volunteers. And then like a day after the invasion, the question popped up like, hey, we really should like remove the Russian translation from Nextcloud. Because that's obviously something, yeah, the people wanted to do something, right? They're sitting at home, they're watching the news, they feel a bit helpless, they want to do something. And this is then a possible action because they're technologists and they're working with software, and then this is something they can do. And then a discussion like popped up or happened in the Nextcloud community if this is something we should do, remove like the Russian translations. Of course, as you all know, it's more complicated because, well, not every Russian-speaking person is a fan of the war. There's even in Ukraine, there's a huge Russian-speaking population there. And even if we could target specific people with our software, is this the ethical thing to do? I mean, if you would be able to put like a line in Nextcloud which says, if username equals Putin, delete all data. I mean, even if this would technically be possible, would this be something ethical to do? So these are really interesting questions. So obviously I don't have answers for that. But for me, it always gets interesting if different values collide. I mean, obviously, you want to protect humans. You want to prevent a war. You also want to have freedom in your software. So what do you do? And I don't have an answer, of course.
But thanks, Fang. You know, although you don't have an answer, you shared a great example of our daily ethical dilemma, right? You know, all these disagreements regarding what venues we should hold in daily lives, right? So, a great example, I think. Let me probably now move to Shane. Do you have, you know, I think you have lots of experience in laws and in legal kind of expertise, right? So maybe can you, you know, ethical considerations are not exactly laws, right? You know, right. You probably you could help us to think about, you know, the two different approaches to ensuring you know, the balance between the good, right, and maybe not so good, right? Yeah.
Well, I mean, jumping to the answer first, I'd say that we can and should be guided by national and international laws. And to explain that a bit, I'd say that ultimately a society where people have a voice, where they can create laws, ends up codifying their form of ethics into the laws they apply, right? So a nation ends up with the laws that essentially reflect the ruling view of ethics. And if the majority of people have some form of input, then you can say, well, these laws in this nation codify the basic ideas of the ethics of the society as determined in most cases by the majority, or in some cases by more monolithic groups. But anyway, each country ends up with something reflecting their social ethical framework, more or less. And that's contentious, but let's just say that's what's meant to happen, and that's what generally happens. And then international laws are an indication of where we've all bumped into each other enough and decided, okay, this stuff on the table is good for us. Now, again, that's still contentious. Like, there's genuine criticisms of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights because of its basis in going back Greek and Roman philosophy. But anyway, skipping that, national laws and international laws tend to reflect the ethics of the groups of humans involved. And that's probably a good starting point. Certainly it's a better starting point than a small subset of people saying, hey, I have an idea, and making something up. But that said, I mean, it's incredibly complex. And My specific background in political science is biased towards security, governmental security policy. And more specifically, my research was in net-centric security, but also areas like post-Cold War nuclear weapons. And some of the earliest stuff I did in open source was weaponization of it, testing how could you make anonymous tools out of open source for use in things like secure communications and intelligence. And, you know, you could say, well, that sounds pretty bad. And it's, well, I guess it depends how you're using it and why you're using it. And an example I'd like to bring to the table right now is that in 2012, I formed a project called OpenRelief, making essentially open hardware and open software publications to try to make it cheaper to do humanitarian efforts with drones. And this stuff is fairly basic and so on, and we've not bothered to do much on it since 2015 because enough was done. But I've been dusting off the old files these days and looking at how those humanitarian recon drones could be repurposed as loitering weapons for the Ukrainian war. And you immediately have the question, wait, are you saying you're going to take that humanitarian stuff and make it a bomb? And the answer is yes. It's like, is that bad? Well, I mean, I guess it depends. If you think killing people is always bad, sure, it's bad. If you think that conflicts occur and you need to try to be on the right side, it's less bad. And this is an enormous ethical dilemma, and I'm bringing it up because it's such a large one, right? It's going to get people fighting immediately. But the issue is that while it might get people hot under the collar, it shows that there's nuance in ethics. You know, all the way through to, is killing someone bad? It depends. And I think that's what we have to do, and this is where Frank's dilemma was just a wonderful example. We have to try and take a step back, take a breath, look at the complexity, and think, what's the overarching, least harmful activity we can take here, if we have to take any activity at all. But there's no easy answer. And even if you're using national and international law as your basis, that's still contentious. It's still biased. And in some cases, people have no input on the laws under which they're operating under. So we're never going to get a great answer here. But I'm utterly confident we're never going to have an answer based on a small subset of people taking ownership and saying, I know the truth.
Thank you, Shane. You know, you got somehow come back your theme in your first part of the sharing. Yeah, it's gonna be moderates, not the extremist decisions, right? Okay, we actually have lots of questions coming up in the chat notes, right? So I'd like to probably give voice to these questions as well. Let me maybe start from the relatively straightforward ones. You know, we have Harish Pillay posing a question here. Almost all like ACM, IEEE, all such organizations do have a code of ethics. I think Catherine also mentioned just now, right? But it's difficult to enforce. Yeah, Catherine wanted to say something.
I was gonna say too. There's a subtle thing with engineering, right? And with robotics in particular. You know, some people will look at ethics and say it's safety, right? And things I think we're talking about aren't safety restrictions. You know, like how safe does this thing need to be? How, like, to not injure someone inadvertently. And I think a lot of those codes come down to that versus something that's more of a social discussion, right? Like, how do we plan to use this technology for humans generally? And, you know, I don't think it's always clear, and I don't think the latter is something that you can ever really codify.
Yeah, Catherine, actually, you know, I wanted to add on that question of, you know, yeah, basically it is exactly what you're talking about. You know, all these code of conducts, I can see they are still targeting the community of developers, programmers, and technologists, right? But when you were talking about, you know, misuse of these open codes, you know, I start to see, you know, people who are not necessarily part of this community, right? Who are actually using all these FOSS tools to, to do things they think that are right? So even, if they are not part of IEEE, right? How could you even make it known to them that there are such kind of ethical principles? So, somehow speaks to Catherine, what you're talking about. It's a bigger social discussion. Bigger than the FOSS community, because technology, as Frank actually just said, is so key and central to the entire society now. As a social scientist, I really see this as our current challenge. Technologists and developers like yourselves may actually be the most informed people when it comes to ethical development and usage, right? But how can we somehow expand this kind of ethical discussion, ethical awareness to the larger society? Do you guys have any thoughts on that?
Well, I was going to say it's hard, and I feel like we've encountered with other technologies. You could, I'm old enough to seen the arc, and you know what's happening. People are raising voices, but those voices don't make it out into the general public. To stop something or to make legislation happen or to affect change before it actually becomes a problem. And I think that's a lesson learned right now, but I don't know quite what the solution is to prevent that going forward. For things we see, with robotics, there's things we see coming down the line that we need to get out ahead of and educate people on. And I think things have changed a little bit where people are ready to be, it used to be, oh, well, I just make the code. I don't, promote it. I don't talk about it. And I think that's changing a lot. I think people need to take an active role in saying, this is what's going to happen. Do you want this?
Thanks. So developers should make their voices heard by the larger society, right? Shane, you unmuted yourself. You want to chime in?
I just wanted to echo that one of the most heartening things I think in the last 10 years has been that the younger generation, and now, I'm really old in tech, I'm in my 40s, but when you look at the people who are in their 20s,
you're not old, Shane.
In tech, I'm old. But when you look at the people in their early 20s now, I think we can say that they're far more vocal than our previous generations. I mean, we were vocal, but it was always a case of smaller subsets of the rebel programmers or whatever. But I'm noticing that, Gen Z seems to be vocal about everything, for good and bad. So I think that the idea of the public discourse is coming more to the fore now. And instead of people just shrugging their shoulders and being like, well, it can't be helped, it seems like the younger generations are more and more keen on having their voices heard around the world. So I just wanted to echo the last point and say I think it's very important, and I'm feeling optimistic about it.
Great. Thank you, Shane. For Frank, I think you have something to say.
I'm definitely also old, maybe even older. So but I mean, sometimes being old has a positive effect. For example, sometimes gives you a bigger, broader, more abstract view on current things. I think something that's really important always to remember is there are things on this planet that are nature, and other things on this planet that are human-made, and there's really a difference. So there is there is trees and animals and lots of things, which gravity, which is just nature. It is this is what it is. And there are other things like the internet and social networks and computers and stuff like that. And this is not nature. This is done by humans like us. And they can be changed. Gravity cannot be changed. Social networking can be changed. That's really something always to remember. And if you're not happy with something, we have the opportunity to do something there. I completely get it if you're like a younger generation and you grow up with like smartphones and push notifications and social streams, then you think that, well, this is the world. But this is not necessarily the world. We can shape it according to our own values, and a great way to shape it is with technology. And I think this is always something to remember. I want to encourage the younger people to help doing that.
So Frank, you are also optimistic. You know, you're an action taker, basically. You are taking actions to make the changes. Well, let me now turn to the chat notes for more questions from the floor. Nico Kansman, sorry for the pronunciation, actually had two wonderful questions. I will start from the relatively straightforward one, which is basically how ASIC use is so diverse across the world, right? I think this somehow speaks to one of the questions I wanted to ask. It's basically how can we have a conversation on tech ASICs across different cultures, across different countries, across different systems of laws, right? Are we able to have something relatively more universal in that sense? And my own interest is really on what are the practical ways of fostering such kind of a cross-cultural consensus building. Any ideas? I know these are big questions, but that's how our audiences want to know, right? Anyone wants to? Yes, please.
If I may, very briefly, I think that, you know, I spend a lot of time dealing with people both on the governmental and private industry in different jurisdictions, and two of the rather extremely different jurisdictions in terms of how people describe their society and how people run their society are the US and China. So there's often quite a bit of tension between some of the mental models that people carry there. But for the global community as a whole, I find that as long as people are a little bit open-minded and understand that not everyone is from the same place or thinks the same thing, not everyone is going to agree with you on your particular normative framework. As long as you keep that in mind, it's pretty easy to work together. And certainly the global community I operate has pretty much zero friction, simply because people just, they understand that the good and bad for each area might vary, and that's okay.
Okay, good to know, Shane. Yeah, you work with a bunch of very open-minded people. Yeah. Catherine, do you have anything to say here?
I don't, you know, the one thing that I can see that is happening that I think is good is that when things are sort of evolving internationally, right? So say in Europe, right? The example I would point out is GDPR, right? That it's somebody somewhere, which is a big enough market, did something that was good, and because they did that, and they had, you know, a global entity has to comply with that particular area, it sort of spreads out. You know, but that only covers the case where it's sort of a, you know, a better than what we have situation versus I want it way A and someone else wants it way B. That's a, you know, that's a different set of problems. But I do appreciate that as you have different locales, right? That it's sort of a certain region will end up dominating or sort of proliferating the good ideas. But as to the second problem, I don't know if there's a good answer to that.
That's totally fine. You know, speaking of GDPR, Frank, you know, you are actually now residing in EU, right? Do you have anything to say about GDPR? And do you see GDPR to emerge as something that might be universal or at least inspiring to the rest of the world?
Well, I don't know. I'm not a politician. I don't know. I mean, I don't think GDPR as a regulation itself will spread to other markets and countries, but maybe the mindset behind it. Maybe the idea of GDPR is, of course, that the citizens, the consumers have certain rights over their data. And only because you have big corporations who store them and process them and do something with it doesn't mean that they suddenly own your data. You give it to them to do something. I don't know, you upload your vacation pictures, you share it to your family, or you type in your credit card data to book a hotel, or there are some things like that. But it doesn't mean that it necessarily directly own you and somehow take over your digital life. And this is a thought, I think this is spreading. But I'm not sure if spreading is the right word, because with everybody I'm speaking, it doesn't matter from which background, cultural background, country, language, whatever they come from. This is something that feels, I think, natural to at least most people on this planet, that you are, I don't know, no one wants to live in a surveillance state, or it doesn't matter if the surveillance comes from the state or from private companies. Everybody has the right for some privacy, and I think these are good thoughts. And from that respect, from this viewpoint, that the GDPR is spreading. Yeah, and that's a good thing.
All right, thanks, Frank. Let me. I read through Roland's question, comments, right? I guess Roland really is just making a comment, not really a question here. So let me probably backtrack a little bit. You know, in one of those questions, we really are very interested in knowing from you is basically, you know, throughout your years-long experience, right, of working in the tech domain, you know, what was some of the so-called scariest incidents of ethical violation by technology, according to your own memory, right? So, you know, I want to backtrack a little bit to make our discussion more grounded, maybe a little bit more tangible, a little bit more, right? So maybe we can share some stories here. Who wants to start?
I would love if I could just open with one note, which is that technology is just a tool. Technology has no ethics. It's a spoon. It's a hammer. It's always the people who wield it. So from that perspective, I think I'd just like to say that there's been some pretty grim stuff happening based on technology, because everything is based on technology. But I don't think it's got anything to do with judging the technology itself, right? So Catherine has raised some very interesting points about robotics, but I mean, a robot is a robot. So it's really the people. And I think we always need to go back and say, how are the people here being held to judgment for what they do, good or bad? And that includes their policy decisions. It includes where they put the machines and so on and so forth. I think the greatest oversight I've seen ever has been consolidation in markets like the US has been allowed to go to such extreme levels that the tools are essentially in the hands of very few companies, which are in some jurisdictions able to exert incredible political influence, not based on their size in terms of the democratic membership of the society or similar, right? So we're looking at the usual problem, extreme elites having too much power and too little accountability. And stuff like the consolidation in the tech industry is something I'd put a red flag on and say, there are issues when things become super consolidated, and natural outcomes are things like siloed internets, where you have to choose who's going to control your stuff today. And I think that's the nub of the problem I'd point at. And it's a political market problem.
Thanks. Shane, you know, basically consolidation, extremely high consolidation, I would say, in the tech industry. So again, basically limiting people's choices and options, right? That's a great example. maybe I move to Frank. Frank, I think you probably will have another very great, very clear example as well. Please. Yeah.
Yeah, I actually want to challenge like Shane a bit. Sorry for that. Yeah, I agree on 99% of everything, but I want to challenge one aspect a little bit. I think what is missing that people who are building these tools also take a little bit more responsibility for that what they're actually building. I'm not sure if you can just say, well, I'm building like a gun and it's not my fault if someone's pulling the trigger or something. I think there we have as technologists, we have some responsibilities. And you see this, I see this trend sometimes, and I find it very worrying that this is with AI often, that someone is building a system like, I don't know, self-driving car, and then you're building some kind of magic AI, no one knows what it is in it, and then the car does something, but suddenly no human is responsible anymore because, hey, this is just a technology doing its thing. I find this very, very, very worrying that people who are building something are also responsible for what happens with it. And if you're building like I don't know, if you're building a social network, which like amplifies violence or hate, then it's not just like, well, that's just happened somehow because of whatever magic reason. No, that's like the person who designed it, who's building it, has some responsibilities for it, I think.
Yeah, Fred, I don't hear any disagreement. Actually, Shane also said it's a people
that's good.
behind the technology.
Well,
oh, sorry.
I was going to say I can make this concrete. I have examples.
That's right. Go ahead.
But the problem is I can make it concrete, but I can't because I'd like to not end up in court. So I have to be careful about what I say. But I've worked on systems, and what is the best way I can phrase this? They were systems that would provide intelligence to a big country, basically beating up a small country by the UN's opinion, and change how they were doing something. And that's probably the best I can describe it without saying too much, but signals intelligence information. I first raised the issue with the people that were there. I then rallied a bunch of coworkers to kind of say, this is, the company had didn't look like a defense company, but, the employees understood the ramifications, and we sort of petitioned. We were starting to petition the executives to say, we want guarantees about how this stuff will be used. We've spent all of this time building this thing for you. We want to know that it's going to be used the right way. And as that process started, and it was fairly obvious that process wasn't going to conclude, I quit. Just like, I'm not going to build this for you unless I have ethical guidance on what it is. And I think it behooves every software engineer out there to sort of figure out what your line is. And if your line is going to get crossed, you need to nope on out of there. Like, this is not non-negotiable. I mean, and the advice I give to young people is like, you're a software engineer, you'll get another job somewhere else. Like, you don't have to worry about money. Like, there's no reason to sacrifice your ethics just, because you like your job. I love this job. It was a great job, but just had to get out of there. And I think that's a really good way to handle the situation. Now, in retrospect, I'm not saying anything now, and I didn't say anything at the time, but I do believe it probably would have been better if I would have said something and raised bigger red flags. And I think that's sort of why I advocate for doing these things loud now.
Touching on something. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, Shane, go ahead.
I was just going to say, touching on kind of this would be the first point I made way back at the beginning about extremists and nihilists. I think that sometimes people advocate their responsibility, and I put them under the nihilist camp. So, if you're building a weapon and you're like, oh, no, not my fault. No, you have to own it. If you're capable of understanding what you're building, then that's your responsibility, right? And you can have good reasons for building a weapon, but you can't just put your hands in the air and pretend nothing's happening here. So, I think that's why I agree with both Frank and Catherine on the importance of this stuff. And while technology is a tool, it's the people who make the decisions and the application. And it's, it becomes evident to you in the context of what you're doing. Is it something that fits in the model of what you think is good and bad? And are you making the decision to react to that, or just put your fingers in your ear and take your paycheck? So those nihilist movements are as concerning as extremists. And that's one of the reasons I do like the new generation, because they talk more and more. And I think it's going to be harder and harder to have a team of people building something and just be like, meh, regardless of how it's used. But I'm not sure it's going to happen fast enough, though, because we have some serious technologies in market and coming to market that can cause pretty serious havoc. I'm not sure they've had enough ethical analysis. Anyway, Catherine, over to you.
Yeah, sorry about that. The thing about that, and there's like the direct thing, like, oh, I'm building landmines, or we're building this thing, it's going to be bad. Those are easy. The ones I sometimes worry about, especially with robotics, are the side effect ones, where you do something and unintended consequences of what you do is not good, and then we have to go and figure out how to correct it. And that's the one I really worry about, because it's, I could see a lot of cases where we now have a problem where, everyone was trying to save the world and they ended up destroying the world in the process. And those ones are hard. I don't know how to solve for that one.
Agree. That's extremely difficult. We need to somehow foresee the future, right? None of us really is able to do that, I guess. Well, I'm mindful of time. We actually only have 2 minutes left. Maybe can I invite each of our speakers to just give a quick concluding remark, maybe it's 30 seconds to 1 minute. Again, I'll start from Frank. Frank, any final words to give to our audience? Yeah.
It's really hard to summarize this complicated questions. All I wanted to say is that I really love that events like this one here exist, where these topics are raised and discussed. It's the combination of ethics and actual technology, educating people, and like creating a community where interesting things for the future can happen. I think this is something which is really good, and then hopefully helps to a better world. But for the actual topics, I'm not able to summarize them now. It's way too complicated for me.
Yeah, let's just continue the conversation. Thank you, Frank. Shane?
So we're on a planet with over 7 billion people, and only a couple of 100 million have a reasonable chance of food, education, and medical care. Obviously, we're doing a lot wrong. Technology plays part of this. Economics plays a much larger part, and our governance of society is ultimately the question at hand. I think we can contribute to it with technology, but we must never lose sight of the fact that the root problems and the root solutions aren't going to be technology. It's just a tool, and we have to learn how to apply it better. But if people want to make ethical decisions around technology, I think they should spend time in political science, sociology, and looking at how things like legislation is made to ensure they get the context.
Thank you, Shane, for advocating for social sciences. Catherine, please.
Well, to keep it brief, I think if you see a problem, you should act, and then you should speak up. And if that doesn't work, you should start to organize. That's at least the best solution I can simplify.
Thank you, Catherine. It takes a lot of courage. I really admire you guys a lot. Right. So, okay. With that, I want to thank all our 3 fantastic panelists. I just learned so much from you. So there are still questions popping up in the chat. If you have time, maybe you can spend a bit time answering those questions in the chat. Yeah, again, I'm going to conclude this panel and by thanking everyone, and we have a next panel coming up, right? Okay, then a good night and good morning, good noon, good afternoon.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Enjoy the rest of your day. Bye.
All right. Amazing panel we just had here. Thank you very much, everyone, for joining the panel. I think it's never enough that we talk about on this topic. So, yeah, very happy to have this panel today. And I think our next Lightning Talk session will be led by Mario. Hello, Mario. How are you doing?
Hello there. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that was an interesting panel. A lot of topics. And yeah, you, Marco, you've been busy the entire morning. You like really took over from early morning. You must be very exhausted.
I'm good. I'm good. Always happy to stay around when especially when it's open source and robotics involved. So
yeah,
do good together.
Awesome. So thanks a lot. I think we'll see you later today, and there's also a closing session in the end. That's cool. Yep. So you take some rest, and we catch up later. Thanks for everything.
Thank you very much. I'll let you do it.
Okay.
Bye.
Cool. So everyone, we have a lot of submissions always at the FOSSASIA Summit, but time is limited, right? I mean, we want to go into depth, like, for example, on the open ethics panel, but for other topics, we are only able to like scratch the surface, but at least we want to cover them, and we want to give people a chance to learn about them. That's why we have the Lightning Talks sessions where people can share something. So we will share about the Lightning Talk session in a moment, but I also want to tell you guys who is helping us to make this event possible. And we have a cool video. So look for a moment who's helping to make our event here possible, our partners and sponsors of the event, and dance for like a few seconds here. Enjoy the video. Nice. Yeah. So I don't know, how are you guys doing? Did you dance or not? Well, okay, I'll try to play this later again. And yeah, now we're coming to our Lightning Talks. So Lightning Talks is our sessions where like in like just a few minutes, maximum 5 minutes, projects or people introduce an idea or like a software, and yeah, scratch the surface to make us interested and search the internet to find more information on this topic. And yeah, for the first Lightning Talk, I'm very glad to introduce PCBWay to us. So PCBWay is a partner of the FOSSASIA community for a very long time, because PCBWay is not just a company, it's also kind of like a community that is working with open hardware startups and partners, and PCBWay is also business partner of the FOSSASIA Summit 2022. So I learned about PCBWay the first time when our contributor of the Pocket Science Lab submitted our open hardware to a contest of PCBWay, which was I think about 5 years ago, and yeah, that's when I learned about it, and I really like them. So let's have this short video and learn about their work with open source and open hardware.
From the perspective of the development of the free software movement and open source culture, we will find that it's actually a social movement and an innovation in production methods. However, in terms of scope, open source not only applies to the software field, but also has enough room to play in the fields of open source hardware, open source design, and open source documentation. With the popularity of Arduino and Raspberry Pi, we are no stranger to the term open source hardware today. Especially for the electronics industry developing, open source hardware gives people the freedom to control their technology while sharing it and encouraging commerce through the open exchange of designs. As we know, FOSSASIA Summit has been held for more than 10 years to show the latest open source technologies and solutions in education and business. So here we are, as attendee, speaker, and sponsor to introduce our slight contribution to open source community today. PCBWay, as a professional PCB manufacturer, not only provides PCB prototyping, PCB assembly, 3D printing, and CNC services, but also devotes to making a platform for sharing creative electronic projects and insightful knowledge between global electronic makers and helping electronic hobbies and students create their own design. That's the PCBWay open source community. PCBWay open source community has more than 40 categories of project branches, with almost 200 monthly submissions. Up to now, almost tens of thousands of projects has been submitted. Most of them will win thousands of views. Statistically speaking, the most popular project has obtained 100,000 views, maintains a high degree of discussion among the community. These high-quality projects will undoubtedly inspire more people, and we believe some of them are the source of changes in the way we live. Now, PCBWay Plus community has become a resource for many electronic engineers, where they can search for documents and information they need to prepare for their own projects. What makes it more convenient than other open source community is that users can directly order their favorite projects and even customize the boards on the ordering page. To encourage more people to engage in this community, there is an incentive mechanism for area sharing. When you create an open source hardware project containing a PCB design, you can choose to share it on public, so that others can buy it for their own project. There is a share and sell button shown under product fields on your order management page. After you click it, you will be redirected to the sharing page, or you can just click the Create a Project button to share a project when it's not on your order list. You have the total right to choose how open source your project is and decide whether files can be downloaded or not. Certainly, you can stop sharing the project whenever you want, every time people place an order of your board, and PCBWay will donate 10% PCB cost to you for your contribution to the community. The commission is available when people place an order of your board, and the order status is delivery. In addition, PCBWay has also been actively participating in crowdfunding activities for many years. We have cooperated with some open source organizations like CrowdSupply, KitKat, etc. to support the development of novel electronic projects. Internally, we established a page of non-profit project sponsorship and crowdfunding project sponsorship, for different people can apply different sports. We believe that engineers and engineering students can reshape the world. Some of the most creative and audacious electronic research comes from our students in university or even in high school. Therefore, PCBWay feels proud to sponsor teachers and students for their PCB needs and help engineers to finish their non-profit projects. Regarding the crowdfunding project sponsorship, for every submission, people will get the corresponding cash voucher or discount into your PCBWay account after approval. Up to now, there are 1,688 projects sponsored. Since there are a lot of sponsorship needs and multi-projects are waiting to achieve a new column called innovation and implementation of PCBWay emerged as the times require. We should project that sponsored. Encourage people to create their own design. Hopefully more and more people can get the inspiration and study together without borders. What PCBWay has done just a part to enable people to participate in the sharing society, expand knowledge, and express themselves more.
Yeah, I think that was pretty cool. Yeah, I have to say it's really colorful, right? I mean, not like we always do in the tech community, you know, with the gray shirts. And already FOSSASIA is trying to bring in a lot of color, right? Like red and white. But like that's what you see, right? It can also be very colorful and yeah, attractive for kids and so on. So I think the PCB guys bring some good vibes in here. So thank you very much for that. And yeah, the next lightning talks are coming up now, and I'm sharing them as a video. So enjoy yourself now with the lightning talk, and I'm branching out here. Have fun. See you later.
Hello everyone, welcome to this talk. My name is Florian Hönicke. I work for Gina AI. It's an open source company for neuroresearch, and I'm very glad you invited me. Thanks a lot, very appreciated. And today I would like to talk to you about one of our new products. It's called Gina Now, and it makes it very simple for you to deploy your own search application within minutes. And yeah, normally like people from big companies would be able to deploy such service, but since we working this on the open source domain, like everyone can deploy their service just within minutes, and I show you in a second how this works. Here you can see a deployment of Gina Now, and it's using a birds data set, which allows you in this case to search for text and also for image. For instance, we can search for the cardinal, one of my beloved birds, and also you can search for images. And let's search for this colorful bird. And as you can see, we get similar looking birds as output. Some time ago, I took this image of a sparrow at Berlin Alexanderplatz. After uploading that image, I get similar sparrows as search result. Our open source product Gina Now is of course not just for birds, so it can work with any general image data. In the following example, I show you how it works with fashion data. Here I deployed Gina Now using a fashion data set, and summer is coming, so I want to have some shorts. So let's search for black and white shorts for men. And these are the results. And actually, I like this one a lot. So this front end is very good for getting you started right now, to immediately run some queries and to explore your data. If you're ready for the next step, then you can also integrate Gina Now into your product by using our REST API. Here you can see the OpenAPI specification, and this is highly usable for the front-end engineers doing the actual implementation. So I hope I made you a bit curious on how you can use your custom data to deploy your personal neural search case using our open source product Gina Now. So let's directly jump into the terminal. The first thing we have to do is to install Gina. So we do pip install Gina. After Gina is installed, we can just type Gina to see the help text. And as you can see, there is a now keyword to get your search case up and running. So let's type Gina Now start. Now Gina finds out that now is not installed already, so it kindly asks you to install it. So let's copy this command, type it here. After the installation is finished, you can just start Gina Now. You can use the arrow keys to select one of our predefined datasets, but you can also choose to take a custom dataset. In this example, we will just go for artworks. Here you can select the quality of your search case, and you can choose between medium, good, and excellent. But also have in mind that if you choose a better quality, then we have to deploy a larger machine learning model, which then takes more resource from your machine. In this case, I choose medium quality. Now we get asked to choose a deployment option. And since all of the clusters are cleaned up on this machine, we can just create a new one. Here we have to decide where to create it. There are some possibilities, for instance, to deploy it on Google Cloud, but in this example, we choose to deploy it locally. Setting up the cluster and then also indexing all data will take a few minutes. In this video, we don't have much time, so I do a fast forward. And here we are. We can see that Gina Now finished the deployment and responds with a URL to the search case. In this case, it's a local deployment, so the URL is also localhost. So let's click on this and go to the search case. After opening the link in the browser, you can see the Gina Now front end, but this time with art data indexed instead of birds or fashion. So let's just run a search query to confirm it's working. So, looks good to me. By now, using your own images will be very easy for you. You just have to type Gina Now start, then the data attribute, and provide a path to your local image folder. That's it. I hope you liked the video, and thanks again for having me. And the open source AI community is just amazing, and I hope to see you soon. So, bye-bye.
Welcome to the introduction to Women Who Code Seoul at FOSSASIA Summit 2022. My name is Na-yeon, and I'm a Seoul Network Administrator at Women Who Code. Our mission is to inspire women to excel in technology careers. Our vision is a world where diverse women are better represented as engineers and tech leaders. Our values are to focus on the mission, to live leadership, to punch above your weight, and inclusion at the core. Our target are engineers with 2 or more years of experience looking for support and resources to strengthen their influence and level up in their careers. We currently have more than 290,000 members with about 70 networks in 20 countries. As a member of Women Who Code, you get access to jobs and resources, and you get to make infinite connections. Since the world pandemic, Women Who Code has made a new movement statement. Our movement. As the world changes, we can be a connecting force that creates a sense of belonging while the world is being asked to isolate. Women Who Code started in 2011 as a small community group in San Francisco. Quickly, women around the world wanted to be part of the community. Today, we're a global footprint of 290,000 strong and growing. Seoul is one of the most active networks. Code of Conduct. Women Who Code is an inclusive community dedicated to providing an empowering experience for everyone who participates in or supports our community, regardless of any factor. Our events are intended to inspire women to excel in technology careers, and anyone who is there for this purpose is welcome. However, we do not tolerate harassment of members in any form. You can read the full version at womenofcode.com/code of conduct. Introducing our sole leaders. As directors, we have Yujin, Hyun, and Sujong. Directors lead the network in the city of Seoul. As leads, we have Bora, Chris, Ain, Olivia, and Hwayoung. These are technical experts who organize events in their specialized field. As evangelists, we have Veronica, Sujin, and Silgi. Evangelists are communication experts who act as brand ambassadors for Women of Code. Here's an overview of the recent event highlights. In November 2021, Women of Code Seoul held a community session in partnership with Samsung Software Developer Conference 2021. Due to COVID-19, we used GatherTown, a location-based video conferencing tool. In December 2020, we held an end-of-the-year event of women in tech who are overcoming the COVID-19 era. As part of the event, we held an online networking session to share our concerns and thoughts about the year. As one of the ongoing projects, we translate inspirational Women of Code blog posts from English to Korean so that they can be delivered to the members of Korean community as well. Women of Code highlights the achievements of our members by celebrating them with applaud purrs. These are acknowledgements of professional accomplishments, such as obtaining a new technical job, receiving a promotion, speaking at a conference, learning a new programming language, or stepping up as a Women of Code leader in your network. Please stay connected with Women of Code Seoul. We are based on the Facebook group, but also active on several different platforms. Thank you very much for listening, and we hope you become the next member of Women of Code who empowers yourself and other people.
Hello, welcome to the introduction to Ubuntu Korea. My name is Youngbin Han. I'm organizer of the Ubuntu Korea. So Ubuntu Korea is basically a Ubuntu community in Korea. We usually organize Ubuntu events, activities to promote Ubuntu and other related open source technologies in Korea. We are usually active on online spaces. So we have our own forum websites and Facebook group. Facebook is the most active platform used these days. And we have also Slack, Matrix, and IRC chat to ask some questions instantly. We have also our own wiki for the localized documentations. Before COVID-19, we used to organize offline events or offline activities, something like seminars, workshops, and sometimes conferences with other local communities. We also used to exchange with or collaborate with the other overseas communities like Ubuntu Japan or Ubuntu Taiwan. We also organize group studies to learn more about the Ubuntu and projects and contributions to improve the Ubuntu environment or Ubuntu usability for the Korean users. Last year, we participated Open Source Contribution Academy, which is a government-driven program to encourage newcomers to participate in open source projects. And we have participated with the 100p input method project, which is our own community-driven project. By participating in the program, we could gather a lot of new contributors for our project, and we could work together with the contributors to greatly improve our project
and of course our documentation for the project. We also organized our first UbuCon Asia, the first UbuCon Asia last year. We have organized it with the Ubuntu communities from the more than 10 different regions. And by organizing the event, we could meet a lot of people from the various regions and share a lot different experiences in Ubuntu each other. So what we are planning to do this year, earlier this year we have been taking some break and gathering some new organizers because organizing the UbuCon Asia was quite a huge thing for us. So after that, we are planning to organize the Ubuntu 2204 LTS release party. There is a new Ubuntu LTS release later this month. So to celebrate that, we are planning to organize that. We are planning to improve our online services infrastructure. Something like our forum and wiki, the systems are quite outdated and the contents are also. So by improving our infrastructure, we would like to provide some better services for our members. We are also planning to work with our outdated documentations. We mostly have our documentation on our wiki, but the documentation is quite outdated, so we're planning to update it so that the Korean Ubuntu users find some latest localized Ubuntu documentations on our services. For the global events, well, it would be nice to have UbuCon Asia once again, but we don't have any plans or even teams yet. But if you are interested to join, you're welcome to contact me and organize the UbuCon Asia together. So that's all for our introduction. If you would like to learn more about us, you can visit our website or subscribe to our social media to keep you updated. Thank you for joining us, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the FOSSASIA. Thank you.
大家好，我叫西波文。接下来我给大家介绍一下Ubuntu Kili 操作系统下的一个桌面 UI 统一的绘制平台，名叫 UKUI Platform Theme。首先做一个简短的介绍，我是Ubuntu Kili 下的一名软件工程师，同时也是这个平台主题 UKUI Platform Theme 的主要负责人。关于我们Ubuntu Kili 操作系统，它是官方Ubuntu操作系统的一个衍生版本，其主要目的是为中国的用户创建一个优化版的Ubuntu变体。现在的话，它已经支持多种语言。默认的桌面名叫 UKUI， 它是基于 Mate 桌面，并使用 Qt 工具包开发出来的。Ubuntu Kili 操作系统给人的感觉很像 Windows， 所以不论是对于新人用户还是对于资深的老操作系统用户来说，用起它来都会十分的上手。因此欢迎大家到以下的链接中去下载感受一下我们的Ubuntu Kili 操作系统，也可以去我们的代码仓库去看一下它的源码，要是有什么问题也可以到我们的社区进行一个反馈。下面这张图就是 Ubuntu Kili 操作系统的一个桌面环境，其中有几个应用，包括文件管理器 Peony、 控制面板 UKUI Control Center、 音乐 Kili Music 以及计算器 Kili Calculator。这几个应用的话是我们麒麟自研的应用，它走的是一个黑色的主题，使用的高亮色是一个蓝色。然后右下角这一块的话是一个第三方应用 WPS， 我们大家就可以感受到这个应用的风格跟我们整个桌面环境显得有一点冲突。下面这几张图的话则是白色主题下的风格样式，这些控件 widget 例如输入框、按钮 button、选择框 Combo Box、复选框 Checkbox、单选框 Radio Button 以及滑豆条、进度条 Progress Bar 等样式就是由平台主题来负责的。我们需要一个东西来控制这些 widget， 然后所有的应用都可以使用它。这个东西就是 UQUI Platform Theme。它的一个主要功能就是解放了应用开发者对应用 UI 的开发细节，统一整个桌面的环境。有了它，首先实现了所有应用的风格统一，让整个桌面的环境有了一个整体感。其次，我们只需要通过修改这个平台主题，就可以同步样式风格到所有的应用上，而不用应用一个一个的修改，大大提升了桌面环境的一个开发效率。再然后，对于应用来说，它不再需要关注 widget 的 UI 本身，只需要关注 widget 的功能实现上，所以解放了应用在 UI 开发上消耗的精力。最后的话，就是对于第三方应用来说，如果它也是按照平台主题的开发规范进行开发的话，则它也可以跟随我们的系统主题。我们之所以可以实现这么一个东西，主要是 Qt 它提供了一个 QPA 机制。QPA 它是 Qt5 的一个平台抽象层，它取代了以前老的 Qt4 的平台端口，然后各个平台的接口的话就是以 QPA 插件的形式存在的。你可以简单的理解为 Qt 提供了一套插件的机制，使得 Qt 的应用程序能在不同的平台上运行。我们只需要在对应的平台上编写好相应的插件就可以了。以下图为例，我们在 QPA 的提供的环境变量中配置好使用我们的平台主题 UQUI， 那么在控件 widget 的绘制接口 Draw Control 中就会指向我们提供的接口，因此我们就接管了整个控件的绘制流程。右边这张图的话就是我们 UQUI Platform Theme 的一个组成部分，它可以设置字体 font， 也可以设置图标 icon。然后这个 Platform Dialog 的话是 Qt 提供的一个平台对话框。Qt 它提供了4种平台对话框，包括消息对话框、文件对话框、字体对话框，还有颜色对话框。我们通过这个 Platform Dialog 的话，就可以让 Qt 走向我们自己个性化研发的平台对话框。Widget Theme 的话就是这个平台主题的一个核心部分，就是由它掌控了整个控件的一个绘制流程，包括我之前提到的一些 button、checkbox、video button 等等。然后在这整个控件的绘制过程中，我们还添加了自己的一些个性化的一些特性，包括图标高亮、动画，还有背景透明模糊等等。左边这张图的话就是一个背景透明模糊的一个效果，然后这一块的话就是一个图标高亮的效果。我们可以看这个图标高亮，我们采用的是一个白色，我们也可以配置其他的颜色来实现我们的一个图标高亮的效果。这一块的话就是我们一个动画的实现，包括实现了一个 radio button 的一个点击动画、checkbox 的点击动画、tab widget 的一个切换动画，还有 progress bar 的加载动画。以上的话就是我关于平台主题的一个分享，欢迎有兴趣的朋友的话去我们的官网上去亲自感受一下，然后也欢迎大家提出一些宝贵的一些意见，谢谢大家。
Hello everyone, a long time no see. This is Takasu. Today I'm introducing the rising open source movement in China and also introducing the China Open Source White Paper 2021. Probably many people remember me because of I was in Singapore a long time and still many friends and connected to Singapore. I had been in 38 cities, over 100 maker events in everywhere. I hope to connect the makers community in Asia. Currently, I'm based in Shenzhen, China, and I still keep in connection with Maker Fair Singapore and also FOSSASIA. My company, Switch Science, is open source hardware marketplace in Japan. Today, I'm talking about China's open source movement. Currently grow quite rapidly. The user community is rapidly in everywhere in Chinese city, and student and full-time engineer join the community every day. Culture also increasing. Company strategy is forced to open source. Big tech such as Alibaba and Tencent, Huawei, they building the open source division and open source program office in the company and hired many open source professionals. And fundraising open source based startup company a lot. And also open source fund quite active in China. And third one is government sector. FOSS being open source governance to be officially in China. New permissive license authorized by OSI, Chinese English compatible, and Open Atom Foundation is an open source foundation in China. Last 3 minutes, I introducing the great leap from 2020 to 2021. Last year, I introducing the Chinese open source report at the 2020, but this year's report is a triple size bigger and more fruitful content in the report. Most important things is a fundraising open source based company. Biggest, largest one is a company named ThinkCap, project named TaiDB, and some company called Unicorn already. And China fund focused open source. This list, number 32 list, is many China company fundraised already and also open source. Many Chinese company donate to own project to the Apache Foundation and Linux Foundation, and collaborating together open core model to making the service by software as a service model. Software is open source, but cloud-based platform is will be profitable. They covered them profit to force to the own community growing. In the world, open source based company fundraising is also a very big topic. I introducing in this list. You can see the MongoDB, Confluent, Elastic, GitLab. Also, getting fundraising a lot at the 2020 and 21. In these 2 years, the open source fund investing movement in China is very active. In this is coming from the report, and the report is coming from Eventyay Capital. That capital is a technology fund focused to open source, purely mainland China company. And other one point, many projects from China incubated by Linux Foundation and Apache Software Foundation and also Cloud Native Foundation. Current Linux Foundation, 26 projects coming from China. Graduated already the 2 projects, incubating also 2 projects, and also Sandbox inside of 22. In 2021, just 1 year, Cloud Native Foundation, currently 14 projects coming from China. From Alibaba, Huawei, Tencent also giving to donate many projects to the more open software foundation. And at the 2021, current Linux Foundation making the 2 foundation, 1 foundation from the Linux Foundation to the China Foundation, only from China. That the next Arch Foundation is a Chinese foundation product. Apache Software Foundation also Baidu, Tsinghua University, Jingdong, Alibaba, many company and organization donate them project to the global foundation. Current China is more and more making alliance to other company and also other countries. We, Kaiventure, China Open Source Alliance, we need more collaboration with others. I'm working for the collaboration. I got the star on the community at the last year. I also focused to how to make more collaboration to widely and broadly. Thanks for the attention. I want to see yours face to face, and please coming to China and let's more collaborate to for the open source. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Errol, and I work as a designer and product manager at Simply Secure.
Hi, I'm Kelsey. I'm a UX designer at Simply Secure. We're here to talk about the Useful Tools project. This is a project where we created resources for open source software tool teams so that these teams can better understand design and involve their users.
The first part of this work was to interview and gather insights from open source software tool teams and developers about what they need. We kept these insights in mind when we created these first 4 resources. Open source tool teams struggle with the terminology around design and really understanding what that means in relation to their own work on open source software. This led to creating resource number 1, which was an frequently asked questions on the common questions about user testing, and explored some of the tensions felt by tool teams through the medium of an interactive game-like experience.
We have a big backlog of issues and emails already. Why should I find more problems?
Looking at this backlog, maybe there's something that connects to the user testing that you just finished.
Number 5 connects to our user testing. So it's not about making the backlog bigger, it's for helping the backlog make sense from a broad user perspective.
That's right, Hex. Testing can help you prioritize your backlog and find improvements that will make the biggest impact.
Usually the talk is about designers needing to learn the open source software terminology like pull requests, continuous integration, things like this. But we don't often talk about the other way around.
I actually don't know what these terms mean. UX, UI? I sort of have an idea, but that's not my area.
So to give developers the background knowledge about what the terminology actually entails, for example, specifically we looked at user testing. We built a practical step-by-step resource so that not only they could learn the meaning, but also they could understand how the process is done. Mm-hmm. Here's an example script for a user testing session. And this includes the introduction, the warm-up, the testing, and the closing, all the parts that make up a good user testing session.
We noticed that designers and developers needed to start from a common understanding, and user interviews are the perfect way to do that. This resource is about mapping your findings from user interviews and user research in order to create a common starting point for your future work together as designers and developers on open source tools.
After the user interviews, and especially after talking about the interviews together, I feel like we all really understood what the issues are.
Here on the microsite, you can see the resource Synthesis for Open Source, which explains common mapping synthesis processes and the prep work that is involved. And here is an open source tool team at work on synthesis in a work session.
These 3 resources that you just saw help teams work together and work with users through user testing. But next, we wanted to learn more ways that designers and developers collaborate. So we invited a panel from the community to come on the podcast, Sustaining Open Source Design. There, we heard about designers and developers working together, prioritizing participation in the early stages of the project, like the kickoff, onboarding, and the later stages, like user testing and implementation.
I do facilitate the conversations between design and developer. And where I get involved is when I can see that a developer is talking more about how the thing works rather than how it's going to be used. And that is a very important thing to be able to narrow in on.
Thank you for watching.
Thank you for watching, and check out our resources for open source software tool teams over at Usable Tools, a Dev's Guide 2. The link will be in the description.
Hello, my name is Sangsu from OpenStack Korea user group. In this lightning talk, I'd like to talk about OpenStack Korea user group's story, who we are and what kind of activities we do. So, let's start. First, our user group created in 2011. The first leader was Jae-seok An, who introduced OpenStack in Korea at the first. And a new leader is elected every 3 years by the community member. As of April 2022, a number of our community members is about 7,000. And this is our activities. Like other user groups, we also holding a meetup and conference and a study group. And we also having a mentoring program for those who wants to contributing the OpenStack. The first meetup, we hold a bi-monthly meetup on any topic related to open source infrastructure. At meetup, we mainly share various know-hows we have experienced while building and operating the OpenStack. Next is a study group. Study group is a group where everyone learns on new things. Until 2018, it was mostly learning about how to configure and installing the OpenStack. However, installing the OpenStack is not a big deal now, so we take on a new challenge. That is the study of ARM-based the open infrastructure server. We sponsored the ARM server from Access Lab, a Korean ARM server manufacturer. And we built an edge computing project called Starlinex and Cube Edges with the ARM server. And it works very well. Next is the Open Infra Days Korea. This conference is the most important conference in our user group. We started the conference in 2014, and we held a conference every year, and the number of participants is increased. From 2019 onward, we have changed the name of the conference. This is because the event has expanded to cover the entire open source infrastructure, not OpenStack anymore. So we have been organizing conference with other user group related to open source infrastructure. That communities are OpenStack and SHARP and OCP. They called Open Compute Project user group. This is the result of last year's conference. There are 9 sponsors and 30 sessions and over 300 participants. Last year, we held an online conference using GatherTown. I hope things getting better, and I hope to meet everyone in person. Next is Upstream Contribution Mentoring Program. This mentoring program is similar with the upstream training, but the difference is that while upstream training is practiced with the sandbox repository, but the mentoring program is find and solve the issue and bug together so that they can actually contributing to OpenStack. In 2020, we achieved finding the 7 bug report and 3 patches and translated over 10,000 words. Okay, this is the story of Korea user group over the past 10 years. So what is the next? In the meantime, we have been focused on OpenStack, but now there are many open infrastructure projects such as Airship and Starlinex. Our user group will also develop into a group dealing with various open source infrastructure technologies beyond the OpenStack. Thank you for coming and enjoy the summit. Thank you.
Hello everyone, this is Afzal Ansari. I'm an open source enthusiast by passion. I have been open source contributor in a few CNC projects. So yeah, to those who don't know about CNC projects, I can give you some insights on that. And so into it, let me this is this link to this CNC this website, so you can say the Cloud Native Computing Foundation, under which these are a few projects pinned around graduated section, incubating project section. You can go ahead and see if there's something interest you. So yeah, Yes, so yes, I mainly focus on DevOps side. So I try to find something which can help me to understand technology and build something on top of it. So yeah, so again, this is great opportunity for me to talk on my topic, like open source best practices in diversifying the community in this FOSSASIA Summit 2022. So yeah, I am very excited. Hope you will be more excited than me. Yeah. So these are the discussing points which I'm gonna share my talk with you, highlighting these points like how to become contributing member of open source community. To become open source contributing member, you can set your skills, your you are comfortable with. So once you are comfortable with some skills, let's say web development, then what you need to do is try to find some open source projects which can help you grow, build your skills. Okay, so how it can help you once you try to contribute to any project that help you to grow your skills and make your something sense. So let me give me some example. So this is FOSSASIA Foundation, under which a lot of projects are built around here. So let's say you are comfortable with JavaScript, so you can go ahead and see what's going on. So this is like up to date, as per the strict this thing. So let me, for your sake of simplicity, let's say these are some issues open up. Let me, as for the bug issue, you can see the person which opened the issue. You can see what's actually this issues is, what's the reason behind this. So yeah, this way you can try to find your way of contributing to these projects. So for example, you can search around the code base. So components, what are the components behind this project. So once you are comfortable with the code base, definitely you have enough exploration to go ahead and try out. So during contributing, collaboration is the best skills in open source community. So try to collaborate with the maintainers, the project contributors, other project contributors, so that you can find the real root of that issue. So again, exchange skills with others. That means try to collaborate with your points, and feel free to send your questions in this channel they have, maybe Twitter, Slack channel, anything. So once you once you are comfortable contributing to the project, definitely that will help you build your profiles. So I'll highlight and promote your process that I will come to in a bit. Then again insights from other maintainers. So they definitely conduct the sessions periodically, in the week, bi-weekly maybe, or monthly meeting. You can join them and try to ask any questions you have. And once you are comfortable with your any kind of you want to speak into, try to figure out in the project, definitely you are supposed to throw your feature request or anything. So yes, get recognition, acknowledgement for your work. So there are a lot of things going on in the open source project. So let me go ahead and again show you some other project that is cloud native architecture based project. So this mastery, I can go ahead the mastery repository. and you can see like there are few contributors who are contributing to these projects very very enthusiastically. So you can see this person, let's say, he has contributed to these projects. So once you are comfortable, see these organizations, gives you awesome badges. So that is really, makes you recognized in the public, help you recognized in the public. So co-develop open source programs by sharing feedback. Yeah, definitely. When you are doing some open source projects, so feel free to share your feedback, get your feedback from maintainers that help you grow and develop your projects in a smooth way. So highlight and promote users, as I told, like this I mentioned here, like you should have wider community to use your project, to test your project, to improve your project. So in what first you need is engage contributors. Yeah, you can do in any way, the Slack channel or in a GitHub discussion section. So that will help you reinvent the wheel and advance the project faster. So yeah, as I told, like how you can get the recognition is like you can make release your softwares, what open source software, and also document the work that you usually do in your projects you to share in the public, and definitely in the end it will turn out getting credits for your project. So for further reading, definitely you should follow these links I have mentioned in the slides, and for contact you can contact me in the mail as well as in the Twitter handle Abdul Shams1. Thanks for listening my talk. Hope you get something into some insights into this talk. Thank you all.
Hello everyone, my name is Phát. I'm a software developer from Ho Chi Minh City, Vietnam, and today I'm so happy to be here present to you a very interesting project that I've been working on. The project is Upstage. I've been working for Upstage 2 years almost, and why this project is interesting to me, we call Upstage the cyber performance platform. It is an online venues where our artists can do performance using digital medias, and we, the audiences, can watch their show using our browser. We don't have to install anything. We just open Google Chrome or Firefox and now go to upstage.live, visiting their show, and you can see their beautiful works. Like this one, I've been ready for you. Reflect on demobilizations. Here, I will show you this day. I created this on the International Women's Days to celebrate it from like a small gift to our Upstage founders. Here, when you log Upstage, you will see a login prompt. If you are an audience, you can enter your username. But in this case, I have an account and I will use it to log in. When a player log in, you can see on the left we have the tools for our player to do beautiful works like backdrops and avatar stream. We have meeting room using GC Meet, and now we can create stream using RTMP and broadcast them using OBS Studio. We can also draw on the screen like this. I'm not very good at painting, and we have curtains. We have a chat box for players. If you love their performance, you can send them some hearts, and I will pause the music to speak. So that was something about upstage. It's a wide I don't know, but it's very special for unofficial project. So what is behind on this magical work? You may be wondering. We have at the center of everything. We have the MQTT broker. It's a you can think of MQTTs like multiple WebSockets brought to one monolithic server, and where the MQTT broker have multiple topic where you can supply tools. So on the stage we have chat topic, port topic, audio topic, and message topic, etc. Let's see how live performance can work. And beside that, we have the backend system built with Python class, Graphene. We use Flash, GraphQL for the communications, and we have Vue.js on the client. To do this animation, we use Anime.js, and we also have a GC media server to do the meeting on the stage, and I think that's almost everything in Upstate. I hope you like Upstate and visit our performance one day if you have the time. And if you would like to be part of us, we are always welcome new developers or artists or someone just want to have a visit. Thank you for listening.
आज मेरी टॉक उन न्यू कमर्स के लिए है या उन स्टूडेंट्स के लिए है जो ओपन सोर्स या प्रोग्रामिंग या कोडिंग को अपना करियर बनाना चाहते हैं और इसे सीखना चाहते हैं, और उनको ये समझ नहीं आ रही कि लो कोडिंग और नो कोडिंग या सो कॉल्ड डाटा साइंस, आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस और मशीन लर्निंग की वजह से इसमें कोई करियर है या नहीं है, या लो कोड नो कोड मार्केट कैप्चर कर लेगी या क्या होगा। ये बेसिकली इसके लिए एक इंट्रोडक्टरी टॉक है। तो हिंदी मीडियम इसलिए है कि कॉन्टेक्स्ट अवेयर है। डेफिनेटली मैं सब कॉन्टिनेंट को टारगेट करता हूँ, तो मुझे पता है कि क्या उनके क्वेश्चंस आते हैं ओपन सोर्स को लेके, लो या नो कोड को। तो मैं बिल्कुल सिंपल अल्फाज में बताने की कोशिश करूँगा कि ये कैसे काम करता है। सबसे पहले मेरा नाम ताहिर रमज़ान है और मैं 2 दफ़ा गूगल समर ऑफ कोड रहा हूँ और 2 दफ़ा मैं गूगल कोडिंग मेंटर रहा हूँ और फिर गूगल एंड्रॉयड स्टूडेंट क्लब चलाता रहा हूँ और इसी तरह की ओपन सोर्स कंट्रीब्यूशन और वॉलंटियर करता रहता हूँ। ये प्रोग्रामिंग की एक किस्म है, ये MIT स्क्रैच है, तो ये आप इसे सर्च कर सकते हैं MIT स्क्रैच क्या है। तो ये प्रोग्रामिंग या कोडिंग की एक टाइप है। दिस इज़ आल्सो प्रोग्रामिंग, ये भी प्रोग्रामिंग की एक टाइप है और ये बेसिकली इलेक्ट्रिकल इंजीनियर वगैरह सिमुलेशन बनाने के लिए यूज़ करते हैं। फिर एक प्रोग्रामिंग की ये टाइप है, ये जावास्क्रिप्ट है बेसिकली, लेकिन बहुत सी प्रोग्रामिंग लैंग्वेजेस इस तरह के सॉफ्टवेयर या IDE पे हम कोड कर सकते हैं। फिर ये एक प्रोग्रामिंग की टाइप है, ये बेसिकली असेंबली प्रोग्रामिंग लैंग्वेज है, तो ये भी प्रोग्रामिंग की एक टाइप है। फिर उस तरह ये एक प्रोग्रामिंग की टाइप है, आप इसे लो कोड या नो कोड कह सकते हैं। तो ये बेसिकली जियोजेब्रा सॉफ्टवेयर है। इसी तरह प्रोग्रामिंग की एक ये टाइप है, ये बहुत सारे लोगों ने देखा होगा एक्सेल या गूगल शीट या स्प्रेडशीट, तो ये प्रोग्रामिंग की एक टाइप है। और ये नो कोड और लो कोड की हिस्ट्री में सबसे पहले ये चीज़ आई है और इसकी तकरीबन 50 से 60 साल पुरानी हिस्ट्री है, आप चेक कर सकते हैं इसे। अब बात यह कि ये 5-6 जो टाइप्स ऊपर मैंने दिखाई हैं आपको, इनमें कॉमन क्या था? कॉमन प्रोग्रामिंग है, इनमें एक कम्युनिटी आ गई। दूसरी कॉमन चीज़ जो बेसिकली एक ही चीज़ है, लॉजिक या रेशनैलिटी या क्रिटिकल थिंकिंग या प्रॉब्लम सॉल्विंग या रिसोर्स ऑप्टिमाइजेशन, इस तरह की स्किल्स जो हैं वो प्रोग्रामिंग की मेन चीज़ है कि आपको क्रिटिकल थिंकिंग खुद करनी है, प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व करना है, लॉजिक के थ्रू काम करना है। तो ये बेसिकली कॉमन चीज़ है प्रोग्रामिंग में या कोडिंग में या इस फील्ड में। और ये ऐसी चीज़ है जिसको कोई रोबोट या कोई आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस या कोई मशीन लर्निंग कभी रिप्लेस नहीं कर सकती। और डेफिनेटली जो तीसरी मेन कॉमन चीज़ थी ऊपर, वो थी लो कोडिंग या स्लो कोडिंग या सो कॉल्ड नो कोडिंग। क्योंकि ऊपर जितने भी मैंने प्लेटफॉर्म्स आपको दिखाए हैं ये सारे एक दूसरे की ऑब्स्ट्रक्शन है या एक किसी में ज़्यादा इजी चीज़ कर दी गई है, किसी में थोड़ी मुश्किल है, लेकिन हर कोई लो कोडिंग प्लेटफॉर्म है बनिस्बत उसके दूसरे के, क्योंकि एक्चुअल कोडिंग तो 0 और 1 में होती है या मशीन कोडिंग होती है। तो ये भी एक चीज़ कॉमन थी ऊपर वाले में। अब व्हाट इज़ द मेजर डिफरेंस क्या है ऊपर जो मैंने आपको टाइप्स दिखाई हैं। एक ही मेजर डिफरेंस है, वो है सिंटैक्स का। बेशक वो विजुअल प्रोग्रामिंग है, बेशक असेंबली है, बेशक हाई लेवल प्रोग्रामिंग है, जो भी किस्म की प्रोग्रामिंग है वो उसमें सिर्फ सिंटैक्स का डिफरेंस है। बेशक वो जावा है, बेशक सी है, बेशक पाइथन है, लेकिन उनमें डिफरेंस सिर्फ सिंटैक्स का है या सम अल्टरनेटिव टू ऑफ सिंटैक्स। इसके अलावा कोई डिफरेंस नहीं है। Programming is not about producing code, it's about controlling complexity. If you can do that, you could theoretically develop software with low code. अगर आप कोई प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व कर सकते हैं तो आप वो, अगर लो कोड के साथ कर सकते हैं तो आप वो किसी भी प्रोग्रामिंग लैंग्वेज में कर सकते हैं, क्योंकि जो एफर्ट कोड लिखने में लगनी है वो लेस देन 1% है, तो वो आप कर सकते हैं। और at the end of the day, low code is just fancy words meaning configuration driven. और वर्डप्रेस वीक्स या इस तरह के जो भी टूल्स अवेलेबल हैं वो उसी वक्त तक गुड हैं जब तक वो फ्लेक्सिबल हैं आपकी प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व करने के लिए या क्लाइंट की प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व करने के लिए। और कोई ना कोई ऐसी नीड आ जाएगी किसी न किसी ऐसे वक्त के, या तो आपको कोड करना पड़ेगा या आपको कस्टम बिल्ड करना पड़ेगा, तो वो लो कोडिंग या नो कोडिंग से मसला सॉल्व नहीं होगा। और उसकी वो जो कास्ट आपने टाइमिंग सेव की होगी उसका कोई फ़ायदा ही नहीं होगा। ये डेफिनेटली एक मीमी है। और ये ओपन सोर्स की बेसिकली डेफिनेशन है। तो ओपन सोर्स के अगर आपने बेनिफिट्स सुने हैं या प्रोग्रामिंग या कोडिंग के जो मैन बेनिफिट्स हैं, जो मैन प्रॉब्लम सॉल्विंग है, वो आपको ओपन सोर्स से को यूज़ करके ही आनी है, ओपन सोर्स में कंट्रीब्यूट करके आनी है, उसको कस्टमाइज़ करके आनी है। तो ये जो मैन बेनिफिट्स ओपन सोर्स ऑफर कर रहा है ये आप लो कोडिंग या नो कोडिंग से अचीव नहीं कर सकते। तो मेरी जो बेसिकली प्रेजेंटेशन है इसकी रिकमेंडेशन यही है कि अगर आपने प्रोग्रामिंग या कोडिंग को लर्न करना है या आप ये चाहते हैं कि ओपन सोर्स में कंट्रीब्यूट करें, ओपन सोर्स को यूटिलाइज़ करें, उसे कस्टमाइज़ करें, तो आप फिर और तरफ आएँ बजाय इसके कि लो कोडिंग और नो कोडिंग की तरफ जाएँ। तो अगर आपके कोई क्वेश्चन है तो आई विल बी हैप्पी।
Hi. Now we will talk about the best idea on how to deliver OSS in business on open source way. Not every open source software conform the open source terminology. First of all, we should understand that OSS in this talk means refers to open source software. We distinguish a pure open source with a non-pure open source. The pure one, which comply the licensing model, which is on the website opensource.org. You can see that the website later, maybe. And you can see the license model like GPL or BSD. And there are some others that we don't talk about is a non-pure one, since it is have a company in the behind of the project and has some intent of interest. Okay. So the open source we are talking right now is the one who pure one. Okay. And actually there are two options to deliver the pure open source in the business. That usually we saw it as a forking as a commercial business model. like for example, like Red Hat. So it is thought as a license model, subscription license, something like that. And the one that we wanted to talk is do it as an open source way. What's that? So, do it in open source way, it means to deliver also the spirit. Because we know that open source is not only the software, the source code that being open, but also the movement, the license, the delivery, and the spirit. We wanted to liberate people, set them free, right? Set them free. So we don't relicense. We deliver the license of open source all the way to the client, so they get the most benefit of uncommercial license, and they don't bind to one or two company, the one company only. They can choose any company that can support them. But also, not only to set them free, we should do our responsibility. We have to master the software. Why? Since open source is something like orphan, it requires a foster parent to do the responsibility in the production system. So we have to master the source code. We also have to master the operation, the business, so we can becoming the resource for the client to use open source in a comprehensive manner, professionally. Okay, and the third is define the corridor. We should define the corridor, something like how to implement, what to do, what's done, to what not to do it, and the procedure, the best practice, the tuning, report, any other else. And also, since the technical support, the expert level support, and the principal support, that's the complete corridor that we should deliver to the clients. Because open source actually is not complete product, we should complete it. And this is the most important things. We have to able to contribute to develop the ecosystem. What is that? Ecosystem means anything that surrounding to the implementation of technology. You can see that when we implement open source, we have to have certification, maybe training, documentation, anything. And we have to master the delivery and also help to set the standard of implementation and operation and business conduct of the open source in their industry. And the sixth, the last but not least, delivering open source, we have to deliver professionally. Because some people think open source is something like not really much serious business, but we have to make it in the same level of any other enterprise solution, to make it very professional delivery, to make them having peace of mind to use open source as it is to use the enterprise class software delivery. Okay, that's my 5 minutes of lightning talks about how to do open source in business in open source way. Thank you very much. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Hi, we are Chatmosphere. I'm David.
And I'm Anke. And we're very happy that we are invited to talk about our little project. Chatmosphere is a video chat program, and it was created during the first lockdown in Germany, when in early 2020 we were not allowed to meet our friends anymore, and we tried a lot of digital video chat tools to meet. And we realized that Zoom and Jitsi and Teams, Google Hangouts, they all have this logic of work tools where one person can talk at a time. If multiple people are talking, then sound is changed so that you can hear one person better. More introverted people don't feel as comfortable in joining a conversation, or they started not to come anymore. And we wanted to create this dynamic as if we would sit on a real table where you can talk to one person, but you can also talk to someone else, or you can just listen, or maybe just have a side conversation. So with this idea, we applied to the Prototype Fund, which is a German tech fund supporting open source civic tech. And in this round, we had the opportunity to try if we could find actually a better paradigm. So I wanted to share a way how we were working. We did a design sprint very quickly. So we tried to figure out what we want to do before even write one single line of code. And this is something that we can really recommend because you learn a lot from just putting your stuff in front of a real user. Because we had this idea that we want to have 3D sound that would be somewhere in space, and so I can hear that somebody might be here next to me, and it could change all the time. When we tested, we only had a mono output signal because we just had one box to test with. We can see it in the picture behind the screen. But the interesting thing was it worked. People just realized that changing the loudness or the volume based on proximity made the effect as if you would move through this room. So we realized very quickly that it could work easier. And from there on, we started creating it.
Yeah. How it's built is it's based on Jitsi. Jitsi is an open source video chat app. I assume most of you know it. If not, definitely check it out. It's awesome. Yeah, so Chatmosphere is open source, of course. It's a React app that is utilizing Zustand as a state management tool as a replacement for Redux. Also a quick shout out to them. It's also awesome. You should check it out. Like Anke said, what we're doing is we calculate the distance of the users, and by this we vary the volume. This is something that we came up with, and we send out the user's position via messaging. Everything else is basically utilizing core Jitsi functionality that we adjusted to our needs. Currently, there are many cool ideas and a couple of forks out there what to do with this setup as a base. But to collaborate with you and everyone else who's interested, we urgently need unit testing. Since I'm not fluent with writing unit tests, especially architecture-wise, also mocking of WebRTC is something that I'm looking into, but I would be very happy to have someone experienced to talk to about it. So maybe one thing to mention, just as a side note, we also built Playwave. It's a load testing tool we made to test our architecture, to test Chatmosphere, but it can also be used to do integration testing, and it's using Playwright, which is a headless browser automation tool, something like Puppeteer. So you can also use it to test all other setups of WebRTC, for example, Jitsi. So you can try it to load test your Jitsi install, and it's much leaner than Selenium is. Yeah, so also try that. Try Chatmosphere, install it, adjust it to your needs, and please get in touch if you want to help out with unit testing. We would be very happy. Thanks very much for your attention. Have a great conference.
Yes, bye.
Bye.
And end.
Okay, so that was nice. Yeah, and as you guys could see, we have, of course, like tried to represent the community in Asia, sessions in Chinese, sessions in Hindi, of course English. Some people try to communicate across borders, but yeah, these are also international languages. So hope you guys enjoyed that. Yeah, I see some of the speakers are here in the chat. So just keep talking with them, share about your experience or ask your questions. Feel free to continue that. And by the way, the Chatmosphere sessions that we just had, that's also interesting because we actually have Chatmosphere integrated here in the FOSSASIA channels. I can quickly show that to you even. So I'll share my screen here and show you guys how that works here at the FOSSASIA Summit. So you can go actually here to the left-hand side. So if you can see my screen on the left-hand side, if you open that side panel, there's welcome, main hallway, and you can go to the hallway. And yeah, if you go to the hallway, then you will see there are people inside here. And yeah, you can set your name. I can set my name here, Mario. And then I can talk with other people. See, like you might, if you don't have good internet connection, it may be difficult. Oh, somebody else also set the name Mario. Interesting. And you should be able to hear me. You see here a volume 6, for example, which means we're very close. If we get closer, volume 8, volume 9, it's the closest. And then if you go away, like the sound gets less loud, right? Yeah. So try to reload that. Ah, I see some people here. Yeah. So that's cool. Can try that out. Guys, yeah, go to the hallway if you want to try that out. But I'm afraid now I'm steering you away from the main hall. I hope you guys come back into the main hall and try that out in the break later. We're very close. We get closer. Closest. Yeah, there's a lot of people now heading over. I hope I didn't get people away from the next session. The next session will be from Nietzsche. And let me give a quick introduction here. So it's Nietzsche Ruff. She's the open source programs office at Comcast. Actually, she's moving now to Amazon, and her session will be about Beyond Code, recognizing all contributions. Some contributions, all contributions. A lot of things are needed to make in open source happening. And yeah, I'd like to tell you a bit more about Nietzsche before we get into the session. Nietzsche Ruff recently joined Amazon as the head of Amazon's open source programs office. Prior to Amazon, she started and grew Comcast and Western Digital's open source program offices. She has been a director on the Linux Foundation board for the last 5 years. And in 2019, she was elected to be chair of the influential Linux Foundation board. So quite a good track record and pretty exciting. So let's hear what Nietzsche will share with us in her session. Enjoy her session.
Hi, everyone. This is Nithya Ruff, and I'm very excited to be here with you at FOSSASIA. I wish I could be there in person in Singapore, but given the circumstances, I'm speaking to you on a pre-recorded session. I want to talk to you about contributions and the importance of contributions and going beyond just code contributions, because we need all kinds of contributions and we need to recognize all kinds of contributions. I work for Amazon. I head the open source program office at Amazon. And I also sit on the board of the Linux Foundation. And I'm coming to you from North America, from Raleigh, North Carolina. So let's just get started in talking about this topic. One of the first things we need to talk about is why are contributions important? Why does free and open source software rely on contributions? And the important thing to see here is that when you have a common asset that all of us use and we use it to innovate, we use it to develop products and services, etc., we need to then give back to it so that it can continue to grow and sustain. In fact, open source relies on people contributing back to open source in order to continue to improve, to grow, to strengthen, to thrive, and to sustain. So it is such an important element of the open source growth, if you will, and success. The second thing would be that when more people contribute, then everybody benefits and everybody learns and everybody grows from this, and it lifts all boats. When only one person is burdened with improving something, we don't get the benefit of all of the brilliant thinking around the world and the brilliant talent and superpowers from around the world. The third thing is open source gives us a great way to get involved in tech. And contribution to me is an on-ramp to starting to get involved in open source and tech. So contributions are important, and it's a very core part of open source. But when you think about contributions, often you only think about code and you say, hey, in open source, I need to be technical, I need to be a programmer, I need to code, I need to only contribute code, and they only accept code contribution. I need to do a pull request, a patch, etc. And code is extremely important. Don't get me wrong. Code is very important because, programs and projects have to grow and improve and become bigger. But there's a lot more to open source than just code. The culture of open source and the success of open source requires so much more than just the program or the technology that we all contribute to. There's so many other ways to contribute to open source. I would say the success of a project, the success of certain technologies depend upon all of these other elements working and being successful in order to really grow and be adopted in open source. One of the first things I would say is governance. So there are a lot of great people who have established projects before, have set up foundations, have managed at companies, etc. And they come with this leadership experience, this experience of how to set up the right group, if you will, governance, leadership, decision-making, etc. for an organization. And most projects require that. They will start as they grow and become more and more successful. You have more people involved, and you need to make sure that it is a fair and well-run organization. And so people with governance can contribute and help projects establish proper governance, and that is a skill in itself. Let's then move on to establishing a community. So good programs and projects have users, they have people who contribute code, they have committers, they have maintainers, they have community leaders, etc., and certainly financial folks and other elements in the project. And all of these volunteers, these are volunteers most of the time, need to be managed, need to have a cohesive sense of belonging to a common vision, mission, and a common purpose, and need to know how to interact, how to communicate, how to work with each other and be recognized, be valued, etc. So the whole aspect of community building and community development and community management is such a big, big part of especially growing projects. So community leaders are much, much needed. So if you have skills in that area, it's a great place to get involved. And most projects require a lot of legal help also, beyond just the license and the use of the license to, access the code, to a contribution license agreement, to make the contribution to trademarks, to patent issues, to, if you will, copyrights and branding. And there's a lot of legal stuff involved, even in open source. And getting that right is important. And there are some brilliant people out there who balance understanding community with understanding legal nuances, and their contribution to open source is incredibly valued and valuable. And one of the easiest ways, frankly, to get involved is to be a user. If you start using a certain project, why not go talk about it, file an issue, get involved in user groups, help other users. And there's just such a nice way to get involved in some technology from the user perspective. And these communities need that user perspective as well. We often tend to think of open source as not marketing friendly. And I have to say, advocacy or marketing is an important element of growing open source projects. In the millions and millions of repos that often sit on GitHub or GitLab, the only way to be recognized and to kind of break out of that pack, if you will, is if you have a good outreach, a good advocacy and marketing program for the project. And I don't have to tell you that documentation is an extremely important element, whether for users or for contributors. And we need translation so that projects can be global. Mentorship in a project is extremely important for new contributors and existing contributors. And I think I covered evangelization in advocacy, but talking about it and everybody supporting it and talking about it broadly, whether it's on social media or in conferences, is extremely important. So as you can see, code is important. Once you create that code, you need all of these surrounding elements in order for a project to be successful. And there are many, many benefits, I think, to individuals who get involved in open source. As we talked, it helps you get into tech if you're not in tech. It then gets you a job. Many of us have careers in open source because we develop skill sets working as a contributor in many open source projects. You get a tremendous amount of feedback and learning from others globally, not just in your own organization. And there's a sense of purpose and community when you're in open source because you feel like you are part of this bigger movement, and it's a positive and a good movement. And when you are an expert, you also get a chance to then give back and support open source and support others who are coming up. And that's a really good feeling. Companies benefit tremendously also from giving to open source, contributing to open source, and they do it in many, many different ways. They let their people work in open source, they contribute money through to foundations, sponsorships, cloud credits, etc., and sponsor events or host events in their venues. All of it is important, but it also has very good business benefits to companies to contribute. You reduce technical debt, so you're not carrying and developing your products on something that's not on the mainline code, and hence misses out on all the innovations and the security fixes, etc. You can influence the direction of a project through the code that you contribute. You can earn trust and a seat at the table of a project by contributing, by showing you care, by providing support to the project. And frankly, you sustain open source, which is one of the big innovation engines for all of us in all companies. And so supporting that and sustaining that is good for everyone. And many engineers and companies have said that they love the feedback that they get from a broader community of people, not just people in their team. And a company that has a good open source contribution profile and is a good citizen in the community often has a better job or easier time of acquiring talent and retaining talent, because people want to work for companies that are in open source, that allow their developers to work in open source. How do you increase contributions? I think companies can do a lot through establishing an open source project office. program office like the kind I lead, which then makes it a point to help developers work in open source, make it easier to work in open source, clear the legal hurdles, clear the process hurdles. We recognize engineers who work in open source. We help teams set aside time for doing it. We mentor teams. But on the community side, also projects and programs can do a better job of making it dead easy for people to join as contributors, give better documentation, have a better community, have getting involved guides, easier licenses to work with, etc. I'm also seeing universities do a good job of developing curriculum. You have University of California, Santa Cruz, you have Johns Hopkins and others, and RIT, who are creating curriculum and encouraging students to get involved in open source. But the most important thing is local communities like FOSSASIA, which can make it safe, make it easy, make it familiar and comfortable for people to get involved in open source. And recognizing contributors, some of the best organizations I know which do a great job of recognizing contributors are the Cloud Native Compute Foundation, recognizes non-code contributions like they call it the Chop Wood and Fetch Water Award for all of those other things a project needs. The Apache Software Foundation does a fantastic job of including non-coders as members in the organization because of their contribution to the culture or to fundraising or to marketing, etc. And then the O'Reilly Community Awards, I am very proud to be an O'Reilly Community Award winner. Also recognizes community contributions and not just coding contributions. So with that, I want to draw your attention to some resources that you can read that will give you a sense of, other things you can do to contribute and why you need to contribute, how to get involved, etc. Thank you so much for your time. And I hope that you have a really good time at FOSSASIA. It's a fantastic program and fantastic organization that focuses on local communities and building open source strengths and skill sets in local communities. I hope you'll consider getting involved in open source and contributing in many ways, not just thinking that you have to be a coder to contribute. You can bring any of your superpowers to open source and be a contributor. Thank you again. This is Nithya Ruff. You can follow me at Nithya Ruff on Twitter. And I look forward to hearing from you.
Okay, so thank you, Nithya. Definitely appreciate this. And I see a question here. Often when I have a project, I don't know what I don't know. Is there a way of assessing where I am with my projects concerning these 9 factors? Something like a tool that can be used to guide me towards what I should develop, learn, integrate next. Well, Nico, I don't know. I think you also have a lot of experience yourself in the community, but what kind of tool? Another technology, maybe like a tool is human interaction. Definitely talk with each other. And I think that's what you are doing as well. But I can also recommend this for others. I will definitely also forward this question to Nithya. So next time she's joining us, she can share more about her insights. So we are like good in time. We have a bit of time before the next point in our schedule, which is the winners of the Cloud Skills Challenge. We had more than 2,000 participants in the Cloud Skills Challenge. So that was a big success. And we have a little bit of time before we begin there. So I will show one more lightning talk here now from the KDE community. And I wish you all the enjoyment with that.
Hi, my name is Anika Kokar, and today I'm going to tell you about KDE Network. But wait, first let me tell you about KDE. At KDE, we make software like the Plasma Desktop, the KDN Live Video Editor, the Krita Painting Program, the GCompre Education Activities for Children, and much more. But did you know that KDE built KHTML, which is used in the engines of most web browsers? And also, our softwares are being used by scientists in CERN. In fact, it helped NASA to put robots on Mars and is on Valve's Steam Deck as well. Our aim is to help everybody have useful, beautiful, and free software so they can gain control over their computers, consoles, tablets, TVs, and phones. In fact, we would like you to work and play without sacrificing your privacy. But did you know that all our programs and technologies are made by volunteers? Yes, it is true. Anybody can contribute to KDE. We welcome people from all over the world, regardless of their skills. You can be part of KDE too. Just join our KDE network. The KDE network program helps you build a KDE community where you live. Other KDE members from other regions or even other countries help you with advice, resources, and support. We can help you set up your group, participate in KDE activities like Seasons of KDE and Google Summer of Code. We will help you organize events and talk to local businesses and governments. The KDE Association can help finance stickers, banners, and other goodies. In fact, we also cover the cost of your traveling and accommodation expenses to events. So, do you want to be part of KDE?
शुरू कीजिए KDE 네트워크 अभी आपके देश में.
지금 바로 여러분의 나라에서 KDE 네트워크를 시작하세요.
നിങ്ങളുടെ രാജ്യത്തും ഒരു KDE നെറ്റ്വർക്ക് തുടങ്ങൂ.
从您的国家开始建立 KDE 用户网络。
शुरू करें KDE नेटवर्क अभी अपने मुल्क में. Start a KDE network in your country now.
Okay, so yeah, I'm also engaged here in the chat, and I see like people like this. People like KDE. They like Linux. They like this good things. These good things. The good stuff that's yeah, getting done there. And yeah, Hans just said KDN Live, easy enough. Even I can use it. But Hans, I saw you at several like events, and I think you have a good grasp on technology. And Hans, you're unlocked. If you want to share a bit your experience, or if anyone wants to share about their experience with KDE, we have a few minutes time, and it's time to engage the audience. Guys, please ping me here on the chat, and I can unlock you. There are a lot of other people here on our team can also unlock you. So if you want to share about your experience with KDE, we are all good with it. And Hans, I can hear you. You can also switch on your cam if you want, but we can hear you already.
Cool, I figured that out. So I, as I say, KDE for me is just the way I get to a lot of X terms, well, and some browsers and stuff. And it's been really easy to use graphical environment that I've loved for years. But my favorite story with it is I worked at a small company years ago and had we had somebody that was in as doing office help and so forth, and she wanted to do programming, And so I worked to help get her an opportunity to do some of that. And years later, I ran into her, and she's a KDE developer and a grandma. And I was like, this is awesome. She has gone well far past anything that I have done. And KDE was, for her, a very welcoming community, and gave her an opportunity, and really gave her let her fly, which was fantastic. She got employment through the community and has been working as a KDE developer for years. So I want to say thanks to the KDE community for being welcoming for her and many others, and then for the software that I've enjoyed. And I started turning on the camera, but I realized I don't have light set up, so all you can see is black. So
Yes, yeah, we actually can't see you. You know, your cam is not on, but
yeah,
it's nice to hear about your experience.
Yeah. If I turn the camera on right now, there's a light bulb right above me, and that's all you can see is the light bulb. It's 3 o'clock in the morning here.
3 o'clock. This is dedication, participating in the FOSSASIA Summit. I
Yeah.
wanted to say it's really nice to hear this story, because I know about other stories in the community, for example, in the Debian community, where like for the last couple of years, there has been a lot of controversy that Debian threw money at people and who actually didn't contribute. And there's even some people who left the community or were kicked out, and nobody knows who's telling the truth, what's the truth, why is this, why is that. But what I really like about your story is like it's like you contributed, you didn't expect anything back, you helped others, and it just worked out. And yeah, you didn't have to like use any money or anything. You're just like a good contributor and helper, and this is really the kind of story we all like and want to hear about, right? These kind of success stories. Yes.
Yes. Okay.
But Hans, how has the FOSSASIA Summit been for you so far? Anything interesting that you would like to point out? Like what has been specifically like point of interest, like, or what did you like? Yeah. Anything?
Well, Nithia's talk was actually one of the ones I specifically wanted to see, so that's part of the reason I'm up late. This year I haven't been able to participate as much as I did last year, but I have talks scheduled that I want to get to, that I wanted to watch afterwards. And I want to say, actually, thank you for last year. You had some students do programming classes last year, and that actually helped me get going with Python. So I found that those were 2 and 3 o'clock in the morning for me, but I stayed up to catch some of those late classes, and learned quite a bit from it. So I appreciate that. Okay,
that's very nice to hear.
Yeah.
Honestly, last year it was a bit tough for the team. Yeah, it was like an entire week, and there's always the option of running different tracks, but we thought like one track is really like where we can also meet, have different people together, and the participation online is not the same as the partition when we run a on-site event, right? Because people say, oh, I can watch it later. I actually we see a lot of people coming onto the website or coming here and there or watching from China. So it's more dispersed, it's different time zones. It's like one session today by Jeff, he said like a lot of things are asynchronous, yeah? So not at the same time. So yeah, we try to cater for that, and we try to do what we can with the team. Yeah, and I think 3 days and a lot of sessions, over 100 speakers, what we have. And yeah, it's really nice to see you. So what are your plans in future? Do you think this pandemic will be over soon? Will you visit us in Asia?
I hope for both, yes. Yeah, that is, as I said, I really enjoyed the conference last year. You have a great lineup again this year. And I would love to be in person. So some friends of mine talked me into, I needed to come to FOSSASIA just as the pandemic was starting out. So you were my just before the pandemic goal. So I'm looking forward to it being safe to go halfway around the world and being able to actually be in person. That would be awesome.
That would be nice. I see Alvin is raising his hands. Alvin, do you have a question? I unlocked you, but you can also type in the chat if you have a question to Der Hans. Yeah, it's Der Hans, which is like German. I don't know if how people would pronounce it in English if they get confused. Dear Hans or something. Yeah. Alvin, but Alvin, if you have a question, you can point it out. I don't see one yet, but I saw that you raised your hand. We are here for you. Okay, so that's nice. And yeah, so Der Hans, may I know who know you were asking about KDE? Yeah, okay. Alvin, what do you think about KDE? Please go ahead with your comment, Alvin. You can use the microphone or you can type in the chat. So while we wait for Alvin, does anyone else have a comment? Okay, I see
there you
Alvin
go.
is joining. Hello, Alvin. Alvin, you're in Singapore. Der Hans is in the US. What's your comment?
His microphone isn't enabled.
Yes,
He's
your microphone's not enabled. You have to do this
listening
thing
only.
that we try to explain. There's a button. You have to click on the earphones one time and the second time again, 2 times. Yeah. And yeah, let's see if we can make Alvin happen. Alvin is also a long-time participant. I don't know, Alvin, if you have ever missed a FOSSASIA Summit. I can't remember. I think you appear to me, you have always been there. And now you need to enable your microphone and then we are good to go, Alvin.
Okay.
Good we can hear it.
Good to see and hear you, all of you, Hans, Mario, etc. What you were saying about KDE, one of the things I would say that techies like you and I would probably not have too much of a problem with is KDE stuff does not usually come with descriptive accessories, let's just say. Things like spectacle, text editor, file manager, and spread windows. You really need to know what you are looking for. And folks with lots and lots of time like you and I wouldn't mind researching that. But for a normal user, they may have a very challenging time. So it's very difficult to bring somebody up to speed with a KDE as compared to the other desktops that I've seen. Like GNOME is not a good example. Actually, Cinnamon is the most user-friendly environment. Now, having said that, one of the things I really appreciate about KDE, is that everything is installed ready. You don't need to install any add-ons or plugins or anything like that. GNOME is not like that. You have to install plugins. So that's something I really appreciate about KDE. Right? I don't know whether you have.
So, hi, Alvin. Hi, Der Hans. Yes, so unfortunately, it's time for the next session. I would like to invite you to join us in the close at the close later on. We can continue our conversation there.
Alvin, it's good to see you guys. We're already starting our own hallway track here. I also just invited Jeremy, but Jeremy, we don't have time anymore. Guys, so much we need to do here, and we need the human element, I wanted to say, Alvin. Let's bring human elements together. And Alvin was waving goodbye. I'm waving goodbye to you guys, but we are all still here, and we continue the session. So I will hand over to Hong Fook and Annie. Annie, are you here in this session? I think you wanted to do the announcement for the winners here of the thing. Okay, cool. Annie, you are there. How are things for you, Annie? Yeah.
Great. And it's so good to see 3 days of FOSSASIA. We were there a lot yesterday. We had Martin from GitHub and Ian and Brett from the open source database side. We are truly enjoying the opportunity to meet with the developers and hearing back from them. But overridingly, I am super thrilled about the Cloud Skills Challenge, which FOSSASIA and Microsoft has done together. It's so thrilling to see 2,568 participants amazing. And this comes from all across, right from Korea, this side to India. 41,816 modules completed. On an average, 24 modules per participant, and one learning path typically contains about 16 to 18 modules. So people have completed learning paths. I was just listening to Derhan's talk about how he loved the learning with Python at the FOSSASIA. So learning is fundamental, and sometimes you need that little fun element to and that's what Cloud Skills Challenge has done. So it's amazing to see how many people just took that opportunity, and kudos to FOSSASIA for actually giving that opportunity to so many developers to skill up within those 3 days and within the month. So amazing. And Hong, that's been a great great partnership, Mario and Hong. 797 people get trees. They have completed the entire learning path. So they're getting real trees actually planted in the Microsoft Developer Forest. Now you can name it. You will get a note saying how to go about and name it. You can give it your own name or your language name or whatever you want, and you can watch the tree grow. So we've kind of moved away, though we still have all those swags. We love these eco-friendly trees and stuff, that we're doing something real for the world. So yes, we gave a third prize, 2 third prizes and 2 second prizes yesterday. And today we have the first prize winners. Drum rolls, please. And here's the first prize winner, the first winner. Hong, do you want to announce this?
Please, Annie. Please go ahead.
Anna Bijoy, congratulations, from Indonesia. And a woman. Super thrilled you get a Surface Go 2. Cool devices right there. Are you here? Would love to hear your voice. Say how you experience the learning journey. If you're here, please come off mute.
Anna, Rose. So if you are here, please type on the chat so we can unlock you. Sometimes you don't come with your real name. Yeah. So if you are here, you can type on the chat. Okay, so I don't know if she's here, but maybe she will come back in. So we'll come in a moment.
We can come back to Anna if she's here. Okay, now to the next person who got the first prize as well. Aris Abejuela from Philippines. Yay, congratulations. You also get a Surface Go 2. Are you in the audience, Aris? We would love for you to come up.
Hi, I'm here in the audience. Thank you.
Awesome.
Do you want to turn on your camera, Aris?
Unfortunately, that's not possible. It's malfunctioning. But only my mic is working right now.
Go ahead. Tell us how the learning journey was, so others can also learn from you. Tell us how it was.
The Cloud Skills Challenge contains a great set of collections. So it starts from the fundamentals, then the compute, networking, database, AI, and many more. It's really interactive and it's great. Then this helps us to get started and identify the right tools that we can use in our current and future cloud-related projects. So yeah, thank you so much, FOSSASIA, for the organizers, speaker, and the sponsors, especially Microsoft. Yeah, this event.
Do you have a project you're going to use it on right away? Which learning path did you complete?
All of the modules I've completed.
All of them. Wow. Okay, cool. So that's Azure, AI, data, cloud, all of them. Wow, you're an avid learner. Awesome. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you. And anyone from the last 2 days winners are here? Do you want to come off mute? Okay.
So this the summary of the winners. had been announced the last few days. Yes, I don't know if someone else is here.
Looks like
I
not.
see Vincent Koch is here. So Vincent, if you enable your microphone, and then you can also share. Yeah, I think Vincent is working on it, and I'm looking for the others. I'm going through the list of everyone who's here to see it.
It's better if you would.
Yes.
Hear me? Hi.
Yes.
Hi, Vincent. You can also speak
to my webcam as well. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So, okay, wait. Give me a moment. I think I'm sure. Yeah. Hi.
Hi. Nice.
Hey, I'm the third prize winner. Yeah. Thanks. Thanks. I think I just got to know it recently. Yeah.
Excellent. Tell us a little bit about the Learning Through Cloud Skills Challenge. Are you always like this? Do you always continuously learn, or did this give you an opportunity to do something different?
Well, for me, it's actually, for myself, I'm always continuous learning. So when I found out this FOSSASIA Cloud Skill Challenge, right, I'm also very excited, because it's like you get you just need to spend some time to learn, and also got a motivation where you got the chance to win something, right? So that's really great. And also not just for the winning part, but I think it's the Microsoft Learn platform has been very great. It's a very structured platform where you learn from the very starting. So I took the fundamental ones, then I go on with the AI, and then after that is the data, right? So eventually I also found out that this is actually related to the fundamental certification that Microsoft is offering, the AI 900, AZ 900, and DP 900, right? So which I might be looking at it. Actually, I passed one of the AI 900 previously, right? So it's just for this, it get me learn more on like AZ 900 and DP 900, right? Yeah. So I think it's very structured way on that, and then it's interactive. I like the knowledge chat, right, instead of just reading, right? So it get you to learn some of the questions and answers. So it strengthen your learning. Yeah.
Excellent. And as is written here, knowledge is the best prize. So kudos to everybody who joined the journey. And if you have completed the learning path, as Vincent said, the next step is to get certified. You're ready. You're almost there. So now you can get certified. A last question to you, Vincent. Do you see yourself using this knowledge immediately in any of your day-to-day work?
Perhaps in my day-to-day work, maybe, because actually I'm also one of the trainer currently in my job. So actually I could learn some of these the fundamental, like all the Azure cloud, right? Or how do I use the machine learning studios also to share with my learners, right? So how do they use this in their when they are journey, their reskill? Yeah, because currently I'm actually a trainer in Singapore right here on the AI and robotics, right? So that's where I'm actually have the opportunity to share with them as well. Yeah, actually I do share with them some of my learners about this cloud skill challenge as well. Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you.
So thank you, Andy, for being here. Thank you, everyone. Yes, so continue learning. Yes, so it was great. So I would say that we move on with the program. Mario is there.
Yeah, I also want to say thank you to Andy. Well, this noise is always supposed to be applause, I think. Right? So Annie, you're so positive. I hope we can work more together and catch up whenever it's possible. Yeah.
Absolutely. It's been a great learning for me as well during these last 3 days, and just listening, seeing the questions and comments that come in itself is a good learning in itself. So I love being with FOSSASIA, and let's do more. Let's do more of these things that are going to help the community. Thank you for having me here, and thank you from Microsoft as well. Thanks, Hong. Thanks, Mario.
All the best to Sindhu also. Send my regards to Sindhu. Yeah.
Yes, absolutely. Sindhu, Ian, yep, all of them. The Microsoft gang is super thrilled. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Okay, guys, and yeah, we have a few more surprises for you. And actually, we have a lot of people who ask questions. Over 300 questions were asked already during the last few days. And there is a link that I will post here in the chat in the moment where you can see all the previous questions. And also the speakers, they said, oh, I can't answer all these questions. They want to get back to this or that person. And I think we really achieved our goal. Yeah. Sometimes it was a bit like, oh, yeah, what question is that? That's a surprising question, isn't it? But yeah, I mean, you can just check out these questions yourself. But we also want to say thank you for people who ask questions, who are engaged with the speakers. We're trying to recreate this experience where you have a real exchange as much as possible. And it is still continuing. There's still more sessions to come where you can ask questions, where you can contact and get in touch with the speakers. But the first 50 shirts or so we will already give out now. Right now, we already have 50 people who did really like awesome, who asked like awesome detailed questions, some questions that brought the speakers to sweat. So that was really interesting to see. So really like valuable exchange. So, Hongfok, drum roll, and who are the winners of the first t-shirts? Okay, so here we have the names. Sorry, you should see them on the screen, and I will use my AI here to read out the names. Read out the names. Ta-da.
Arba Abdul Muqtadir Aindrila Das Alvanho Amit Gupta Anjali Kumari Anmol Swanin Shit Podara Sitesh Majid Babesh Joshi Dong Wang Francois Kartegni Gurdeep Singh Harish Pillai Himanshu Pandya Shan Sharma Jens Peterson Joel Chen Caviar Sharma Leslie Wong Marco Gutierrez Mayank Mondal Mishari Mukbal Nico Kunzman Nikhil Mahana Nailish Satpute Nitish Giri Noman Asif Guda Papaya Anamnidi Paul Leopardai Phil Hayadong Lu Preeti Sharma Priyanka Malvi Raiz Uddin Muhammad Roland Turner Sahil Sharma Saikart Maji Sangeeta Payne Shagan Sharma Shruti Pandi Sibaditya Mitra Sahel Gulam Sonali Singh Stefan Hintz Tong Tong Tushar Jayant Vadi Shri Shashank Vivav Singh Vivav Upasani V Satyamas Young Bin Han.
Okay, so I have to say, I think I need to train my AI a bit more because some names I would have read completely different. So, for example, Francois Cartigny or, for example, Hao Dong. Yeah, but I think you guys could see the names, and we contact you all by email. We have already matched you with an email address, and you just need to let us know it is. And now I see Brennan, bravo, you are here at the right time. Just wanted to ping you, but you are here already, so that's perfect. So we continue now with the next sessions, and I wanted to inspire the people to ask questions that make you sweat afterwards. Let's see if they do this, but we have given out the first t-shirts, and that is the thing. Anyone who asks a good question has a chance to win a t-shirt, and we'll send it to you. And we continue now with the session. So back to the schedule. Brennan, I want to, before I talk more about your onboarding, I want to make sure you have everything up and running that you need. Do you have slides? Would you like to share your screen? How do you want to proceed?
I just have slides.
Okay, cool. So you have PDF slides. Then did you already achieve to upload them?
Yes, they should be uploaded.
Okay, so and then you still need to choose on this plus icon that you see on the left, your slides. You still need to choose the name of the slides or something like that. And I think you have the presenter rights. And people also like to try out these hands up symbols and so on. And then I ask them, hey, what's your question? And they say, just wanted to try out everything. Vadich Sri Shashank, yeah, or something like that, right? So Vadich, Vadich, you're one of the winners. Congratulations. Would you like, please share it in the chat. Maybe we have later time to also talk with you, but we are slightly late already, so we have to get back into the scheduled topics. It's so cool to interact with people, but you lose track of the time. And Brandon has some really cool stuff to share with us about the OpenTAP transformation from inner source to open source, the power of a community. That's a very interesting topic, because I know the topic only the other way around, open source to inner source. And now I can learn something new, how that is different. And yeah, I want to tell you guys a bit about Brennan before we start. So Brennan DiRenzo is an automation product manager at Keysight Technologies for OpenTAP and Pathwave test automation. Brennan has a strong passion for open source and automation. And that's what we're going to learn more about now. So Brennan, thank you very much for joining us. It's a pleasure to have you here again. And thank you also to Keysight and OpenTAP for supporting the FOSSASIA community, the FOSSASIA Summit for several years, and collaborating with the Pocket Science Lab project here of FOSSASIA. Thank you very much. It's a real great pleasure to have you here. Brennan DiRenzo, here we go.
Awesome. Thanks, Mario. Yeah, and we're really excited to be back. This is our second year participating. Unfortunately, we've never been able to be in person, so looking forward to that opportunity. But for now, we're here. We actually have kind of two back-to-back sessions. So this one will be kind of a little focused on our experience getting here ultimately. And then Darwin and Carlos on my team as well, they're kind of talking next, and we'll go into deeper details on some of the tools that we've built around OpenTAP and the things that you can really do with it. So you'll get a little bit more of a story and background from me, and then some deeper technical stuff from Darwin and Carlos. And but one of the things that we kind of really wanted to share, because I would say within Keysight, we're not a traditional open source company. And so it was kind of a unique journey, I guess, that we went on to get to this point. And I kind of wanted to share our story a little bit, some of the learnings that we found, and things that we ran into, even some problems that we had as well, kind of getting here, you know, in the hopes that it can potentially inspire some other people. I know obviously everyone here is very familiar with open source in general, but you know, there's oftentimes some challenges, particularly you know, within larger organizations and enterprises where that's not necessarily their key focus. And that's kind of what we have really pushed for a lot, is to get those types of companies to move into the open source space. And the way we ended up doing it was really starting at from the inner source side of things and moving out. And so kind of wanted to share our journey there and some of the learning. So feel free to ask questions. I'll try to monitor the chat as well. But like I said, we have Darwin and Carlos on my team are here as well. We'll be talking more right after this. So first, just kind of a quick background on what OpenTAP is. I'm sure many of you have not heard of it. Maybe a few of you have. But just to give you an idea of what it is and kind of what it's meant to do, and then we'll kind of go into the details of things. So really, kind of at the core, it's a cross-platform open source test sequencer. We really focused around a lot of the hardware and software test automation. Like was mentioned, but we are from Keysight Technologies, and so if you're familiar with that company, we're really kind of a hardware test company in the end. So we work with industries kind of all across the world in all different areas. And we are able to basically connect and work with them and control various different aspects. We are not necessarily traditionally in this space. And so we kind of had to break into the market essentially and take somewhat a unique approach compared to competitors that have been in here for a long time. And one of the ways that we sought to do that was kind of coming from an open source angle and kind of moving away from proprietary code and proprietary tools and really becoming open source. And so the focus that we have is basically one around simplicity, making the tool really easy to use, making it really easy to adopt and for people to connect into, focusing on scalability. So we don't try to have OpenTAP be a tool that can solve every problem for everyone out of the box. It's kind of designed to be extended and built around people contribute what we call plugins into it, or that's for controlling devices, handling data, anything like that. And then in the end, we're optimized for speed. This is a tool that gets used kind of all over the place. So whether you're doing kind of simple automation stuff on your desk, all the way out to high volume manufacturing. And we've kind of leveraged a couple of existing things in the area. So we're built around .NET and Python. Like I said, there's hundreds of different companies and users in various different areas, kind of all across the product lifecycle for it today. And kind of a step into what the architecture actually looks like. At the center is kind of what we call our sequencing engine. And then we have these various different interfaces that we allow for extending out into. So on the upper left, DUTs, so devices under test. So whatever the component is that you actually are testing. And then that is actually allowing for you to connect into, whether it's a cell phone or a base station or a handset, a PC, some other software, anything like that, you can define your interfaces around to control. On the other side is kind of what we call instrument plugins. So these are traditionally things that Keysight makes, power supplies, signal analyzers, signal generators, things in that space. Those are also kind of the plugins or drivers, you can think of them as, to control those. Test steps are kind of the smaller components that actually are part of your sequence. And so those are things to do specific measurements, to handle data, do limit checks, all of that type of information is kind of contained in what we call test step. And then the other kind of components are the front end interfaces. So whether it's simple command line interfaces, what we call the editor, which is actually a tool from Keysight, custom UIs built around it, anything in that space. And then also what we call result listeners, which is more focused around handling of the data. So when you're building out your test, the result listeners will then handle storing the data in a CSV or a database format, anything that you can customize. And one of the things that we've tried to emphasize with the architecture is that these truly are kind of all individually developed and componentized. In that way, anyone in the community can build a device plugin or a test step plugin, and that can connect to someone else's result listener and data formatting. They don't have to build entire solutions that are all architected together. And that's kind of one of the areas that we've really seen benefit in the end, is that it promotes a lot more of the reuse aspects and code sharing and all of that are around the various tools. So like I said, we'll take kind of a deeper dive into what all of this means in the next session in a much more kind of technical case, but wanted to give you guys a quick background of what it is that we're talking about in the end. And kind of just some key highlight and areas around it. Traditionally, we were very Windows focused, but because we're built around .NET, we've also extended out into Linux. We've extended into kind of the Python space as well, as we see that as a big growing area in our space. We kind of traditionally, our customers and consumers are much more in the Windows side of things. And so we're moving more into what I would say is more kind of the common software path of things, with various different tools on the cloud side of things and all of that. And so these are kind of key areas where we see different people start their interfacing with us ultimately. And as mentioned, it ends up being used in kind of all different markets and all different areas, aerospace and defense, automotive, semiconductor, internet infrastructure, wireless, and general purpose kind of tools. And because of all these different things, that's why we really wanted to focus on kind of creating this open platform, because there is no kind of one complete solution that addresses all of these needs, right? And so we wanted to get to the point where we can have this really open and extensible platform. But when we started along that journey, we ran into a couple different issues, and like I said, kind of wanted just to share our path of getting there ultimately. And and really at the foundation of this, what we ultimately want to do is kind of become a de facto standard in the hardware test industry. And I think we learned a valuable lesson early on prior to being open source that it's really hard to get there with commercial products. It not that it's impossible, but it makes it really difficult. And so kind of to reach that goal, we realized we had to take a different approach to things. So kind of we're at that place now, all the different users and customers and tools, but how did we actually get there? So going back to literally the very beginning of this, so Keysight Technologies is actually a branch off of the original HP, kind of the birthplace of Silicon Valley, right? So dating all the way back to 1937, we evolved, kind of partnered with other companies. Eventually we became Agilent Technologies, and then in 2014 became Keysight. So there's a very long history that exists here. And then kind of more specific on the OpenTap side of things, this is a tool that was created for Keysight usage back in 2011, actually Agilent at the time, kind of moving forward into very specific targeted areas for silicon vendors, wireless device manufacturing. Then we sort of had a collaboration within Keysight because we were seeing all these different tools being used for the same reason. And that was a big struggle that we were having, was everyone was doing things differently and independently, and none of the different tools worked together. Everyone was doing their own thing, and there was no kind of opportunity to work with anyone else. Nothing could be reused, anything like that. And so we ultimately kind of had a selection of what was just called TAP at the time, and moved that into a formally commercial product. And initially working with some of our customers, and Nokia was one of kind of the key ones there, they really said, all this is great, but ultimately we need this to be open source for it to be something that we can take forward. And so eventually, through working with them and through lots of trial and error, we were able to get there. But it took us kind of 82 years from the very beginning of HP to when we were finally able to open source this product. And so we were the only open source project that has existed in that entire lineage of the company. So it's something that was not familiar to the company space at all, not something that they were used to doing or had any experience around in any way. And so we kind of took a step back to say, what changed and what did we really need to do to get there. And what ended up happening ultimately kind of along the way is that we actually created an inner source project. And the kind of interesting thing is, at the time, we actually didn't even know that it was called inner source. We've since kind of connected through the inner source commons and other areas and learned that that's what we did. But we really kind of took the simple step of just making the code available internally, making all the issues accessible to everyone in the company, making all the source code available. That was something that was not kind of traditional and standard. We had this very kind of closed mindset, I guess, even within the company, that every team should develop their own things. They didn't want to share stuff with others, even if other tools already existed. They assumed that they weren't good and they could develop them better. And so by just taking that simple step of being extremely open in that space and letting everyone see what you were doing, we kind of saw that created this sort of mindset shift of even, simply people would, come in and submit an issue at the beginning where there's, a problem that they found, or even with something as simple as documentation. And it was very easy for them to do. And we sort of, over time, naturally saw the fact that because it was so easy for them to start and communicate with us and work with us, that we had people that just naturally migrated to that space. And in the end, we ended up with literally thousands of people within the company working on this, contributing back to it, asking questions, building around it, building different tools. And so that was sort of the mindset that we wanted to take when we were moving forward ultimately. And so we were kind of thinking, what do we do to do that, to move that forward. And what we kind of ended up with, and where we struggled within our company for a while, was that obviously we're a public company. We're mainly around selling and making money, and so the aspect of saying, let's take something that we're building and make it open source is something that was, we were selling it and we said we want to give away for free now. And so that took some convincing and struggles, I guess, for people to understand that was the right thing to do. And kind of what we found was, really getting to a business model that we could communicate was really the foundation of things. And so and we found a quote from Martin Mikos, and that was something that we really kind of resonated with, I guess. And his his way of positioning it was that you have different organizations that at different times essentially interact with you in different ways, right? Some of them have lots of time and are willing to use all of that time to save money, and those are the ones that really kind of end up using a lot of those open source tools at the very beginning of things. But on the other side of it, you have organizations that have a bunch of money now and would like to use that money to save them time, right? So they are kind of people that move between those different areas. And so what we wanted to do was build out a strategy that allowed us to have people start early on in a very easy way, but then allow them to build out into areas where Keysight can ultimately benefit in a financial way as well. And really the focus there was kind of helping people move away from a lot of their homegrown tools. That's what we saw so much of, was people that kind of started down the path of, this is an easy problem to solve, we can just do it ourselves and we'll start building it out. But it ended up becoming this kind of unmaintainable project in the end. It's not something that was ever prioritized, something that anyone else in their company really cared about. And so I basically positioning it as, this is something that does a lot of the same things. It's free to you. You have all the code available to you. That kind of connected with a lot of people where they were able to more easily make that transition when they saw that they could contribute back to this project. They can view all the source code. There's no lock into it. There's no risk of Keysight as a company deciding not to support this proprietary software anymore because they had access to all of the code. And then our goals, kind of from a Keysight perspective, were to build tools on top of this that that eventually had more and more value, right? And it became easier for us as well because now we're building on the same platform. And that's ultimately the connection that we wanted to make, right? Is having kind of this shared platform that we're building off of, our customers are building off of, even our competitors are building off of, that kind of allows us to move up one level in the type of work that we're doing. So rather than focusing on, very low level kind of sequencing and controlling the devices, looking at the actual problem that you're trying to solve, building out test cases, looking for issues within your designs, all of that type of stuff. So this is ultimately kind of the model that we came up with, kind of transitioning people along this path. And I think this was really the foundational aspect to us kind of convincing people within our company that this was something that made sense, was kind of proving that, giving away stuff on the open source side of things doesn't mean that there's no kind of revenue path around it. And that was sort of a unique kind of realization for a lot of people, I think, within our company that aren't really from that background. They were from the background of patents and selling everything as proprietary, and everything is a competitive advantage, and you would never want to share any code with people. So that was, I guess, really ultimately our key learning in the space, and what's ultimately driven a lot of the success that we've had since then is being able to leverage this model where within Keysight we can build these higher value solutions, and then with our team we can kind of reach people at these lower levels and closer intersect points. And so ultimately we were able to kind of move in this direction. We actually jointly announced the the open source version of the project with Nokia. Since then, we've had various other kind of partners announce, that them joining, publicly. So it's been kind of cool to see. It's not just someone contributes in the background, but actually very publicly announces that they've joined into the community and have contributed back. And so coming from an industry in general in the test and measurement space where none of that was really a concept, that's been really cool to see, that some of these different companies sort of recognizing that value and being able to step up and say that they see the value of it and kind of announce these different initiatives with us. And so kind of our next steps and what we're looking at from here, and one of the reasons that we're at FOSSASIA and enjoy just participating and communicating with people is that we found, just like on the inner source side, that the most valuable aspect kind of to move the open source piece forward is really not the code and the tools, but it's the community in the end, right? And being able to build those interactions with people and people that find value in the project, and connecting to them and talking to them and figuring out where you can have these different intersect points. Ultimately, I think in the broader kind of open source space, that's one of the unique aspects, is people are in general very willing to share what it is they're doing, where they're trying to go, the goals that they have, and what they're trying to build. And so we've done a lot, I would say, on our side to help foster this. We have a forum that we've created where we are interacting daily with different people. We have a package repository that we host that has all the different plugins that have been contributed. Obviously, we have all of our code available on GitHub and interact with people there. We also have kind of a news and blog page where we make announcements and reach out to our community. And then we've sort of built some internal tools as well with different metrics that we deem important to kind of ensure the health of the community. So looking at usage of the platform, interactions on the forum and on our YouTube channel in different areas, to kind of give us a good idea of how things are growing and building and moving forward. And so that's kind of ultimately where we want to connect here, and what we're kind of leaving open as a kind of communication point is to reach out to us if you see kind of areas to connect. If there's tools that you have that you think make sense, or reasons where you think the platform might make sense, we want to build out kind of our relationships and partnerships in the space. Like I said, it's kind of a new journey for us and Keysight in general. But one of the things that we've kind of really enjoyed is being able to connect with all of the people that are so passionate about things and in the space. So if it's something that seems like either you have an existing product or an existing kind of use case that you think fits, reach out to me. I love to talk and see how we can connect. You can also go directly to our website if that's easier for you as well, and kind of look at, we have simple things like a contributor license agreement to join. We have different tools and different ways where we can kind of help you as well with putting your logo on the website and doing different announcements. And ultimately, like I said, that's really what we're looking for. It's I think from an open source perspective, it's important that even the open sourcing it is one aspect, but getting other people to sort of have that diversity of thought and kind of different aspects of things is ultimately what makes this successful. So having a tool that's kind of owned and maintained just by one company and is open source is not kind of ultimately the end goal. And so if you have different areas that you want to connect into, then that's where we really want to reach out and communicate with you. So just kind of a few additional resources if any of this was interesting to you. We have our GitHub page, like I said, where you can connect with us there. We have our newsletter and we have our forum. So kind of tools if you want to just stay in touch, if anything sounded interesting, just want to track things on GitHub just to see where we're going. That kind of the key different areas from there. And hopefully that was at least interesting enough to get you guys to stick around for the next session, where we can go into some deeper technical details on how we do all these different things and build out the plugins and the types of things we can do. I think that was more or less all I had from a presentation perspective, so I'll open it up for questions from anyone. I said I would monitor the chat, but I didn't do a good job of keeping up.
Sorry, that was unintended, and I live in the center of Berlin, and my neighbor is drilling. So, yeah, also can't be in Singapore right now, but we have like people all over the world, Brandon. And we have some questions coming up for you already. I know you will have a follow-up session in a moment, but the first question was from Sumil. How is it with Mac? Any plans to port it to Mac? Is OpenTap available there?
Yeah, so I guess I could probably share this, but because we're built on .NET Core, that obviously allows us to extend there easily. We've done some testing with users on Mac so far. We've mainly focused on Linux, but we've done tests to prove out that it works, but it's not an extensive target for us. But given where we're built off of, that's definitely something that we want to support, and it's something that's coming up more and more as a tool. But considering we're more in the enterprise space in a lot of cases, we see more of the Windows and Linux. But Mac is definitely something that, from a technology perspective, we can fairly easily support, and in a direction that we're intended to go fairly soon.
Cool. So yeah, so stay tuned for any updates in this area.
Or maybe help us get there.
Yes, that would be great, right? And
Yeah.
regarding contributions, Harish Pillay is asking, did I hear that right? To participate, you need to sign a CLA. So is that like the Apache Foundation is doing, or how does it work without CLA? For anyone who doesn't know, it is a contributors license agreement, something like that.
Yeah, so we're under the MPL v2 license, and so that's part of the reason for doing the CLA, and the way we have it there now is that it helps with ultimately moving things into commercial products and handing things off from that respect. It's not a requirement to create a plugin or to use the code itself. It's only from contributing back into the core of things, and it's more of kind of a protection. It's something that we're looking at if that is still the right thing to do, I guess. It was, again, coming from a background of not really being in the open source space. We had to go through our legal channels that are maybe not as familiar with what you want to do, and so that's something that we're looking at. Is there different models to move to that are kind of will actually help get more people into the ecosystem? So far, it hasn't been a huge issue, but it's definitely something that is. I think it's something that at least I personally question a little bit if it's fully the right thing, but it's kind of where we're at today with things.
Yeah, Harry says he has difficulty signing a CLA, but I have an idea. How about getting a really amazing code contribution and then talking to a legal department saying, look, either we get that in or we have to do it ourselves, right? Maybe, I don't know, but yeah, it's challenging with the legal people in these traditional setups. There's another question here. Is there any hidden cost for OpenTap? I don't know what's with hidden cost. Maybe question could be interpreted as, is there also hardware costs or something like that? Do you have any information on these hidden costs?
Yeah, I guess I'm not 100% sure what that means. So if someone wants to actually ask it live or clarify, but I'll start in that OpenTap itself is completely free. There's no cost associated with it. Like I said, there are things that Keysight builds on top. So if you decide that maybe you don't want to build everything yourself and you want to leverage some stuff that's already been done, there are tools there that yes, we do charge for. But OpenTap itself, from the sequencing engine perspective and building out your own plugins and using the APIs around it, that's completely free. There's no cost associated with it anyway. But yeah, I guess if you're connecting to instruments or any other device, a Raspberry Pi or something, you in theory have to get that in some way. But from a purely OpenTap perspective, there's no cost associated with it at all.
Yeah. Okay, Pratyush, if you have any follow-up question, please type it into the shared notes, and we still have the technical workshop in a moment. And the next question is already related to that. Do you have some use examples how companies use OpenTap specifically?
Yeah, so there's a couple things that I'll add as links. We have one of the things that we tried to do was exactly that, of getting some of the people that we worked with early on to actually sort of tell their story of why they moved to OpenTap and where they found value. Obviously, it's test automation, so it's not something that people weren't doing before. It's a different kind of approach to things, and so we have people that are basically doing turn on of devices, where they're looking at comparisons to design specs and comparing that to early turn on of devices and looking for defects within early turn on. We have people that are doing high volume manufacturing of chipsets, where they're testing hundreds of thousands of parts per month at kind of extreme high volumes. We have people that are doing things like in the hearing aid space, where ultimately everything, like each individual hearing aid is customized and tuned at a specific frequency. So every single new part that comes through has a different configuration of the test and different parameters that it's testing against. So we really have various examples in all different spaces, but like I said, I'll post some links to some people that have kind of worked with us to tell their story back ultimately of what it is that they're doing and why they decided to move towards the OpenTap side of things versus what they were doing before.
Cool. So by the way, I will also post the newsletter link here, because I see you have the QR code, but with online sessions, right, we can also post it right in the chat.
Yep.
So
Yep.
I'll do that in a moment. Brennan, who's going to do the next session? You're going to do it. Darwin is going to do it, I guess.
Darwin and Carlos both will be presenting next.
Oh, okay, cool.
Carlos
So
Montes.
I guess maybe afterwards we can have all of you three here and to answer questions again, or
Yeah,
available.
sure.
Yeah, cool. So then Darwin, please switch on your